So board members, if you can resume with your cameras, firing them back up. We believe we've got the webcast up and running again, and we should be able to pick up the board meeting. For those who are on the webcast, all that you missed was the initial introduction of the board members. There were no speakers for public forum, and Chair Esquivel was just making a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Michael, and thanks for everyone's patience. Last meeting, I think I made sure to say over that this is a new experience for us all and that there would be glitches, and I think reminded in real time that that is the case in this meeting as well, but appreciate everyone's patience and Michael for helping quickly work through what I know are complicated setups on the back end to make all of this work with our existing infrastructure and work, and just thank everyone behind the scenes as well. I had made a quick comment just that it's the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and as well the state water boards. I'm sure on the recorded webcast you can go back and hear the eloquence. It was fine. But the real point there is it is the 50th anniversary, and I think we have a lot to be proud of in the last 50 years, and an opportunity to think what the next 50 years may be in all of these programs and this work. So thanks, everyone. And with that, we'll move over to our first item. So it is consideration of the board meeting minutes from March 3rd, and I will entertain a motion.
Move adoption of the minutes.
Second.
Thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadama.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Dodick.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries and the meeting minutes are adopted. Next, we'll move on to an informational item, item number 2, which is an update on the board's actions and responses and related to COVID-19. And to that, I will hand it over to our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek. Eileen?
Great. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Good to see you all. I'll keep this short because we have a pretty meaty agenda and a lot of public comments. I was going to let you all know that in addition to our board meetings, there have been 3 regional boards that have had remote meetings, and I think they all went extremely well on balance. I think a couple of them had a few of the little glitches that we've had, but we're learning as we go. And several more regions are scheduled to have their remote board meetings this next month. But let's get into a little bit of more meaty implementation or COVID-19 related items. At your last board meeting, I reported on the water shutoff executive order that was issued by the governor on April 2nd. And it, excuse me, that executive order prohibits water systems from discontinuing residential water service and water service to small businesses in a critical infrastructure sector. And it also directs the board the water board to develop guidelines and best practices of certain sorts for water systems. So with respect to the shutoff and reconnection, I just want to remind everyone that there is a link on the homepage of the State Water Board for anybody whose service has been disconnected or has not yet been reconnected. And I would urge individuals to go to that link and file a report, and we will help follow up and figure out what's going on. I do want to report to the board members that as of today, we've only received a very small handful of reports, fewer than 10. We've got some plans to get some simplified messaging out through some of our EJ partners and others. So we will try to move that out quickly in the next few days, just to make sure that if there are folks that have had their water shut off, that they know that there is a way that they can communicate that. And that we will follow up. I hope that it's actually a reflection of good news that people aren't having their water turned off, but we will make sure either way. With respect to the best practices, We've had additional conversations with individual board members and with a number of our stakeholders, both in the water provider community and in the EJ stakeholder community. And we hope to be finalizing those and posting them soon. Last Thursday, Governor Newsom issued an additional executive order that affects in a small way the regulatory activities of the State Water Board. Executive Order 9-52-20 includes a suspension and tolling of several deadlines established under the Permit Streamlining Act of the California Coastal Commission and the State Water Board for processing permits for development projects. The suspension provides an additional 60 days for the two agencies to complete reviews for projects that are subject to the act. It doesn't reset the clock, it just stops it for 60 days. So that will give a needed measure of relief for a handful of items. Some not as great news. The Division of Financial Assistance had quite a number of operator certification exams scheduled for March, April, and May. Several hundred, probably close to 1,000 people had signed up for those exams, but they were scheduled to occur in small rooms and large rooms, and there was absolutely no way with even early on with the social distancing and shelter-in-place orders that we could conduct those large-scale exams. We sort of waited till the last minute to cancel the first set, but with many other similar large-scale exams, we have also had to cancel. But we are working to schedule emergency exams if there are agencies with staffers that need them. We've approved 26 individual emergency exams for 8 drinking water systems. We have a few more pending, and we will work as we have with respect to many other issues to make sure that no water system or wastewater system cannot operate appropriately for lack of certification. So we continue to work individually with any information that we've received. And as soon as state government is safely up and running again, we will reschedule those exams and get them up and running again. The last thing I wanted to report on was early on, we sent out some public service announcements reminding or begging people not to flush wipes or anything other than appropriate material down toilets so as not to clog wastewater, either their own individual plumbing or wastewater treatment facilities. And also reminding people that if their drinking water was safe to drink before COVID-19, it's safe to drink now, and that they shouldn't, if they don't have an additional reason, they shouldn't necessarily go out and stockpile bottled water. We need to make sure that bottled water is available for people who really need it. We're going to, there have been some questions raised in the press and elsewhere about the possibility that the virus is being transmitted somehow through wastewater. And we're working on guidance to get out to the public to let them know that wastewater treatment plants are all about inactivating viruses and bacteria and other infection organisms through the whole wastewater treatment process, and that there is no danger that live infectious viruses could be left over, end up in biosolids or sludge in any way, shape, or form. So we will get that out as quickly as we can. And then the last thing I wanted to say, though, is related to that. There are ways to track the virus in the presence or absence of the virus in wastewater, and we are cooperating with some researchers who are trying to collect and then analyze, when it's appropriate, samples to try to figure out when COVID-19 first got into the wastewater system, and see if we can help monitor the beginning, middle, or end of the presence or absence of the virus in the community, and see if that could help with early action signaling in the future. So that's my report at the moment, and we continue to to speak often with the regional boards and coordinate and to make sure that we are supporting each other, making sure that we are treating our stakeholders equally, that we are sharing solutions and the appropriate ways to make sure that our resources are still being used, that we are protecting public health and the environment, but in a safe and responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chair
Eileen.
Esquivel?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
So first of all, Ms. Sobek, I just really want to thank you and the entire team at the State Water Board for all that you've done through this crisis to be responsive and really on top of things, and at the same time being aware of areas where we perhaps need to be more flexible with the regulated community. So thank you again. I know we did that the last time we met, but your work is ongoing. So just a couple of things on the shutoff issue. I do know that in prior reports you had indicated that there were over 100 water systems that were voluntarily complying. So just interested in any additional information that you have on that. I'm heartened by the low number, but at the same time, maybe a little concerned that word is not getting out regarding our website, or maybe folks are just contacting their water suppliers directly. So just looking for, and I'm sure you'll be doing this anyway, but ongoing reports on the numbers, and then also anything to update on the number of systems that are embracing the executive order proactively through outreach efforts of their own. And then on wastewater treatment, thank you for your report on this. This is an area that I'm concerned about, in particular, misinformation that's out there about wastewater treatment. And so getting information out so that we can allay fears that people have regarding wastewater treatment. The treatment kills pathogens, and it's doing what it's supposed to do with respect to COVID-19. And I'm really excited about any role that we can play in this space on research regarding analyzing COVID-19 levels in communities to play a role in the big picture here, trying to better determine where there might be hot spots. And so I look forward to ongoing updates regarding that as well. And then really the only question that I had for you is regarding the executive order on tolling for permitting. Just interested at permitting for development, just interested in some additional information on that. What comes to mind automatically for me is dredge and fill. And so I just want to make sure I understand and that stakeholders understand what this is and what it isn't. And maybe just giving some examples, if you're not able to do that now, in the next report, I think would be helpful.
Sure. I don't think we know exactly how it will affect us. We're thinking that it might help with some water rights applications and petitions that might be pending. And it will mean that we won't have to redirect resources to process those within the otherwise deadlines. But we'll let you know. Obviously, the new dredge and fill provisions, they don't go into effect till the end of May. So right now, we're not in danger of missing any deadlines since it doesn't apply at the moment. But depending on how long the emergency lasts and how many applications come in and how long it takes us to process, that will be interesting. It's hard to know whether dredge and fill is a good example. Is there going to be pent up demand applications that weren't filed because people were uncertain, companies were uncertain about whether and when they would start going forward. So I don't think we have a sense right now of what the volume will be and the pace will be of that in particular. Obviously, any pending existing applications under dredge and fill are being processed under the previous pre-existing regulation, not the new regulation right now. But we'll let you know. I will let you know. I will poll staff and figure out whether that we have any actions that are permits, petitions that are pending that we're invoking the exception for.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from fellow board members?
This is Laurel. I was just going to, again, thank the Eileen and the staff and also the stakeholders that have been adjusting and working with us to make sure that there's, we can carry on all of our protection activities, but also implement the executive order and protect public health. And I was going to mention on the wastewater issue that, I think this also calls attention to the few places where we don't have treated wastewater. So that includes things like areas where there's failing septics that, end up overflowing into people's yards and houses, which unfortunately is the case in certain disadvantaged communities. And also along the border, I know, Calexico is dealing with the New River, and there's been challenges, similar untreated wastewater into the Tijuana River along our border. And both of those regions have been doing a lot around those issues. But I think this crisis, just wanted to highlight that those are even more acute and public health emergencies that I think we all need to continue to try and accelerate action on. So yeah, I guess back on drinking water, I just think the only way that we do all of this, including ensuring people have access to water, is by a lot of collaboration, and just look forward and really appreciate stakeholders, being ahead of the game in many cases in terms of voluntarily and proactively ensuring people have water, and then also just helping us all get a handle on what the needs are, what the impacts are to water systems, and how to make sure that we, support those families and households and small businesses that are at risk of losing that in this economic crisis. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, board member. And very appropriate. Access to sanitation, I think right now is really front of mind as we confront this crisis and really recognize the nexus to so many others, whether in the border region, as you appropriately said, or again, the impact of our OTS policy, which is our on-site wastewater treatment system policy, which is basically how we're going to handle septics, and really needing to ensure that we're converting communities to sewer systems so that they can appropriately treat their waste at scale and not contribute to groundwater contamination or other things. And I think this is an appropriate time to continue to see the obvious challenges. I think that so many of our efforts, particularly around the SAFER program and implementation of the Safe and Affordable Fund, were really front of mind before this crisis, and now I think are just that much more important in the midst of it. So I appreciate that. And first and foremost, again, appreciate the incredible work, Eileen, that you and all of our colleagues in the State Water Resources Control Board do on a daily basis and have continued to do. I think to Board Member Firestone's point, this is the increased sort of work that we're going to need to continue to do. It will be a need to collaborate at scale. And it's not unlike the collaborations we're seeing as we've all marshaled the resources to confront the COVID-19 crisis. And so just appreciate that passion and that dedication I know that our colleagues in the board bring every day to these programs. And as implementers and of these things, I appreciate that. So thanks, Eileen. With that, any other?
I can interrupt for just a moment. While there was a bunch of admission going on into the Zoom meeting, we did receive, it appears to be, 2 requests for public forum. They had made it into the board's comment box before the meeting got started. However, with the technical glitches that we encountered with the webcast, we just had recently managed to process them through in the comment letter. So if you would like to take an item out of order in light of the circumstances, we could go ahead and conduct a brief public forum. I think we have two members of the public, one of whom is already on queue, and we're trying to get the other one back online as well.
Yes, yeah, and I apologize to those two individuals. Again, today we're needing to just go through some amendment here, and that's completely appropriate, Michael. Let's do that because otherwise we were just going to move on to uncontested items. So it's still early on, and I appreciate that. So thank you. If you want to move to our first public forum commenter.
Yes, so our first commenter in public forum will be Mr. Douglas Deach. Mr. Deach, we're going to be turning on or asking you to start up your video now. And if you have a microphone or audio on your device, you'll need to enable it as well.
Mr. Luffer, do we have the second public commenter lined up, perhaps?
Yeah, we're trying to make sure we've got her in the queue.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, so she is not actually called back in now that we've given her the credentials. So we'll keep an eye out for her, and maybe we can take this out of order with item number 4. I can see that Mr. Deach is trying to start up his camera, and I don't know if there's just an issue with his particular internet connection, but maybe we can try again after we hear the consent items and perhaps consider item 4 as well.
I think that works. Thank you. And again, apologies and appreciate everyone's patience in that. And we will get to your public forum items today. Then I'll move on to item number 3, which is an uncontested item, which is consideration of a proposed resolution approving non-regulatory amendments to the Water Quality Control Plan for the Los Angeles region to administratively update chapters 4, strategic planning and implementation, and 5, plans and policies by incorporating and updating information and tables. And I believe much of this is an update around climate change and incorporation of those policies, and really appreciate the region's good work on it. But it's an uncontested item, and unless any of the board members wish to pull it from uncontested, we can entertain a motion.
I'll move for adoption of item number 4.
A second.
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Dodick,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Escobel.
Aye.
Thank you.
You as well, Ms. Townsend, and the vote carries and the item is passed. Thank you everyone for their good work on that. I will quickly move over to an opening statement that I have. One second. Before we begin, item number 4, sorry about that. Item number 4 is a public hearing, and I will just read my script here. The Water Resources Control Board is now going to hear item number 4 in accordance with the March 5th, 2020 public notice. and the April 9th, 2020 revised public notice, the State Water Board will now hold a public hearing to provide information and receive public comments on the draft 303D listing recommendations for the North Coast region. The State Water Board is administering the Clean Water Act Section 303D listing process for the waters within the North Coast region as part of the 2018 integrated reporting cycle. The scope of this hearing is limited to the listening recommendations for recommendations for water bodies in the North Coast region. The board will not accept public input concerning listing recommendations from any other region. So again, this is just to receive public input on the North Coast 303 listing and not on the rest of the states. Although the state board will not be taking action on this item today, and a meeting for the State Water Board to consider the adoption of 303D listing recommendations for the North Coast region and for the complete 2018 integrated report is scheduled for October 9th, 2020. The hearing is being recorded. There will not be sworn testimony. We have a staff presentation followed by public comments. If you intend to speak on this item, please follow the instructions on our website to obtain a password and log into the meeting. Please fill out a virtual blue speaking card and mark it with the words North Coast List. Time limits may be imposed on oral comments to allow all participants the opportunity to be heard. We will now proceed with the staff presentation. Sorry for butchering my way through that.
And so, Ms. Weber, you should have control at this point in time, and we'll bring up the presentation for you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're coming through great.
Video coming through? Okay, great. I'll wait till the presentation starts. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Lori Weber, and I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Standards and Assessment section of the Division of Water Quality at State Water Board. I'm also excited to be presenting today at the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. With me today from the State Water Board is Rebecca Fitzgerald, Chief of the Standards and Assessment section, and Stacy Gillespie, our attorney from the Office of Chief Counsel. Also presenting today will be Mary Bartholomew, environmental scientist from the North Coast Regional Water Board. And as we heard in the opening statement, this is a public hearing for the draft 303D list for waters in the North Coast region. The purpose of the hearing is to receive oral comments and no board action will be taken. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here's an outline of our presentation today. First, I will give you a brief overview of the integrated report and how it is structured and the process that we go through to develop it. Secondly, I'll briefly summarize the 2018 cycle and the remaining project timeline. After that, I'll turn it over to Mary Bartholomew to present an overview of the proposed 303D list for the North Coast region. Next slide, please. This slide here illustrates how the integrated report is structured. The report consists of two parts, the 303D list of impaired water bodies and the 305B report. And as you can imagine, it is designed to meet the requirements of sections 303D and 305B of the Clean Water Act. The 303D list is a list of waters that have been determined to be impaired because water quality standards are not being attained. Generally, this means that pollutant levels are high enough that they exceed numeric thresholds that are protective of beneficial uses. So for example, an impairment could mean that in a given lake, mercury levels in fish are too high for people or wildlife to eat them. Or in another example, bacteria levels at a public beach are high enough to indicate that people swimming in the water have a risk of becoming sick. Both state and federal law require that the 303D list be approved by the State Water Board and by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or US EPA. Water bodies that are determined to be impaired must also have a total maximum daily load, or TMDL, or an alternative program developed to fix the impairment and restore the water body so that it attains water quality standards. And the other portion of the integrated report is the 305B report. The 305B report describes the overall condition of surface water quality, not just the impairments. And it's included in the integrated report, but it does not require state board or US EPA approval. Next slide, please. What about the listing policy? The listing policy is the statewide policy that guides how we develop the 303D list. And its purpose is to lay out a standard approach for developing the list. For example, it describes listing and delisting factors. And these are the conditions that must be met to determine if a water body is impaired or not impaired. So for example, one of the factors is exceedances of a water quality objective. What that means is that if concentrations of a pollutant exceed a water quality objective enough times to fail the statistical test described in the policy, then the water body is placed on the 303D list as impaired for that pollutant. The listing policy also contains requirements for how the program is implemented. This includes how we solicit data, how we review it for quality, how we segment and map our water bodies, and how we report and administer the public process for state board approval. The listing policy was originally adopted in 2004 and amended in 2015. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates how we organize our analyses and how we report the results in water body fact sheets. The first step in the process is to develop lines of evidence, or LOEs. In the LOEs, generally, we're comparing data to a numeric threshold, such as a water quality objective. So for example, if we have bacteria data, we compare it to the statewide bacteria objective and count the number of times that the objective has been exceeded. The question that we are asking ourselves is there evidence here that the beneficial use is supported? The second step is to combine the LOEs, all of the LOEs, if there are more than one, for a particular pollutant from each water body, and make a listing or delisting decision. The question we are asking ourselves with the decision is, based on all of the lines of evidence that we have, is the water body impaired for this pollutant? Decisions are made for each pollutant, so we typically refer to them as water body pollutant combinations or water body pollutant pairs. And these are the individual 303D listing decisions. So that's why you'll hear that water body X is impaired for bacteria or water body Y is impaired for mercury. The water body fact sheets report on all of the decisions within a given water body, and there may be more than one decision. So water body X may be impaired for both bacteria and mercury, or it may have been assessed for both and found to be impaired for one and not the other, or any combination of these potential outcomes. The key point here is that the results of all of these analyses are compiled in the water body fact sheets. Next slide, please. Integrated report condition categories. So each assessed water body is also placed into an integrated report condition category. And these categories represent the 305B portion of the report that communicates the overall condition of surface waters. The categories are numbered 1 to 5, with 1 being the best and 5 being the worst in terms of condition. So category 1 water bodies are where we can determine that at least one beneficial use is being supported, and there is no evidence to indicate that any other uses are impaired. Category 2 is for water bodies where there is insufficient information and we can't determine if the use is supported or not. Category 3 is where we have insufficient information, but there's evidence that beneficial uses may be threatened. And so we call category 3 the watch list. Category 4 and its subcategories are for water bodies where an impairment has been detected, but a TMDL, or total maximum daily load, is not needed. And this is for a variety of reasons. It could be because a TMDL has been developed and approved by US EPA. Those are category 4A. Or if another program is being implemented to fix the impairment, that would be category 4B. or because the impairment is caused by pollution that's not related to a pollutant, and that would be category 4C. And then category 5 is for water bodies where there's at least one impairment that and a TMDL is still needed. Next slide, please. Sorry, animation. So this is just to illustrate that in California, the 303D list consists of impaired water bodies that have been identified that are in integrated report categories 4A, 4B, and 5. One more click, please. Next slide, please. And then for US EPA, the 303D list consists only of the impaired water bodies that are in integrated report category 5. Next slide, please. So here I'm just going to highlight a few points about the process that we go through to develop the integrated report. The current report is the 2014-2016 report, and it was adopted by the State Water Board on October 3rd of 2017. The reports are developed in cycles, and each cycle focuses on 3 regional water boards at a time. The reports themselves take about 3 or 4 years to complete, from the initial data solicitation notice through the data assessment and analysis, the public process, which includes State Water Board review and adoption, and final submittal to the US EPA.
Ms. Weber, if I can interrupt you for just a quick moment.
Sure.
Can you help us get a sense of the scale of that work? Earlier, you talked about the lines of evidence. How many lines of evidence go into, say, these listings, generally?
If I could remember off the top of my head, it's multiple thousands of lines of evidence. I want to say about maybe 35,000 for the 2018 report, but I can confirm that by the end, before the end of the item.
I think that enough gives a sense. And I guess I'm trying to lead a little just into some of the really great work I know the unit has done around better utilizing data systems and automating those lines of evidence so that it really allows it to be more of a manageable task, knowing how data intensive an effort this entire thing is. So I just want to acknowledge and appreciate that work that I know staff have been doing around it.
Thank you. Yes, we have been putting a lot of work into that. And just moving on, the last thing I wanted to mention in this item, in this slide, is that the Clean Water Act requires that we submit the reports every 2 years. So we're starting to do many things, including automating our processes, but also we're developing more than one cycle at the same time. We're doing concurrent cycles, and we will be submitting them on time with the next cycle, beginning with the next cycle. Next slide, please. So speaking of time, this timeline, this is a timeline for the remaining steps in the 2018 cycle. The draft staff report was released on March 19th, and we're currently in the public comment period, and we're accepting written comments on both the North Coast decisions as well as the decisions from other regions that were reviewed by State Board staff. So those are all contained and described in our staff report in the appendices. Today we're holding this hearing to receive oral comments on the listing and delisting decisions for the North Coast waters. The public comment period for written comments ends on April 30th, except that we've extended the comment period on proposed changes to listings in the Colorado River region until May 14th. Subsequent to the close of the public comment period, we will prepare a written response to comments and a revised staff report, which we will release to the public 30 days prior to the adoption meeting. And at this point, we've scheduled the adoption meeting for October 6th. The draft staff report, appendices, and other related documents and information are available on our program website. There's a link at the bottom of this slide to the site. And the appendices include both the water body fact sheets and the category reports that I described earlier. Next slide, please. A bit more about the 2018 report, or the 2018 cycle. The three regions that were on cycle were the North Coast, the Lahontan, and the Colorado River regions. And they assessed all readily available data in their regions that was submitted prior to the data cutoff date. 4 other regions made off-cycle decisions based on assessments of data that they had prioritized for assessment. The San Francisco Bay, Los Angeles, and Central Valley regions made off-cycle listing and delisting decisions. So those are the 303D listing decisions. The San Diego region assessed data, but their assessments did not result in any listing or delisting decisions and only affected the 305D portion of the report. The data cutoff date for the 2018 cycle was May 3rd, 2017. Next slide, please. So this brings me to the purpose of our hearing today. Of the 3 on-cycle regions, the Lahontan and the Colorado River regions held hearings and their regional boards approved their proposed 303D lists and sent them on to us at the State Water Board. The North Coast region did not hold a hearing with their regional board, so the State Water Board is administering the public process for the North Coast region. The purpose of this hearing is to receive oral comments on the proposed 303D listing and delisting decisions for the North Coast regions, and no board action will be taken during today's hearing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Bartholomew from the North Coast region to present a summary of their proposed decisions. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Lori. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Mary Bartholomew. I am an environmental scientist in the Adaptive Management Unit at the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. I am here today with Catherine Carter, Senior Environmental Scientist and Supervisor of the Adaptive Management Unit. She is present to answer region-specific questions you may have. We also have staff here to answer some of our questions related to our listings. Rich Fadness and Ben Zabinski are here and available to answer related questions to the proposed copper listings in the Smith River. And Alita Mangelsdorf and Prachi Kulkarni are available to answer questions related to the proposed indicator bacteria listings in the Russian River. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the proposed changes to the North Coast Regional Board's 303D list. In response to the earlier question, North Coast Regional Board staff evaluated over 22,000 lines of evidence to make nearly 2,800 decisions about water body pollutant pairs for the 2018 integrated report. The listing proposals you see here are summarized in the draft staff report for the 2018 integrated report. We propose to delist a water body pollutant pair, update a stream listing, and add 49 water body pollutant pairs to the 303D list. I will highlight 6 of the proposed changes to the listing decisions. Next slide, please. This list includes the proposed changes that I would like to highlight. I'll start with discussing proposals for sediment delistings, a reduction in a temperature delisting, followed by 4 discussions about 32 proposed listings involving metals and indicator bacteria. So let's start with the good delisting news in Humboldt County. Next slide, please. Our first discussion in Humboldt County is for the Elk River, which is impaired by sediment. The bold black line on the map lower in the watershed shows reaches impacted by nuisance conditions due to flooding in addition to the sediment impairment. The upper Little South Fork is at the top of the watershed and is highlighted in blue. Water Regional Board staff developed an action plan for the upper Little South Fork River, sediment total maximum daily load, or TMDL, and it was adopted by the Regional Board in 2016. During the development of the action plan, data analysis found that for the upper Little South Fork, beneficial uses were not impaired. Water quality objectives for sediment are achieved in the subbasin, and the existing sediment discharge rate from the subbasin does not contribute to the impairment of beneficial uses lower in the watershed. Further, staff concluded that sediment loads and in-stream conditions are representative of natural conditions and selected the Upper Little South Fork as a reference water body due to the unmanaged old growth redwood forest characteristically present throughout much of the subbasin. And as a result of this analysis, Water Board staff proposed that the Upper Little South Fork of the Elk River be removed from the 303D list. So this is our proposed delisting for sediment. Our other Humboldt County highlighted decision is reduced listing for temperature. Next slide, please. We propose to reduce the area of the temperature listing for Redwood Creek, also located in Humboldt County. While the larger watershed is listed for temperature, 4 creeks here are proposed to be removed from the list. Staff proposed to delist 4 streams in the Redwood Creek watershed that lie within the Redwood National and State Parks. The area is circled on the map. The 4 streams are Little Lost Man Creek, Prairie Creek, and Tom McDonald Creek. Park staff have worked on conservation projects to reduce sediment and temperature conditions in water bodies throughout the park so that temperatures in these 4 streams now meet water quality objectives and the cold freshwater habitat beneficial use is being supported. If monitoring trends continue, it is likely that temperature will continue to decrease in several more streams, which could lead to even more delistings. Next, I would like to switch over to metals listing decisions. Next slide, please. The first metals discussion is about copper tributaries in the Smith River. The Smith River is in the far northwest portion of the region. Delilah's Creek and Tyler Slough are shown in red on this map and are tributaries to the Smith River. The Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program has intensively monitored this area at the direction of the North Coast Regional Board and has found that Delilah Creek and Tyler Slough are impaired by copper. The good news is that we're already addressing the copper pollution, which is associated with lily bulb farms in the area. A water quality management plan is being prepared to establish protocol and restoration and recovery activities for the Smith River Plain, including Delilah Creek and Tyler Slough. And the plan will be the basis for future waste discharge requirements for lily bulb growers. Next, I'll discuss metal listings in the North Coast region-wide water bodies. Next slide, please. The second discussion is about aluminum and manganese in 13 water bodies throughout the North Coast region. There are national drinking water regulations that apply to public water systems. Primary drinking water standards establish a maximum contaminant level, or MCL, to limit specific contaminants in public drinking water supplies delivered to the consumer that can adversely affect human health. Whereas secondary drinking water standards affect water aesthetics, such as taste, odor, and color. The Water Quality Control Plan for the North Coast region, commonly called the Basin Plan, includes water quality objectives for both primary and secondary drinking water standards. There are 13 proposed listings for aluminum and manganese throughout the North Coast region due to the exceedances of the secondary maximum contaminant levels, which affect municipal and domestic supply, or MUN, beneficial uses that include both treated municipal and untreated domestic water supply systems for consumption and household use. Our listing recommendations for the 2018 integrated report are based on secondary drinking water standards. We will consider our reliance on secondary drinking water standards for future comprehensive surface water quality assessments. Secondary maximum contaminant levels do not represent a risk to human health, and so these proposed listings are a low priority for TMDL development. These are the meta listings recommendations for water bodies through the North Coast region, and I'll now turn to 2 indicator bacteria listing discussions, starting with those for water bodies throughout the Mendocino coast. Next slide, please. I'll start our 2 indicator bacteria discussions with proposed listings for Mendocino coast beaches. Data for 5 beaches along the Mendocino coast reflect that shellfish harvesting beneficial use is not being supported due to excessive indicator bacteria. The shellfish harvesting beneficial use supports the collection of filter feeding shellfish for human consumption. And these shellfish include clams, oysters, and mussels. More good news is that staff are already working on addressing the impairment of coastal pathogens. TMDL is currently under development, which will identify the source of beach indicator bacteria impairments and provide an action plan for recovery. TMDL staff will review these proposed listings for possible inclusion in the coastal pathogen TMDL. Next, I will discuss indicator bacteria in the Russian River. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. The final discussion is about indicator bacteria in the Russian River. I have a couple of foundational slides before discussing our specific listing recommendations. Hydrologic unit codes, or HUCs, are a way to look at hydrologic land areas. Each hydrologic unit code adds 2 numbers to the code. So the first level is a HUC2 for having 2-digit code. And if we drill down to the 6th level, it's HUC12 for having a 12-digit code. As HUCs get larger, water bodies get smaller. HUC2 is the size of California. The Russian River watershed is a HUC8. The upper, middle, and lower portions of the Russian River are HUC10s, and HUC12s are even smaller areas within those. HUC12 is the assessment unit used in the integrated report when evaluating indicator bacteria impairments for the Russian River. In prior assessments, indicator bacteria data for the Russian River watershed were evaluated on a stream reach, or watershed scale, depending on the available data. For this assessment, we looked at the HUC12 subwatershed level to systematically understand where impairments occurred. Our data assessment method discussed on the next slide was applied to HUC12 areas. Next slide, please. We applied the following data assessment methods to the HUC12 areas of the Russian River watershed. We evaluated each HUC12 for support of the REC 1 body contact recreational beneficial use by cataloging the available data about the water bodies. The graphic here is a header to a table that recorded whether data is available for any of the columns to the right of hydrologic unit 12. We used data evaluation thresholds and public health advisories to make listing decisions. A proposed listing is based on either primary line of evidence. Concentrations of E. coli in freshwater and Enterococcus in saline water were evaluated using the statewide water quality objective. Proposed impairment listings are based on the number of exceedances of the water quality objective. A secondary mode of evaluation was to look at direct impairments of the REC 1 water contact recreation beneficial use. Local agencies posted health advisory warnings of potential risks at recreational beaches. We recommend listing those HUC12s where this evidence of direct impairment is paired with exceedances of the United States Environmental Protection Agency's REC 1 water contact recreation recommended criteria for enterococci to confirm the impairment. This approach was developed due to the recommendation of one of our Russian River watershed pathogen total maximum daily load scientific peer reviewers because it shows a good correlation with public health risk and public health protection. We used available supporting data to understand the water quality conditions and support listing decisions we made as they reflect further evidence of impairment. Bacteroides are a group of fecal indicator bacteria that are used to measure fecal waste in water for humans and bovine. Bacteroides only live for a day or two in the Russian River, so its presence indicates recent activity. DNA analysis identified the presence of human or bovine fecal waste. This information was used to interpret E. coli and enterococci data. No impairment determinations were made based on bacteroides or DNA data. The Russian River pathogen total maximum daily load was developed using the same data assessment method as used for the integrated report. So what did we learn from this process? Next slide, please. We learned that indicator bacteria impairments in the Russian River are clustered around higher population densities and farmland. This is a list of the 12 HUC-12 portions of the Russian River proposed for placing on the 303D list for indicator bacteria impairments. WQO is for water quality objective and indicates the HUC-12 listing recommendation is based on an exceedance of the statewide water quality objective. These 10 HUC-12s are shown in red on the map. PHA is for public health advisory and indicates the HUC-12 listing recommendation is based on public health advisories where there is also an exceedance of the federal enterococcus recommended criteria. These two HUC-12s are shown in purple on the map. The majority of these specific HUC-12s are within water bodies already identified as impaired by a bacteria. The good news is that a Russian River watershed pathogen total maximum daily load was developed to address the impairment. It was adopted by the North Coast Regional Board this past August and will be coming to the state board for your consideration. That concludes my overview of the listing recommendations for the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and I will turn it back over to Lori. Next slide, please.
Just to wrap up the presentation, reiterating the purpose of the hearing is to receive oral comments, and we would like to ask the board members if they have any questions of us prior to the public comment.
Thank you, Lori. Board members, any comments before we hear any public comment? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Townsend, how many public comment cards do we have or speakers?
I do believe we have 6.
Okay.
Would you like to go ahead with public comment at this point in time, Chair Esquivel?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Okay, first up is going to be Mr. Bart Deemer. Mr. Deemer, we're going to unmute your microphone and offer a chance for you to share your video at this point.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Could I ask if my presentation could be put up on the screen?
Ms. Townsend is pulling it up right now.
Do you have a comment?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Bart Deemer. Our home on the Russian River is served by a conventional septic system, and I've been a member of the Oates Russian River Residents Citizens Group since its start 5 years ago. Our group includes Oates owners from Fitch Mountain near Healdsburg to Villa Grande 24 miles downstream. We came together because of the proposed Rec 1 bacteria TMDL, which would impose upgrade costs on Russian River oats owners of $100 million or more, according to the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. With this hanging over our heads, we dug into fibs, lamps, etc., attended dozens of workshops, hearings, and meetings, and submitted dozens of comments. We have always supported reasonable, financially fair TMDLs for impaired waters. From the first TMDL meeting in 2014 until August 2019, the North Coast staff consistently said that although there was E. coli impairment in 5 tributary water bodies, the Russian River itself had no E. coli impairment. This was stated in the staff's 2014 sampling analysis. If you could add the next slide, please. This is the June 2 memo. And if we could go to the next slide for E. coli, you'll see that it shows there is Rec 1 impairment detected in the Russian River watershed in 5 tributaries. If we could see the next slide, please. These were identified as Foss Creek, Green Valley Creek, Laguna de Santa Rosa, and Matanzas Creek and Santa Rosa Creek. This freedom of the Russian River from E. coli impairment was continued in all 3 of the draft TMDLs published in 2015 and 2017. These drafts therefore focused on microorganisms other than E. coli, Bacteroides at first, then Enterococci. Then in 2018, the state board took an important step. It rejected Enterococci as an appropriate Rec 1 measure in freshwater and established E. coli as the exclusive measure. The decision has plenty of scientific support, and the state board deserves a lot of credit for it. Of course, with Enterococci gone, our group was up in the air as to the proposed TMDL. Our best guess was that it would be limited to the 5 tributary water bodies that had previously been shown as impaired for E. coli. That's why we were surprised when the new August 2019 draft stated for the first time that the reach of the Russian River from Hacienda to Villa Grande was impaired for E. coli. This is the 11-mile stretch within the Dutchbill Creek Russian River Huck 12 recreational land area. This reach is where the bulk of the Russian River's homes and cabins are located, and the bulk of the Russian River's water recreation takes place. Why had the E. coli status changed? Was the prior sampling wrong? Did new samples change the picture? We asked many times, but couldn't get an answer. To its credit, the North Coast staff eventually did share its impairment calculation for our area, which is shown in this table. In the next slide, please. It's important to understand what this table represents. First, please look at the geomean numbers on the left 3 columns. Geomean is the primary measure for Rec 1 impairment. For our entire area, the numbers show exactly 0 geomean exceedances out of hundreds of samples. The geomean readings literally couldn't be better. But this means that any 303D listing depends entirely on the secondary measure, STV, which is summarized in the 3 right columns. If you look at the totals of the bottom, you'll see for our whole land area, full year STVs, the first of the 3 columns, shows 19 exceedances out of 171 samples. For summer STVs, the rightmost column, the samples show 7 exceedances out of 145 samples. Both counts are well below the impairment thresholds in the state board's listing policy. That in turn means that the whole 303D listing of our area comes down to the winter STVs. Let's look at these carefully. For clarity, we've identified the numbered sampling stations and highlighted the 4 stations on the Russian River. For all locations in our area, the aggregate winter STV exceedances are 12 out of 26 samples. A water body with these numbers would be impaired. But the 12 out of 26 count isn't for a water body, it's for a collection of water bodies, namely the Russian River and 10 different tributary water bodies. If you add up the 4 stations on the Russian River, the winter STV count is only 3 exceedances out of 6 samples, below the impairment minimum of 5 exceedances. This shows that our reach of the Russian River is now alleged to be impaired for E. coli, not based on fixing errors in old samples or on new samples, but simply on a kind of new math. There is no basis in science or reason to add up readings from 11 different water bodies to create a number that looks like impairment and then apply impairment to all the water bodies. In fact, if you look across the rows of the table, water body by water body, you'll see that they don't establish impairment for a single water body anywhere in our area, much less the Russian River. Impairment has literally been created out of nothing. It's fine to evaluate water bodies in land units at the HUC 12 level, but a water body within any land area has to be evaluated based on its own samples. What's the bottom line? It's this simple principle. The state board should insist that any impairment listing of a water body be based on samples of that water body. We hope that this is not too much to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deemer. Any questions from fellow board members?
Well, I guess I'm just wondering if the North Coast or our staff could help clarify or respond to some of those comments.
Hi, good morning. This is Catherine Carter, Senior Environmental Scientist at the North Coast Regional Board and Supervisor of the Adaptive Management Unit. I am going to ask if Alita Mangelsdorf could be unmuted. She is Environmental Program Manager who has been working on the TMDL since its inception and would be an appropriate person to reply.
Good morning. This is Alita Mangelsdorf. I'm the Division Chief for our Planning and Stewardship Division at the North Coast Board. And as Catherine mentioned, I worked as the unit supervisor on the TMDL midway through its development and helped to see it adopted by our Regional Water Board last fall. There is definitely some background that would be helpful to understanding Mr. Deemer's comments. And I first want to say that we have at the North Coast really appreciated the involvement of all of the citizens in the Russian River who have committed a lot of time and energy to working with us over the questions of data analysis and the development of an implementation program. And I will acknowledge that our project has changed a lot over the years since its first draft in 2014, largely due to the involvement of all of the citizen commenters that we've had. So there's been a huge evolution in the project as a result of public comment. And the place that we arrived and brought the project that we brought to our board last August represented basically
many, many years of discussion with the public. So the background that I'd like to offer, I think that would be helpful to better understanding Mr. Deemer's comments, is that when we first designed our TMDL project, it was not with E. coli specifically in mind. The state board had not yet adopted an objective for E. coli, and the objective in our own basin plan was based on fecal, the fecal coliform, which at the time, even at that time, everyone recognized was not the ideal indicator for fecal contamination. So the project that we designed was based on multiple lines of evidence. We collected E. coli data, Enterococcus data, we collected Bacteroides. We had a contract with Lawrence Livermore National Lab, who did a phylogenetic study, the DNA analysis. And we basically designed the study to look specifically at the relationship of fecal indicator bacteria and DNA data to specific land uses. Because we had a limited monitoring budget, we wanted to be able to associate the risk of pathogen impairment with land uses and then be able to extrapolate that across the watershed. And what we concluded in our analysis was that areas with high density of septic systems had a high propensity or high likelihood of contributing pathogen impairment. Urban areas, sewered urban areas had a high propensity, and farmland, especially related to ranching and dairies, had a high propensity or a high likelihood of contributing pathogens to the water body. At the time of our initial study, we were analyzing E. coli data using a static calculation method for the geomean. And the objective that the state board adopted requires use of a rolling 6-week average as the way of calculating the mean. So the way the E. coli data in particular was analyzed in the early days was different than how it was ultimately analyzed in preparation for our TMDL. Or the conclusion of our TMDL. And in fact, following the state board's adoption of the E. coli objective, we did a full recalculation of all of our E. coli data to bring it up to the level of, or the requirements associated with the new adopted objective. A key point I want to make is that we did not collect E. coli data with the idea that we would be using it as the mechanism for listing, nor for establishing the areas of impairment for the focus of our TMDL program of implementation. We were specifically looking at multiple lines of evidence because of our recognition that the fecal coliform indicator was not adequate. And we have ample evidence that the lower Russian River not only has, meets the thresholds required of the 303 delisting policy for E. coli, but also has evidence of human fecal waste discharge associated or as evidenced by the DNA analyses that were done and the Bacteroides analyses that were done. And to repeat something that Mary said in her presentation, the Enterococcus data that we collected was something that one of our scientific peer reviewers strongly applauded because of its very good relationship with epidemiology. And so it was an important tool for us to continue to use, to adhere to the whole idea of a scientific peer review. And so we viewed the sort of two approaches using E. coli and then public health advisories and Enterococcus as a reasonable way of identifying impairment for the 303D list. And I think the last thing I'd say is that our TMDL initially, prior to its last form, basically identified the entirety of the Russian River as impaired. And that was because of the source analysis work that we had done and using these multiple lines of evidence. Through public comment and through our reanalysis of the data, and based on the fact that we had the 303D listing process happening simultaneous with our TMDL adoption process, we felt it necessary to simplify our analysis so that we could rely more directly on the listing policy and satisfy the requirements of the 303D list. But the evidence that we have is quite broad, and as I say, it's it has these, there are multiple lines. Are there any questions about that background?
So when you're looking at the evidence, I think part of Mr. Deemer's contention was that there was in some of the HUC 12 watersheds specifically, those watersheds, there wasn't sufficient evidence if you look at a HUC 12 by HUC 12 base sample. So can you explain that piece? You mentioned that the TMDL is for the entire Russian River watershed, but here when we're looking at listing, I think we have to look, at each water body that's being recommended for listing. So I just want to understand that distinction.
Sure. So for the TMDL itself, we actually, it was in the final version of our TMDL that we decided to divide the watershed rather than into upper, middle, and lower Russian River into smaller units. And we chose the HUC 12 so that we could define smaller areas based on the data that we had. And as I said, our limited monitoring budget didn't allow us to collect data in each of the HUC 12s. So we were, there are many HUC 12s that we can't make a listing decision on because we just don't have data, or we only have a few samples. So the ones that you see as listed as impaired are ones that do indeed have E. coli data sufficient, or Enterococcus and public health advisories sufficient to make a listing decision based on the listing policy. I think the point that Mr. Deemer is making is that the geomeans, some of the listing decisions are not based on an exceedance of the geomeans, but instead an exceedance of the statistical threshold value. Both are valid and both are fall under the guidelines of the 303D listing policy. But I think the point he's trying to make is that E. coli alone doesn't show extensive and chronic E. coli problems. But the point I would add on top of that is that we have multiple other lines of evidence that help to support the fact that though the listing decision is based on E. coli in accordance with the statewide objective, and though that evidence is the geomean itself is not regularly the metric that we are listing on, that we can support the idea that the HUC 12s that we've identified as listed as impaired based not only on this STV, but also on other lines of evidence like Enterococcus, Bacteroides, and the phylochip data we have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
I have a follow-up question on that. So on the methods used, and Ms. Mengeldorf, this background is extremely helpful, and I appreciate that you're saying that there's layers of evidence, but I'm just wanting to better understand the method used, and you were saying that the 303D guidelines allow for that method. I just want to make sure that I understood that correctly. And then secondly, is this a method that is used elsewhere? And maybe our staff, state board staff, could jump in on this as well.
Sure. So, yeah, the bacteria objective, the statewide bacteria objective that the state board adopted has two pieces to it. For E. coli, you exceed the objective based on a calculation of a geomean, which is over the course of a rolling 6-week average, or you might exceed it based on a statistical threshold value, which is a different number, but it's calculated over the course of a month, a calendar month. Both are parts of the bacteria objective, and they are both parts that we applied. We did both calculations using the E. coli data in the regional board. The listing policy, we applied the listing policy to both of those calculations, and the results are what you see in our staff report and result in our proposal to list in accordance with those recommendations.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from fellow board members? Okay, well, thank you for the thorough explanations, and thank you, Mr. Deemer, for your questions and comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Loffer, we'll go to our next public commenter.
Yes, they had a designated speaking order for this item, and we had a Mr. Rich Homer who was joining us, but we seem to have lost him in the connection. So I'm going to move to the next speaker in the group. Bear with me one moment. Our next speaker is going to be Pat Abercrombie. Pat, we're going to ask you to share your video and unmute you.
And I apologize for the sake of efficiency. I do want to make sure that we'll go ahead and set a 5-minute comment timer for folks. Once you have about 30 seconds, I'll hold up this like red notebook, and you'll know that's your signal that you'll soon need to wrap up. But 5 minutes should be enough, but please do request if you need more. And Mr. Abercrombie, good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? Fantastic. I'm going to read from a script as well, at least most of the time. My name is Pat Abercrombie. I'm a current resident of the Fitch Mountain. I'm the current president of the Fitch Mountain Association and a resident of Fitch Mountain northeast of Healdsburg. There are about 340 homes with on-site wastewater treatment systems on Fitch Mountain, ranging from cesspools to $100,000 state-of-the-art treatment plants. Many of these homes are owned by families who've been recreating on the Russian River for decades, and many of these homes are actually cabins that are occupied a few weekends each summer by descendants of the original owners. And I can assure you, I'm president of the Fitch Mountain Association. It's a small organization, but it's a tight community, and I can tell you there isn't anyone on Fitch Mountain that wants a dirty river. We all want a clean Russian River. So we're not here proposing to continue any egregious pollution of the river. But based on the science that's been accepted by the State Water Board, we have a clean river. As described in a detailed March 31 comment letter that we sent to you, the Fitch Mountain Association. The North Coast Board's argument for listing the Russian River in the vicinity of Fitch Mountain, which is the Brooks Creek Huck 12, is based on criteria that the State Water Board has already rejected. In 2018, the State Water Board adopted E. coli as the sole fecal indicator bacteria for fresh water. Nonetheless, the regional board is recommending listing our stretch of the river based on Enterococcus. I'm going to go off script here for a second, which may be fatal, but to read from the article and the peer reviewer that supposedly recommended the use of Enterococcus, which Nicholas Ashbolt, and in the article that we attached to our letter and that I think the state board has, it says, however, there is growing evidence to suggest that Enterococcus are present and may persist in a wide variety of environmental habitats, often in the absence of fecal contamination. Recent reports suggesting a primary autochthonous source of Enterococcus populations in marine beach sands and detritus, as well as freshwater habitats, highlight the potential for such populations to confound water quality monitoring, questioning the value of Enterococcus as a fecal indicator. So Enterococcus were expressly rejected by the state board as a freshwater listing due to this tendency for false positives. So Enterococcus, not a good indicator. Regarding the beach alerts, the regional board cites 4 beach alerts between 2013 and 2016. These all occurred during a 9-day period in 2013 at Memorial Beach in Healdsburg. These were alerts, they were not beach closures. And there's not been a single alert since that time, right on through 2019. As Bart said, the County of Sonoma has estimated the cost to OTS owners of the proposed Russian River TMDL could exceed $100 million. And despite stipulations going all the way back to AB 885 that funding sources be made available to homeowners when regulations like this are adopted, there's no agency that I know of that's available to homeowners in the Fitch Mountain area to offer financial support for making what can be many tens of thousands of dollars of upgrades. So I would say in summary, for the Brooks Creek Huck 12, the science does not support the Russian River in the area of Fitch Mountain being added to the 303D list, despite the contortions the data have been subjected to, and to do so without scientific footing would be ill-advised. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Abercrombie. I think many of the comments were addressed in staff's previous explanations around not the single use of enterococci, but other lines of evidence. So I don't know if there's too much more to respond, but I don't know if staff wanted to add anything further to Mr. Abercrombie's comments and concerns, which I think were reflective and similar to Mr. Deemer's, and feeling that the evidence was insufficient for the listing. But I would also flag, as I understand it, those lines of evidence included DNA tracing to particular sources. And so I think the evidence, is, again, as I understand it, wasn't tied to any one indicator, and can appreciate, yes, that the board has recently preferred E. coli or otherwise spoke to it. But
Chairman Esquivel, this is Rebecca Fitzgerald of Division of Water Quality. May I respond briefly?
Yes, by all means, thank you.
Great, sounds like you can hear me okay then, so that's good. Let me see if I can get my video going as well. I'm just going to go ahead and say orally. For some reason, the video doesn't seem to be connecting. Well, maybe. Anyway, I just wanted to address some of the points that we've heard from both of the previous speakers in regards to the listing policy, and also the recently adopted bacteria water quality objectives that are now part of the Inland Surface Waters Plan. The way that some of the E. coli data were assessed for the integrated report purposes, those were kind of the first data that were assessed, and it was a fairly straightforward assessment, applying the number of exceedances out of the total number of samples to determine if there was an impairment or not. Then there was another, if that did not determine that there was an impairment, but if there were enterococci data and the public health advisory data that did show a potential impairment of the beneficial uses, the recreational uses, then that was assessed per the weight of evidence approach within the listing policy. And I will also add that assessing data from enterococci is not precluded by the fact that we have water quality objectives for E. coli. It's not precluded in the SWRCB plan that we adopted recently, nor in the listing policy. I will also add that I really appreciate the comments and the data that Mr. Deemer and Mr. Abercrombie have shared with us. I would like to, we're in the public comment period right now. I would like to take an additional look at those data sets, consult with the North Coast Board on the geographic split of the water body in a little bit more depth. I would also like to, frankly, look a little bit more at the literature associated with enterococci and the links that it has for where you know that there is likely human sewage excuse me, in the water body, if that is then appropriate at that point to use enterococci as an indicator of human health risks. So I think those are a few next steps, at least in my mind, that I would like to take during the public comment process.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. I really appreciate those thoughts. And Mr. Deemer and Mr. Abercrombie, I hope that I think that points to further work, and really appreciate. And again, reiterate that today's not a decision point, is a workshop to hear these thoughts and concerns. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Loffer, next public.
Our next speaker will be Mr. Homer. Mr. Homer, we're going to be asking you to share your video, and we'll be offering you the opportunity to unmute your microphone. So Mr. Homer, it appears I can hear you now. Thank you.
Can you hear me? I called in on the phone because I keep losing the Zoom connection. So
we can hear you well. Thank you.
Hopefully you're hearing me.
We are. We can hear you quite well. Thank you. And I'll set
Great.
the timer for 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm Rich Homer. I'm a resident of Villa Grande, a member of the OTS Russian River Residents, and a member of the board of directors of the Friends of Villa Grande. I'm also president of the board of directors of Sweetwater Springs Water District, but I am not speaking for them today. I wanted to comment a little bit on the economic effects, and I'll start with the demographic setting along the affected communities. The Russian River drainage is characterized by small communities which historically developed as summer home communities. Many of these communities date back to the early 1900s. The summer homes have evolved into full-time residences. The homes tend to be small and modest, and as a result, the small communities in the Russian River drainage are the source of the largest amount of affordable housing in Sonoma County. Many residents are retired and a large number are low income. Two communities, Monte Rio and Guerneville, have been designated as disadvantaged unincorporated communities by Sonoma LAFCO. So the effects of the 303D listing economically are substantial. The North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board has developed a watershed pathogen TMDL as a result of previous 303D listings that applied to extremely limited portions of the Russian River. You heard the questions before on the validity of some of the current studies. The TMDL proposes an advanced protection management plan that sets very rigid and expensive standards for OTS in the affected area. These include providing advanced treatment units when systems are replaced, forced abandonment of cesspools, and mandatory inspections of OTS every 5 years. The costs of compliance are substantial. Mandatory upgrades to OTS include costs of $5,000 to $15,000 for permitting and design. Adding an advanced treatment unit will cost $18,000 to $45,000. System replacement for a standard system is $6,000 to $10,000. And the additional cost of $2,500 to $20,000 for a non-standard system. So the total cost of compliance per residence are going to range from $31,500 to $90,000 per residence. This is using the figures of the economic analysis. I think actually these might be low. Expect every 5 years dollars per residence. Of course, one of the alternatives is provision of sewer. There's a nearby community in Sonoma County that connected to an existing treatment plant where the cost was $57,000 per residence. I have to point out that this was in an area that was level and easy to do construction and had an existing treatment plant. Most of the areas of the small communities along the Russian River have very difficult construction needs due to steep topography and narrow roads. As to the availability of funding for these improvements, these costs are difficult to impossible for residents of the affected area to pay. There's clearly a need for economic support. The economic study outlines various sources of funding, but there's been no attempt to provide funding to most of the affected communities. The communities of Villa Grande and Monte Rio did receive grant funding for a study. The implementation of the APMP standards will simply not be effective unless funding and support are provided to homeowners. The North Coast Board needs to take a leading role in providing assistance for compliance and should be directed to do so by your board. And that's why I'm requesting today. I thank you for your time as I went over.
You did it, and I really appreciate your comments. I think I know the financial implications often of the decisions that are made here are sometimes borne on communities that can least afford it. And I feel fortunate that we do have the Division of Financial Assistance, which, by number of staff in the program is our largest division out of all of our work. And I know within our on-site wastewater treatment system policy generally, our OTS policy generally, we do direct and provide for some assistance to connections, I think, for individuals that are connecting to larger systems. And there, I think it's more just a zero interest loan that the county can pull out and provision to households, although not certainly free money can help, though, with the costs of what I understand are significant, often on the homeowner side, even to connecting to, say, a system and getting off of a septic, where that is even an option. So all that to say that I think we are continue to be particularly sensitive to those needs, and would want to talk further with staff as to what are some of the ways that we can help provide dollars, knowing that dollars are tight as it is, and only going to be tighter in the economic times that we see ahead of ourselves here. But it's all the more important that we start to think of those programs in that way, so that we can meet these goals and really continue to move these large watershed-wide, we'll say, achievements and goals forward. So I appreciate it, Mr. Holmer.
Chair Esquivel, this is Alita Mangelsdorf. May I offer a
Oh, please, yes.
thoughts?
Yeah, by all means.
I just wanted to assure the state board that our staff at our regional board have been working very closely with the Division of Financial Assistance and providing assistance not only to Sonoma County, but also to in the establishment of a community technical advisory group down in the Lower Russian River. So we're very actively involved in trying to establish appropriate means for delivering state funds to the variety of projects that will over the years be undertaken under our TMDL. And I just wanted to make the further point that our implementation program changed dramatically over the years as a result of a lot of public comment. And we've basically arrived at a program where the primary obligation of someone who has an OTS within the Advanced Protection Management program area is to evaluate their system and report to us on whether or not it's a cesspool or a non-functioning system, or if it's functioning. And if it's functioning well, then there's no further action necessary except to re-inspect every 5 years. And it's only those sites or those systems that are either a cesspool or are overflowing or non-functioning that there will need to be attention. And again, we're working closely with the county to try to find funding to help folks who can't afford that on their own.
I really appreciate that. And so would direct Mr. Holmer and others that are tuned in today and painted and on the webcast to further connect with regional board staff. And it sounds like some existing work in groups that are convened to tackle the technical side, but then also it sounds like make sure we are communicating well what the requirements are here and just get resources connected to individuals. I think that's a goal that we all have in this program. So really appreciate your comments, Mr. Holmer. Thank you. Mr. Lawfer?
Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Christian. I'm going to be unmuting and asking him to share his video. And after Mr. Christian, just so folks can get ready, we'll hear from Mr. Gross and Ms. Yardley.
Good morning.
Okay, this is Jim Christian. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good. Okay. I'm Jim Christian from Summerhome Park along the Russian River, just downstream from Fitch Mountain in Healdsburg, and we have a community that is very similar to Fitch Mountain. The years ago original listing, 303D listing, was an effort that I think was started with good intentions to clean up a river, which was perceived not to be clean and to be littered with ancient cesspools. That effort has, somewhat surprisingly, in its TMDL, and contrary to expectations, turned up supporting data that basically the river, the main stem of the river, where the recreation takes place, does not meet the 303 delisting criteria for pathogen pollution. And secondly, in the TMDL, the remaining septic systems and cesspools have not proven or been proven to be measurable nor meaningful contributors to the Russian River pollution load. The data, therefore, don't really support the listing for pathogens. The variations in pathogen load are a bit of a mystery. Against a steady state of constant septic population, there has been variation from time to time, year to year, and place to place. And other metrics have been used to try to determine why that might be. Bacteroides and DNA might be an indicator that day trippers who do not have access to public restrooms along the beach are using the river as a latrine. There's a certain amount of support for that that's anecdotal if you ask the communities along the river. But there is no analysis of a measurable, statistically significant improvement in recreational water quality, which will derive from any one of us spending $50,000 to $100,000 to upgrade our septic systems. Now, under AB 885, and we all certainly agree, cesspools are on their way out and are few and far between right now. So what we're talking about is taking people who have an existing conforming septic system and facing an upgrade charge that is equivalent to 25 to 50% of their house value with no financing assured. So we respectfully ask that the 303 delisting for pathogen not be approved and to simply let the AB 885 regulations be applied to the Russian River. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
And next up, we have Mr. Gross, and I'll likewise be asking him to share his video and unmuting his microphone at this point.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Phil Gross. I am president of the Hacienda Improvement Association. I've served as president of that organization at least once in each of the last 5 decades. I want to thank the OTS group and point out that the commentators that you've heard so far are all part of the OTS group. And isn't it odd that we hear from Ms. Mangelsdorf that they've listened a lot and changed a lot of things, and yet the OTS group feels left out of the process. They feel ignored. They have done fabulous work over the last several years. They brought tremendous expertise to the task and gave unstintingly to the effort. They did so because nobody cares more about a healthy Russian River than the people who live on it, who swim in it, and who work every year to protect and improve it. As you've heard today, this advisory board gave a good deal of advice, but they have most definitely not given their consent to the outcome, nor do I. I want to echo the remarks that have been made about the phenomenal expense of this regulatory action. The expense, by the way, was not even considered by the regional staff. They explicitly stated that while it was nice to make implementation affordable, that, quote, should not suggest that actions undergo a cost-benefit analysis to justify their application. A cost-benefit analysis is not a requirement of CEQA, close quote. Well, that may be true, but the cost and the benefit is sure as hell important to the residents of Lower Russian River. The County of Sonoma thought it was pretty important too, and did their own analysis that's been referred to before. They looked at what septic systems would be needed to be upgraded or replaced, and they came up with that estimate of perhaps over $100 million. The staff's tepid response to those enormous numbers, quote, regional water board staff appreciate the cost estimates provided by the county, close quote. I need to tell you, I want to echo what Rich Homer said about the lower Russian River. Tourism really became established in the 20s and 30s. Cabins were mostly small, often built on tiny lots. To this day, a large percentage are uninsulated, sometimes with a propane wall heater, sometimes heated only by a wood stove. Over the last few decades, a good many of these 80 and 90-year-old cabins have become full-time residences. The lower Russian River, as Rich said, has long been considered Sonoma County's largest inventory of affordable homes for lower income families. If they're pushed out by this expensive program, where will they go? This is unaffordable and unworkable. And the timeline, 15 years seems like plenty of time to save up a little money for a new septic system. Sure, a few fires, a few floods, an incompetent utility, and a pandemic keep shutting down our society, but just suck it up and put some money aside. With the cost of these systems, that means that families would have to put aside $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a year for 15 years. Let me tell you, some of my neighbors on the lower Russian River will not be able to do that once, much less every year. So in light of all of that and all that you've heard today, I have two specific asks. One, return this draft to the regional board with instructions to work with the community rather than ignore it, and to create a plan that costs much, much less than this. This is what really needs to happen. Or two, if you really can't see the wisdom in kicking this back to the regional board, then you're going to have to show us the money. Again, we hear that they're working on it. We haven't seen it. We haven't heard any evidence of it, other than that claim that they're working hard on it. If you can't or won't, this plan will fail. In 15 years, there will still be cesspools on the Russian River. People will be fighting with the county, and many of our neighbors will be forced out of their homes. In 15 years, I'm going to be 85 years old and even more crotchety than I am today. But if you don't fix this thing, I'll be back here to tell your successors that we tried, we really tried to help you fix it. Thank you.
Thank you for the sincere comments, and continue to look forward to making sure that we do move forward in a way that is meets the standard of the engagement that I'm hearing somehow hasn't been met. And so we're committed to that. So we appreciate your comments. Thank you, Mr. Grossi.
Chair Escobar, this is Gerald again. May I step in for a moment?
Yes, if you'd like to provide some response.
Yeah, I just want to provide kind of a sense that I think I'm hearing a lot of comments associated with the scope of the Russian River pathogen TMDL and the implementation plan that's a component of that TMDL. And yes, there's certainly a link with the listings and then the TMDL, but that the TMDL has been adopted by the North Coast Regional Board. It has not yet come to the State Water Board for consideration. We're expecting that later this fall, perhaps, but I just wanted to just kind of maybe set the stage for some of the comments are probably more associated with the TMDL aspect than the 303D listing hearing item before you today.
That's a helpful clarification, Ms. Fitzgerald. I appreciate that.
I have a question regarding economic analysis. And thank you for your comments. I have been wanting us to move into a direction where we have more of a standardized analysis. I know with 303D listings, it might be a little different in terms of our role as opposed to the regional board role. And also I recognize that there is a distinction between doing an economic analysis and a full-blown cost-benefit analysis, or not necessarily full-blown. That makes it sound like it's more robust. It's just that sometimes it's challenging to do a cost-benefit analysis because of challenges associated with accurately determining benefits. But I'd like to ask both our staff and the regional board staff to comment on this issue and whether or not there was an economic analysis, not necessarily a cost benefit analysis that was done.
Well, this is Rebecca Fitzgerald again. I got my video working, so that's one positive. There is no cost benefit analysis associated with doing the 303 delisting or the integrated report. There is with a TMDL because it is a basin plan amendment. And so I can defer to Ms. Mangelsdorf from the North Coast region if she wants to talk more about what was in the economic analysis for the TMDL, but I do know that there was one for that action.
And,
Yeah,
excuse me, this is Jonathan Bishop, and I do want to remind the board that they will have the opportunity to look at the analysis that's done on the TMDL when that comes forward in the future.
Yeah, and for clarity for individuals that maybe are new to some of these discussions, those tuning in, the 303D listing process is simply that. It's a listing process. It's a gathering of evidence. It's an identifying, and it's really when we develop total maximum daily loads for then those impairments that are identified in 303D lists that the rubber hits the road, if you will. Permits get changed. Things on the ground become implemented. And so these discussions we have around the lines of evidence, the thresholds for listing on 303D, in my mind at least, are of a different nature and yes, lead ultimately an influence and are part of development than of a TMDL, but that is really where many of the concerns as to impacts or economic analyses and the thoroughness and robustness of our process further kind of comes into play. So there's nothing self-implementing, as I understand it, at least for the listings here, and would point others, and stakeholders and otherwise here that's the kind of the process we're talking about here, and how some of this discussion is more appropriate for that specific total maximum daily load implementation of a 303D listing, if that hopefully is clear for folks. Anything further to add on that? And if not, appreciate again the comments, and we'll move on to Ms. Yardley.
Good morning. May I begin? I'm Sarah Yardley, resident of the Hacienda neighborhood on the Russian River, a retired civil engineer and member of the Russian River Resident Aughts Committee. In this discussion today, we've heard that the analysis is by water body, and then we also have heard that it's by HUC 12. Now, the North Coast Regional Board did use water bodies, as I said, and they've now changed to using the hydraulic unit code 12 or HUC 12 in the Russian River analysis. A HUC 12 area within the Russian River typically consists of the area drained by a reach of the river and the tributaries in that reach. A HUC 12 area is not a subwatershed, even though it is incorrectly referred to as subwatersheds in the draft document and in discussion and presentation today. For example, the Dutch Bill Creek, HUC 12 includes the Russian River from Hacienda 11 miles downstream to where the Dutch Bill Creek joins the river in Monte Rio. There are 8 tributaries within that HUC 12 area downriver of Hacienda. The regional board analysis considers all water within that given HUC 12 area to be either impaired or not impaired for the given constituent based on aggregation of all data within the area. But how can conditions that might exist downstream be used to determine whether upstream waters in that HUC 12 are impaired? Does anybody really believe that pollution from a downstream tributary can migrate 11 miles upstream in a river? Do we think that pollution from the river can migrate upstream into tributaries? What science supports this idea? In 2019, we asked about the basis for the change over to using HUC 12 areas. And the regional board staff responded that lots of others are using HUC 12 areas for 303D listings and TMDLs. Lots of others is not a reason. If others have used HUC 12 areas incorrectly, that's no reason for that area to be repeated in the Russian River and its tributaries. We want this analysis to meet logical, scientific criteria. We ask the state board to require the North Coast Regional Board to conduct its analysis by reasonable stretches of water bodies, not HUC 12 areas. It would be really sad and terrible regulatory policy for the water boards to make a 303 listing that leads to requirements for expensive upgrades using data that had been applied incorrectly. For background information on the purpose and the development of the HUC system, please see the U.S. Geological Survey Water Supply Paper 2294 Hydrologic Unit Maps. For discussion of the misuse of HUC areas in water quality analysis, please see the paper, How Misapplication of the Hydrologic Unit Framework Diminishes the Meaning of Watersheds, which is available through the U.S. EPA Public Document Access. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Loeffler?
Yes, we have one last speaker on this item, and that is Ms. Glua with California Coastkeeper. Allow me to ask her to share her camera and unmute her microphone at this point.
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Caitlin.
Wonderful. Thank you. So good morning. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I'm policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents Humboldt Bay Keeper and Russian River Keeper in the North Coast region. We appreciate this update to the integrated report and the ongoing work by your staff to update the bacteria and pathogen listings in the North Coast region. Our primary concern today is the overall lack of numeric limits for nitrogen and phosphorus for freshwater systems specifically. Local water keepers have detected significant quantities of nitrogen and phosphorus throughout the North Coast region, such as 30 to 50 parts per million of nitrogen in runoff samples taken in Arcata, and water quality samples taken in the Laguna de Santa Rosa with phosphorus levels ranging from 2.3 to 16 milligrams per liter, which far exceed the US EPA's recommended 1/10 of a milligram per liter for phosphorus in flowing freshwater systems, essentially to control for eutrophication, which often fuel and lead to harmful algal blooms. The North Coast region, along with other regions such as the Central Valley, have established a limit of 10 milligrams per liter for nitrogen, specifically to protect for drinking water sources. This numeric, however, is only protective of drinking water and is 10 times the 1 milligram per liter threshold that's needed to control for nitrogen in freshwater, a threshold that's necessary to protect ecosystems from eutrophication, again, that causes harmful algal blooms. Today, we're asking your board to direct the North Coast region to, in this process, to manage for eutrophication. Oh, excuse me, I skipped a line here. We're asking that your board direct the North Coast region to evaluate and set a freshwater numeric for nitrogen and phosphorus to support a listing process and to ultimately manage for eutrophication and essentially manage the presence of harmful algal blooms throughout the region. Without a protective numeric limit for both nitrogen and phosphorus, the water board permits that stem from this will ultimately fail to assess the ultimate health of our rivers and streams and allow these waterways to ultimately degrade, in turn impacting both fisheries and recreation. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Our local water keepers look forward to engaging and outlining these concerns in their written comment.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Kalua.
I would love to hear from the North Coast or our staff a bit on that issue as well.
Oh, good afternoon. Good morning. We actually have a statewide process that's been going on for a number of years to try and develop biostimulative limits. This is not an easy task, and it is in process. We can provide you with an update or bring a information item to the board in the future on all the science that's gone into this over the many years and what we know today and where we're headed. But it's not so simple as just pulling out the a number and applying it.
Yes, and this is Catherine Carter at the North Coast Regional Board. I will just add a couple of points, and that is that we actually have done biostimulatory conditions assessments in our region. To the point that was just made, that it is more than the levels of nitrogen and phosphorus in the water. It has to do with other factors such as shade and flow. And really what you need to find out is, are you seeing responses in the system? And we are very interested in moving that direction and have encouraged people in our region to collect that robust set of data so we can do those assessments that do include then a look at nitrogen and phosphorus. Additionally, I want to note that we are very active in our cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom program, and it's the similar factors that it's not as straightforward as nitrogen and phosphorus, especially as we're finding cyanobacteria have ability. Many of the benthic versions have an ability to do luxury consumption of phosphorus and then create nitrogen on their own to grow. So it's a very complex topic that we certainly are interested in investigating more, and we're following the state board's process very closely.
Really appreciate that. And I think that to my mind, it does speak to perhaps an informational item on the surface water ambient monitoring program, or perhaps the Water Quality Monitoring Council's work generally, which I know really dovetails into this, the bioassessments on streams, and the connectivity is there. And just want to acknowledge the real great leadership that I know is in our regions on so many of these issues. And I think we have a lot of opportunity to continue to do this work. And on the HAB front, harmful algal blooms, I know we have legislative direction, and there also a program at the state board where we're trying to better coordinate all this. And hopeful that we can continue to gather the resources we need to do this work justice, but also know that we have an incredible number of sister agencies and academic institutions and others that we are connected to, work with on a daily basis, and are part of this really exciting work ultimately, and have appreciated today's discussion on the 303D listing as an ability to talk about some of the ways that we develop these lines of evidence, how we really do depend upon CDIN, the central environmental database that we have, that much of the testing that goes on either through permits or by regulated entities ends up going in there, or members of the public as well. Members of the public can add data to the databases from which these 303D listings are developed ultimately. And so really appreciate the full cycle that we have around some of this discussion. And thank you, Board Member Firestone, for bringing up the topics. Anything, Michael, do we have any further commenters?
No, there are no further commenters on this item.
Anything further from fellow board members? Questions, thoughts, points? Again, this is a workshop, so we will not be deciding anything today, but it is an opportunity for us to just generally hear and have received, and am thankful for today's extensive input from both those homeowners and also advocates out there on these issues.
So if
Hearing
there's
no
no further discussion from the board members, then I would suggest that we go ahead and close the hearing. This was actually a hearing item, and it's worth reminding the folks that are listening online that the written comment periods close April 30th and May 14th, depending on which of the items you're specifically commenting on.
Thank you, Michael. And with that, I'll officially close item number 4 and the hearing on the 303D listing for the North Coast region for the 2018 integrated report. We're just at noon here, so, and I apologize that we haven't taken a bio break. Hopefully everyone has felt comfortable enough to walk away from their screens and take care of themselves and not feel transfixed to what I know can be some lengthy public process, but important for us as board members. And so just thank you for that. So I will actually say we should probably just go to lunch at this point. We do have item number 5. We said we wouldn't hear item number 6 before 1. Let's just go ahead and take lunch at this point, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. If that sounds good to everyone, unless there are any other thoughts before we recess. Mr. Locker?
Yeah, the one comment I would like to make, Chair Esquivel, is perhaps it's worth, if the board is amenable to it, we can provide a notice that I didn't do a last count, but I believe we have at least 15 or so commenters on item number 5. So it's very unlikely that we'll get to item number 6 before 2:30 or 3 o'clock, and we can at least notify people so they don't begin joining early.
Yes, let's do that. Save everyone's time.
And actually, Mr. Chairman, I was wondering, perhaps in the interest of efficiency, we might take a shorter lunch because we do have so many speakers for the remaining items.
That's a fair request. And so folks are okay with a 30-minute lunch. We can take a 30-minute break here and we can come back.
It's not like we have to go anywhere.
It's true. This is true. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And so we will reconvene at 12:30. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. See you then.
Chair Esquivel, would you like us to get going?
Yeah, I think we can start. I think it's just board member Moore. Sorry, McGuire. Throwback to a previous board.
Hold on one moment, and we'll get the presentation up, and we'll make sure all the staff are ready on item 5.
Okay, thank you. And just while we're waiting, for those that don't have the agenda in front of them, item number 5 is a consideration of a proposed resolution to permanently require monthly water conservation and production reports from urban water suppliers.
And at this point in time, Chair Esquivel, all of the staff for this item should have control over their computers and can begin either unmuting themselves and sharing their videos as appropriate.
Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Good afternoon, Paola. Can you go ahead and identify yourself for the record? And you're welcome to go ahead and begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Paola Gonzalez. I am an environmental scientist in the Office of Research Planning and Performance. I am joined by Charlotte Ely, Conservation Unit Supervisor at SWRCB, and David Rose, attorney from the Office of the Chief Counsel. Today, I will be presenting on item 5, the monthly urban water supplier reporting regulation. I will provide a quick history of the monthly reporting, followed by a short discussion of current monthly reporting requirements. I will then discuss some of the comments we received during the public comment period and discuss how we responded. Lastly, I will outline our anticipated implementation plans and the upcoming schedule. After or during the presentation, please let us know if you have any questions. Next slide, please. The State Water Board first adopted drought emergency conservation regulations in July 2014. It required urban water suppliers to report estimated monthly production, the number of persons served, and per capita daily use. The State Water Board began requiring the monthly reports to create a current assessment of statewide production and use. This created two benefits. First, it increased Californians' awareness of water use. Second, it enabled California to analyze the impacts of the executive order, helping us gauge whether changes were needed. In May 2016, then Governor Brown issued Executive Order B3716 to make conservation a California way of life. The emergency regulations established minimum level of activity that residents, businesses, and water suppliers had to meet as the drought deepened. It imposed prohibitions on all urban water users in California and developed specific requirements for those urban water suppliers who had less or more than 3,000 connections. For those agencies who had greater than 3,000 connections, some of their requirements included implementing water shortage contingency plans and reporting monthly water production. Governor Brown then issued Executive Order B4017 in April 2017, declaring the end of the statewide drought emergency but maintaining conservation efforts. Mandatory reporting requirements were kept in place until November 2017, when the last emergency regulation expired. Executive Order B4017 also directed the board to develop permanent reporting requirements. With the passage of Senate Bill SB 606 in May 2018, the legislature reaffirmed then Governor Brown's directive, adding section 10609.28 to the Water Code. So this brings us to the current rulemaking. The formal rulemaking process began on October 31st, 2019. As with previous rulemakings, we announced the availability of documents for public review via the Conservation Regulations listserv, which to date has 4,347 members. In response to informal stakeholder comments in mid-December, Water Board staff made non-substantive changes to regulatory documents and extended the public comment period until January 31st, 2020. Throughout the 3-month public comment period, staff have engaged with stakeholders in meetings, over phone calls, and by email. During today's board meeting, stakeholders will have another opportunity to provide comments and shape the regulation. We look forward to hearing from and continuing to work with the people and organizations we've been engaging with on this matter for over half a decade. Next slide, please. Currently, the State Water Board collects reports from urban water agencies that deliver in excess of 3,000 acre-feet per year of potable water or who have greater than 3,000 service connections. The monthly report collects information on total monthly production and commercial, industrial, institutional, and agricultural production, if applicable, the number of persons served, percent residential use, per capita residential use, and information on enforcement actions and penalties. Collecting monthly reports provide various benefits. It allows for near-term data to be available on a monthly basis. It enables State Water Board staff to publicly release it in a machine-readable format on the State Water Board's website. It allows reporters to update data if initial reporting is estimated or otherwise found to be inaccurate, and it is limited to a smaller category of data than other reports, such as the electronic annual report. Next slide, please. During the public comment period, the State Water Board received timely comments from 54 individuals or entities. The State Water Board reviewed the relevant comment and aggregated repetitive comments into 51 categories. Some of the most common frequent comments included articulating the ways the State Water Board and others use data, allowing a grace period to submit reports, removing references to waste and unreasonable use, improving data accuracy, allowing agencies to revise preliminary values, considering monthly reports as estimates, discontinuing the use of RGPCD metric, streamlining reporting requirements. In the following slides, I will discuss how the Water Board staff are responding to these comments, and if board members would like to hear how staff responded to other comments you observe in the comment letters, let us know and we can discuss in greater detail. Next slide, please. I would like to begin by discussing the uses of the monthly reporting data. Currently, the State Water Board is using the monthly report data to help improve water management by making people more aware of water production and use trends. As stated in the ISOR, the proposed regulation intends to increase water system transparency and provide timely access to data on potable water production, use, and water agency actions in California. With greater access to consistent and current data, Californians are becoming more informed. A more informed understanding of how water is used empowers people to be better stewards. Better stewardship helps safeguard urban water supplies. The State Water Board is also currently using the monthly reporting data in environmental and economic impact analyses. It is also being used to corroborate data from the electronic annual report and other sources, which together can help inform long-term policy development and future rulemakings. Lastly, as the only consistent and current statewide urban water use data set, the monthly production and conservation reports represent the best available information to inform near-term decision-making. Monthly water production data is generally accurate and is a valuable gauge of statewide, regional, and water supplier-specific use trends. The monthly data has not only informed the work of the State Water Board, but also other agencies, local governments, nonprofit organizations, academia, and the media. Some specific examples of how the data is used outside of the State Water Board include the Pacific Institute's California Urban Water Suppliers Water Use Map, which uses newly released monthly data to allow users to explore trends and patterns in residential and system-wide water use. Another example is Stanford's study on the impact of media and water use and conservation during a recent drought, which demonstrated residential consumers decreased water use at the fastest rate following heavy drought-related news media coverage. Lastly, the city of Santa Cruz uses the data to communicate with customers. Their office uses an RGPCD display to communicate average residential usage in their community and to show how it compares to regional and statewide averages. A diverse group of stakeholders rely on the data for many different purposes. Next slide, please. I would now like to discuss the major proposed updates to the regulatory text. As previously mentioned, the State Water Board staff received comments from 54 entities. In response to those comments, staff have made changes to the proposed regulatory text. First, many commenters requested that the State Water Board allow a grace period to submit reports. Rather than requiring urban water suppliers to prepare and submit the report to the board by the 21st of each month, staff proposes the board require reports to be submitted by the 28th of each month. If adopted, the staff would provide a monthly update to the board on the second scheduled board meeting of each month. In addition, to avoid confusion and unnecessary consternation, staff proposed delaying the proposed code cleanup effort, which would have combined existing sections of the water code with the new reporting requirements in a new chapter, chapter 3.5, which would have been called Conservation and the Prevention of Waste and Unreasonable Use. Instead, staff proposed chapter 5B titled Urban Water Use Efficiency and Conservation. The first article will then be Article 1, Reporting, in which sections 990 and 991 will fall. Next slide, please. Some stakeholders have questioned the quality of the data derived from the monthly reports. We wanted to demonstrate how the data collected in the monthly reports compares to the data collected in the electronic annual report. So this graph compares the RGPCD of the monthly versus annual reports. The monthly are in blue and the annual in orange. The lines represent the statewide median values. We see that in warmer months, the monthly calculated RGPCD tends to be higher than the same calculated value using the year data. Meanwhile, in colder months, they show better agreement. Discrepancies between monthly and annual data may be due to differing definitions of total production, seasonal variations in population, and other factors. So in response to public comments and to meet our own needs, staff proposed developing processes and protocols to improve data integrity. A standardized protocol developed would detect atypical values provided in the monthly reports. In addition, staff are considering ways to make it easier, 1, for reporters to update previously entered values, and 2, for reporters to indicate when entries represent estimated or preliminary values. The latter would allow the State Water Board staff to follow up with urban water suppliers to ensure reported quantities are based on the most current data. Next slide, please. Staff proposed continuing the use of the residential gallons per capita per day, or RGPCD metric. The RGPCD is easy to understand. It is a useful metric for understanding a single supplier's water production and use trends. When relevant factors have been accounted for, RGPCD is also a useful metric for comparing the water production and use trends of different suppliers. As requested in many, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, if you don't mind for a moment, just explaining perhaps for folks how is it calculated? How is that number achieved? If that's helpful. And I can save my questions for later as well, Ms. Gonzalez. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw off your presentation.
No, that's completely okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me see. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can defer this question to Charlotte.
Okay, thank you. And you can continue on with your presentation. Sorry, again, didn't mean to necessarily interrupt it.
Charlie, would you like to go ahead or would you like to wait to the
Yes.
end?
Sorry. Yeah, we can talk about it now. Are you all able to hear me? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. We have on the conservation website a fact sheet, instructions for estimating residential gallons per capita per day in completing the monthly urban water supplier report. So basically what we ask suppliers to do is to take their total monthly potable water production, multiply it by percent residential use, or POU, which is the estimate that they provide in the report, times a conversion factor, depending on what units they're reporting in, and then divided by the total population served and the number of days in the month.
Thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, so as requested in many comment letters, the board will also prominently post the factors that can affect per capita water use fact sheet in at least 2 locations in the monthly reporting tool website. And the State Water Board will also continue to display the urban water supplier monthly reporting guidance, which includes explanation for calculating RGPCD and estimating percent residential use. Next slide, please. As part of our future outreach and implementation assistant, staff will conduct a webinar. In it, staff will review monthly reporting requirements, provide an overview of the reporting tool, and explain how to edit preliminary values. Also, as part of data streamlining efforts per Water Code Section 10609.15, the State Water Board is working through a possible advanced metering infrastructure or AMI pilot study. In addition, we are working with the Division of Drinking Water to evaluate integrating the monthly production data into the electronic annual report. The Department of Drinking Water plans to roll out a more modular survey design in 2022 for the 2021 reporting year. Lastly, the State Water Board staff will continue providing monthly conservation updates to the board for as long as the board chooses. Next slide, please. Here's an outline of our upcoming schedule. If the regulation is adopted by the board today, State Water Board staff will send out a press release regarding the regulation. Staff plan to submit all final regulatory documents to the Office of Administrative Law in mid-May. If the regulation is adopted today, we anticipate the law will become effective on October 1st, 2020. If while stakeholders are providing comments, the board members would appreciate staff input, please let us know and we'll be happy to answer any questions. And I would like to mention that David Rose from the Office of Chief Counsel would like to read into the record one staff proposed change to the regulatory text after the presentation is over. With that, thank you for your time, and we're ready for David Rose to go ahead and read for the record the regulatory text change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gonzalez. Mr. Rose?
Good afternoon, board. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members.
we wanted to read into the record one proposed change that's to fix a typographical issue that we noticed. Essentially, there was a cross-reference to Water Code Section 10608.12 that was changed by subsequent legislation after we had initially drafted this. So the proposed change is in proposed section 990, subdivision D, and the proposed change would be to the language that currently reads Water Code Section 10608.12, subdivisions D, H, and I should be changed to read Water Code Section 10608.12, subdivisions E, I, and J. That's the staff proposed change at this point to make sure that the cross-references remain correct when this is adopted by the board. And with that, I'll finish Paolo's presentation by suggesting that staff recommend adoption of the proposed resolution and the regulation text, of course, after comments and any consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Ms. Townsend, how many comment cards do we have for this item?
We have 17.
Okay, and most requesting 5 minutes, or are they about 3 minutes perhaps?
There was not a request for any time on those.
Okay, well,
but the standard states 5 minutes.
yeah. Okay, well, we'll give folks 5 minutes. Feel free to not use the full 5 minutes, and we'll try to work through unique comments and really appreciate everyone's interest. So, Mr. Loffer, if you'd like to begin going through the 15 individuals.
Sure. The first commenter we'll be hearing from is Chelsea Haynes, and just so folks can be prepared, and Ms. Haynes will be offering you the chance to share your video in a moment. And then the next speaker after her will be Fiona Sanchez, followed by Elizabeth Lovestead.
Thank you. And when you do come on camera, please identify yourself and the organization you're with, if you are with one. And thank you. Ms. Haynes.
So Ms. Haynes, I am not seeing that you had a microphone associated with your camera. Did you also call in? Hold on one second. In the lower left on your Zoom screen, there should be a button for join audio. It should be right next to the button that said start video. The other option is, do you have a phone handy? Because we could email you the call-in information very quickly.
And Mr. Loffer, while Ms. Haynes connects through audio, do you think it's worth perhaps going to our second speaker?
Yeah, there was a request by the speakers to go in a sequence of set sequence. So why don't I go ahead and skip to a slightly different group. And Ms. Haynes, I believe Ms. Townsend is resending to you the information with the call-in information. You can leave your video up, but when you call in using the call-in number and the password that she sent you, please be sure to email back to her what the last 3 digits of the phone number you'll be calling from so we can pair it up with your video. So at this point in time, why don't we switch over and we'll hear from the Pacific Institute and Sonali Abraham. And I'll be switching over and unmuting Ms. Abraham's microphone. and offering a chance for her to share her video.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Sonali Abraham. I'm a research associate at Pacific Institute, who I'll be speaking on behalf of. We're a nonprofit based out of Oakland, for those who don't know, and we largely work on California water issues. First off, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to comment on these proposed urban water conservation regulations. At Pacific Institute, we're regular and frequent users of this data, and we greatly appreciate the work of the State Board to develop and implement this monthly reporting. Overall, I want to state that we support these proposed regulations and are extremely excited to see what we can do with it, with the data. I want to list a few quick, I'll keep this as short as I can, reasons why we support it and a few recommendations for where we could see improvements being made. First off, the reporting provides data that is critical for developing sound policies that improve water and climate resiliency for the state. They're particularly useful because they're so timely and accessible, and the RGPCD is actually a very useful metric to communicate these trends to the public. Secondly, we believe that the guidelines have actually been very effectively restructured in such a way that they're both practical and beneficial. To improve the quality of the data collected, we recommend a few small changes. Firstly, while this is not explicitly stated in the regulations, we'd suggest that the State Board does not allow the % residential column to be pre-populated. We found in our research that this, the residential water use can vary widely month to month for an individual supplier. And we recommend that suppliers should be required to report this use every month. Secondly, we highly encourage that the reporting reinstates monthly reporting of CII water use. That's commercial, industrial, and institutional water use. We work closely with the business community in California and abroad and have seen a real interest from the community to improve water use practices, but are hindered by limited data for that sector. And now in times of COVID-19, this is going to be particularly relevant and useful, as we're seeing that trends in water use are probably going to shift as businesses are working from home on such a large scale and are having to pivot and rethink how they operate. This data will help us understand the impacts of COVID-19 and the associated economic downturn on demand. And lastly, we encourage that the regulations institute a sort of consistent timeline for release. We're not asking for an immediate release. We understand that time is required to process the data, but just ensure that it's consistent. That's about it. Thank you again for your leadership on this issue. We're pleased to see this becoming permanent and look forward to the many ways that the information can be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Really appreciate it.
And so at this point in time, we think we've got Ms. Haynes' phone line tied up with her video. And so we're going to unmute her and she should be able to begin her comments. Hi, Chelsea.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, I figured it would either be the technical or my dog jumping in. So thanks for bearing with me.
Thank you for being with us. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. So my name is Chelsea Haynes. I'm with the Association of California Water Agencies. And first, just want to thank you all for the opportunity to provide comments in this unusual format in this unusual time. I want to acknowledge staff's work on this, and my understanding, having jumped in more towards the tail end of this regulation, is that there have been productive discussions with staff and stakeholders that have led to some improvements in the draft regulation. Aqua shares this board's goal of improving good data for water management. And I think with the 2018 water conservation legislation, the 2016 Open and Transparent Water Data Act, there's a lot of really great policy that's being implemented. And so Aqua is a resource to you all as you continue to work towards those goals to ensure that the data that you're looking for is high quality, valuable, useful, and transparent. I had sent in advance a couple of requested amendments to the draft resolution to Janine that I see she's posted onto the Zoom. And so I was going to walk through all of those with you. I think they're fairly technical in nature and they're not intended to wordsmith in this final hour, but just provide clarification consistent with some of the discussions that we've had with staff throughout the past. So the first, I'm going to kind of skip around in order, I think, to get to the issues that we care most about. But under one of the themes I think that we've discussed with staff is the consistency of the monthly reporting with the other data that's going to be developed under the 2018 water conservation legislation, and specifically with the water shortage contingency plan. And so AB 1668 and SB 606 have new authorities for urban and wholesale retail water agencies to prepare, adopt, submit water shortage contingency plans that will describe methods, procedures, response actions, enforcement, communication, a bunch of the things I think the monthly reporting is also looking at. And it's really important for water agencies that the toolkits and the tools that they're using are recognized and not duplicative. So our first recommendation to the draft amendment is under whereas 20. And so it's before the resolve language that says local agencies are encouraged to develop their own progressive enforcement practices to promote conservation, which may include the use of water budget-based rate structures. And that just gets to this arsenal of tools that water agencies have available to them, and it might not be specifically enforcement, but other rate mechanisms. And consistent with that, and so you don't have this in front of you, and I apologize for that, but in the draft regulation, we would also request a change to 991B1. And so that gets to some of the monitoring reporting that's included. And right now it says descriptive statistics on the urban water supplier's achievement of its water contingency plan response actions and progress toward achieving a reduction in water consumption. And we would also ask that it says and/or supply augmentation. And this is consistent with the draft resolution idea, which is that there's demand reduction measures and there's going to be supply measures. And so whatever reporting we're seeing in the monthly report should acknowledge that there's other tools also that may not fit as neatly into what staff are asking for. I can go to then the other comments we have in the draft resolution, if that makes sense. So just a reminder that this is estimated data, and so we've included some recommended language in the whereas 2 and 3 that billing doesn't necessarily neatly match up with some of the reporting requirements. And so this is estimated data, and under resolved 5, so estimated for 2 and 3, and then under resolved 5, the State Water Board directs staff to work with water suppliers to ensure data is reasonably accurate when reported and updated as needed. And I think that that's the goal. We just wanted to clarify, consistent with how we understood it.
Data is plural, I believe, but okay. Sorry, yes, and I'll let you continue on. Sorry, Chelsea.
Sorry, are you guys tracking? I'm trying to get it in the 5 minutes.
Yeah, it
Okay.
makes sense.
So then the third recommendation that we have in the draft resolution as related to just disclaimer language, and this is surrounding a lot of the concern related with the residential gallon per capita day. And so I think if there's some very clear language that just recognizes the limitations due to other factors that may contribute to changes in residential gallon per capita day, as it was done through the emergency regulations during the drought as well, we would really appreciate just that clarification of disclaimer and caveats when appropriate. And then the last recommendation that we have related to the draft resolution is to resolve 6, which is up on the screen. And we're really supportive of this inclusion in the draft resolution to direct staff to continue to assess urban water data reporting needs and processes, And we're looking at the horizon of what we're going to be reporting with the 2018 water conservation legislation. So you have the annual water use report in 2023.
Can I
water
interrupt you there, Chelsea? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between streamline reporting and reduce reporting redundancies? I know you're not trying to wordsmith, but I'm looking at some of these changes and feeling I'm not sure what's not being captured, I suppose, because I feel streamline reporting captures pretty well what would be a reduced reporting redundancies, and it's kind of becoming verbose sometimes, and maybe caveating, I think, a lot in many ways. But acknowledge that, I know we've worked with Aqua over the last, year and a half, I think, when I first remember taking over chairmanship and having a first discussion about the need to continue on this monthly reporting. So I appreciate the changes, and we can further discuss, and I'll let you finish. But just maybe on just this particular difference, maybe helping me understand a little would be helpful.
I think it would just be really helpful if when staff are looking at I see streamlining as streamlining within this own regulation, whereas reducing reporting and looking at some of the other reporting requirements that water agencies are going to be complying with. And so that's, starting in 2021 with the updates to the water shortage contingency plans and some of the data that's going to be in there. And so if it's being reported in one place, do you need to report it also? And so I think there's the streamlining of your own internal processes. And so maybe it is captured, but I think it's also looking externally at what is going to be becoming available through the water conservation legislation and seeing if that data is captured somewhere else, and then how you're able to centralize that more with the goals of 1755.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I guess I wouldn't take streamlined reporting to mean just our internal structures, because we don't exist as an island. And so it is that entire ecosystem, which I think is captured by, referring back to the water code section 10609 there, which again, the ideals of open data and transparency is about the life cycle, is about not our internal processes, but really how those internal processes are reflective and part of the external ones. So, but I appreciate that there could be additional nuance in addition there. And I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, I think that's it. And so if that's the goal that you have with streamlining, I'm glad that we're able to clarify. What we really want to avoid is duplicative reporting resulting from all of these different requirements that have a very similar goal.
I appreciate that. I think we did a lot of that this last year. I hope there is some acknowledgement that staff revised quite extensively and went through and thorough, and I think the acknowledgement of maybe a previous commenter about some of the real data science work that we're applying to how we develop these numbers and use them, hopefully speak to some of that. But again, I think we can always do better, and I appreciate the points.
And so with that, I think there's going to be some other water agencies that might follow and reiterate some of the concerns, but happy to answer questions. And thank you again for the Zoom format. Kind of interesting to watch yourself, but appreciate it.
I find it exhausting. No, I appreciate it. And I do think that, these platforms are a lending and ability for all of us to connect in far greater levels. And as you saw, I think with our previous item, have even facilitated more discussion around some of this. And so I appreciate immensely the depth that you bring to the discussion, that Aqua always does around these issues, and the leadership that many agencies have already been showing. Back through the drought, the 75% that have continued to report voluntarily to the board, recognizing the importance of these data, that they are foundational to a lot of the good work that branches out in many other ways. And it includes the efficiency legislation and the bigger legislative directed efforts that we're under with our partner agency at the Department of Water Resources. And so appreciate the cross connection there and the need to be mindful of the programs. So thank you. Thank you. And but if any board members have any questions for Ms. Haynes or comment? I didn't want to cut off and be listed.
Yes, I actually would like to see if we could hear from staff, because it might be helpful. I mean, these all seem reasonable to me, and Chair Esquivel, I'm comfortable with that additional language on reducing reporting redundancies, but I'm also just wanting to work together with my colleagues on a package that, you know, sends the message that we want to continue to work with the stakeholders. So if we don't take all these provisions, you know, just a way to continue the dialogue. But I'd like to hear from staff. That way, when the next speakers come up, we might be able to engage in more of a dialogue based upon any concerns staff might have.
Hi, yes.
Yeah.
This is David Rose. Sorry, James, are you wanting to start first?
And David, I actually don't see James in the queue for today.
Oh, well then that makes that easy, unless it was maxed. But I will start, and I can give the first cut, but I think what we'd like to do is hear from the board members and take our cues from you as to any changes you'd like for the resolution language. Staff, it does not favor the proposed changes to whereas paragraphs 2 with the inclusion of estimated. The language was transparent and accessible with the word estimated added monthly water use data, and for both of those paragraphs, simply because we don't think that adds to the whereas paragraph is proposed. What we do want is the best available data, and estimates may be necessary in some cases, but really what we do intend or hope to get is best available data, and then that would be updated by the suppliers as needed. As you saw in the chart on Paula's presentation, sometimes the EAR data necessitates a truing up after the fact. So that's the main comment I just wanted to offer on the proposed resolution text, is that staff does not recommend the addition of the word estimated in those two whereas paragraphs, but the rest of it, we wanted to take our cue from the board members as to whether it's something that you want. We're certainly open to finding the best pathway forward for you.
Thank you. Yeah, the cue from me is I'm comfortable, generally speaking, with this language, just as one board member, which is why I just wanted to hear if you had concerns. So you've answered my question. Thank you very much, Mr. Rose.
I don't have any concerns right at this moment with the changes that are proposed. We have a number of other commenters, so I do want to hear from some of the other commenters before I weigh in with my final thoughts on these changes specifically. But generally speaking, I'm okay with it. So we'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Appreciate it, board member. Any other board members wish to comment? Well, thank you, Ms. Haynes. Appreciate it. Mr. Loeffler?
Yes, Chair Esquivel, our next speaker will be Fiona Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, we're in the process of asking you to share your video, and we've unmuted your microphone.
Hi, thank you. I think you can hear me. I don't know if you can see me yet. I can't see myself. That's probably a good thing. Oh, there I am. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Fiona Sanchez I'm the Director of Water Resources with Irvine Ranch Water District. And I want to just thank you for this opportunity to comment on the monthly reporting. Irvine Ranch Water District really recognizes the value of having good data to support water management. And, you know, in general, we support the proposed move to the proposed monthly reporting. And we appreciate the acknowledgement and recognition that we'll be relying on our robust water shortage contingency plans to really effectively respond to water shortages, as was envisioned in the conservation legislation. And so, as Chelsea Haynes mentioned, those robust plans can include a variety of strategies. In IRW's case, our plan really builds on our long-term water efficiency programs. But depending on the level of the shortage, the nature of the shortage, our response measures could be demand management measures. They could be supply augmentation measures, including use of our specially designated emergency supplies, or a combination of both. And so, we also are in a position where we are able to provide supply augmentation assistance to neighboring agencies, depending on the type of shortage. And so the proposed language that Chelsea mentioned regarding the regulation text, we really would recommend that addition in section 991(5)(b)(1), where Chelsea had proposed adding in the language and/or supply augmentation right after a reduction in water consumption. And we think that that proposed addition is going to ensure that the reporting that we provide gives the board a more complete and accurate data picture regarding our suppliers' actions in response to shortages. Obviously, we've got multiple strategies that we can implement in our plans, and only reporting the demand reduction measures and not the other pieces, I think, is important in order to have the best picture of really what is going on. We really want to encourage suppliers as part of our water resiliency to invest in demand management, as well as looking at ways that they can enhance and provide additional supplies. And so we would strongly recommend or urge the board to consider having us report on both elements and reflect that in the text of the regulation, and not just on demand reduction measures. And so in general, we support the other comments and recommendations that Chelsea made. Obviously, I heard the comments from David Rose and appreciate that. So we look forward to continuing to report. We have been reporting on a voluntary basis and look forward to it going forward. And also appreciate the acknowledgement that as we develop these more comprehensive data reporting and implementation of the efficiency legislation, that the board will take another look and really appreciate the opportunity to have streamlining in the future. So I will keep it brief in the interest of time, but if you have any questions related to any of my comments, I'm certainly open to that.
Just thank you, Ms. Sanchez, for your comments. And I know the great leadership that Irvine Ranch showed in the last drought continues to show, and I just appreciate the contribution to all of this work. The state has really led in the space of efficiency. And the fact that certainly we're still saving 20% as Californians compared to a 2013 baseline. And that's not even factoring in population growth. Is a pretty incredible thing that we've all facilitated, and it's because of your leadership. On the specific request on the text of section 99, I didn't write it all down, but that's why we have incredible staff that do. I would maybe ask if Ms. Eli voice an opinion. What would that do to the calculation? Is it amenable to staff to maybe include that request or that number? And if folks still want to think about it, we can continue on, but I would just flag that I would be interested in fixing what I think would maybe deepen our understanding of the data we're receiving and account for what is this flexibility that some agencies may have in producing water but not used within their service area, but provided for the purposes of some resiliency amongst agencies.
Right. Yeah. No. We agree, and yeah. Thank you to Fiona and Irvine Ranch for their continued voluntarily reporting of the data. It's great that you're advocating that we ask for even more information from you guys on a monthly basis. However, I don't know if all urban retail water suppliers would want to be obligated to provide that information on a monthly basis, and I'm wondering if a compromise would be sort of evolving their resolution so that it provides urban retail water suppliers the option of providing the supply augmentation information on a monthly basis during a drought emergency.
Yeah, can I make a clarification? So that information, the supply augmentation, that's in the event of a water shortage. So hopefully on a monthly basis, most of us are not in a water shortage. It's in the event of a shortage that we would provide that additional information.
Right. Yeah, no, and again, I think that making that as an option for suppliers during a drought emergency, staff are amenable to that. And so in addition to providing the monthly conservation data, that suppliers, could additionally provide the supply augmentation information.
I think this is Sean. The way it's written to me, it looks like it's an and or. So it would, as I read it, come across as an option for a water supplier to report it or not report it. So I think that works for me.
Great.
And then, sorry, this is Laurel. I just want to make sure, I don't know that I have in writing the language that was proposed by the speakers. Is it, I just want to make sure I'm following, and I couldn't follow, the screen anymore. I don't have it in front of me anymore with the screen that was provided. Is that in our board packet, or can that be emailed around so I can make sure I understand what's being asked by the stakeholders?
I just want to clarify that the language that I think Chelsea proposed related to the regulation text and the language that I stated has not been provided in written format. We can provide it, but I'll just restate it, that it's in section 991 5B1, and then the proposed would be to have it read progress toward achieving a reduction in water consumption and or supply augmentation associated with the supplier's existing response action level. And the words that are added there are the and or supply augmentation.
So, hi, this is Eric Oppenheimer. How are y'all doing? Just a couple thoughts I would offer. I think the idea of including, additional actions that suppliers are taking to augment supplies is perfectly fine and a good idea. I just wouldn't want it to be an or where suppliers could just provide actions on water supply augmentation and not provide information on actions that they were taking to improve and increase conservation. And that's all I wanted to offer in terms of the language.
So this is David Rose. If now's a good time, I can speak as to how staff intended this particular paragraph of the regulation to operate prior to the proposed language change, and if that's helpful. And I think that it certainly doesn't operate to the exclusion of suppliers providing any information about supply augmentation that they want to provide. In fact, we would hope to allow suppliers to provide additional information as appropriate. So the first point I wanted to make is staff concern with confusion to a degree by adding in supply augmentation, because the intent of the paragraph is to have suppliers provide descriptive statistics on achievement of water contingency plan response actions if a shortage exists, and the activities that they're undertaking to ameliorate that. So if a supplier has undertaken supply augmentation, then presumably they would not have the same degree of other actions on a contingency plan to undertake. So our assumption was that would be built in on the front end. So I'll give you an example. If underwater shortage contingency plan for a supplier, they would otherwise be required to, under the terms of their own plan, reduce water use by, let's say, 20%. But they engaged in supply augmentation that required them to engage in or achieve a 10% reduction in water use or a 0% reduction in water use because of their supply augmentation, the expectation is that they wouldn't need then to report on the specific actions that they've had to take to meet their, if it's, for example, a 0% reduction, or they would report on the actions that they need to take to achieve their 10% reduction instead of the 20% because they've done this extra work. So the supplier would still be able to report what other supply augmentation things they've done, but where I think that the proposed language injects some confusion from a staff standpoint is we're asking for descriptive statistics, and I think what we want to know more about is what the supplier is doing, what type of actions that they're taking and how that's helping, and the actions towards achieving supply augmentation don't provide the same level of detail that we're looking for. Now, supply augmentation that is achieved is different than supply augmentation that is sought. So the intent of this paragraph is to identify that response actions that are being taken to reduce the water supply. I'm sorry if that was confusing, but the confusion I'm getting is from this is how supply augmentation fits into the language of response actions in the same way that the reductions would. Sorry if I confused it further.
Could I maybe just offer a little clarification about how our water shortage contingency plan is structured and maybe many other suppliers? So we have supplies and we may augment them, but in our water shortage contingency plan, we have specifically designated emergency supplies, which we do not trigger and do not use until we've declared a level of shortage. And then in our plan, depending on the level of shortage, we may utilize a certain amount of acre feet of those emergency supplies. And depending on the nature of the shortage, we may rely on those, we may rely on demand measures, we may rely on a combination. And so we don't predetermine and pre-use the emergency supplies until after we have declared a shortage, until after our board has declared a certain level. So what we were hoping we'd be able to do is report more completely and identify, okay, we are utilizing X acre feet of emergency supplies to be able to balance our demands and supplies, and potentially in addition to these various demand measures. So we don't do all the supply augmentation first. We have very specific set aside supplies, and I think a lot of suppliers have these types of supplies that are deemed only for emergency and water shortage purposes. And those are the supplies that we're talking about in this particular instance. So we thought it would be helpful for the board to know, for example, we're bringing in X acre feet of emergency supplies, and in addition, we could report any demand measures that we're taking. I think if you only have the demand reduction, the picture would be incomplete.
So thank you, that's helpful to me. I think that part of what I wasn't explaining clearly is that the language as currently drafted asks for progress toward achieving the actions taken and the progress toward achieving the reduction. And so I don't know that all the situation as you where there's a supply augmentation that kicks in automatically. And my main concern would be to be asking for in these reports during a drought scenario, because that's when this paragraph is triggered. Progress towards achieving supply augmentation. I think that would muddy the waters for the reporting that is being done if suppliers are submitting a narrative or specific actions on their progress towards getting supply augmentation. But I do think that the staff intent is to allow for the suppliers to provide ample information and data about their supply augmentation, like I was trying to explain before, because that does very much affect whether any additional water shortage reduction, water use reduction actions are needed. And my example was, if your supply augmentation makes it so that no reduction actions are needed, then we would love to hear your entire story as to why that is. But really, if no reduction actions are needed, then you wouldn't need to provide all the progress towards type data that's being asked for here. So sorry if I've injected additional confusion into this, and it's not suggesting that we don't want supply augmentation information. We want the whole story, but in terms of reporting to the board, I think that discretionary submittal of information on supply augmentation would be very helpful to the picture for many suppliers, but not as helpful if we're talking about it as a informatic triggered category for all suppliers. If they're going to then give us actions that they're planning on taking or trying to take, contracts with other suppliers, because that could trigger a whole bunch of other different issues. In the last drought, we had suppliers making arrangements for drought supplies with water right holders with senior whites who may have been under curtailment notice situations. And so we don't want to kick off an issue that injects additional uncertainty. That's my primary concern about asking for that as a category that everyone have to respond to.
I'm just wondering, it seems to me, Fiona and Chelsea, for those that are thinking of the specific example that you are, this makes a lot of sense, but it potentially could confuse some other suppliers. And so I'm just wondering, this is the Zoom format is a little, maybe not handy for a little sidebar discussion, but maybe as we hear the rest of the speakers, you guys could work through some other way of capturing this desire for us. I would like to get this information, maybe not necessarily through reporting, but I think that it helps us to get a better idea of some of the tools that certain water suppliers have. And then also, I'm just recalling during the drought, there was some frustration that certain water suppliers had, that they felt that they couldn't account for supplies that they worked hard to obtain. And so I think that this allows for that information flow and creative ideas, for others to draw upon. But I don't know that this is necessarily the way to do that. So maybe in further discussion, you could come back with some suggestions as to how to capture it.
Yeah, may I make one last just comment, and I'll be quick, is that these supply augmentations are not new supplies that you go seek after you call a drought or shortage. They are pre-designated, they are spelled out in your water shortage contingency plan, and they are part of your response strategy at different levels. And so these are simply reporting on how you're meeting the goals and objectives of your water shortage contingency plan. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's not, oh, you have a shortage, now go out and look for something new.
That's appreciated. And thank you, Vice Chair. I think, yes, what we can do, and I think what staff have appropriately said, is this probably isn't the right place to ask for that additional bit of information, but that bit of information is important to the full picture of what's going on there. So let's maybe leave it to Chelsea and Ms. Sanchez and staff to maybe try to maybe pass back and forth something that's amenable as we continue on. I know we still have other commenters. So thank you. Appreciate the dialogue and engagement on this item, because I think we'll want to see some action. So thank you.
A request before you move on to the next speaker, if Ms. Sanchez or Ms. Haynes could somehow email that proposed text. I'm a visual learner. I need to see it. And also the markup of the resolution that Ms. Haynes was speaking about, if that could be emailed to the board members as well, that would be very helpful.
Okay, so the resolution language would have been emailed to the board members yesterday at around 5:20. So we'll resend that along with the additional language that that Chelsea read into the record, Ms. Handler read into the record. And so the board members can at least reference it. And what she read into the record is exactly what you all will be receiving. So there's no real prejudice to anyone who doesn't receive a copy of that. However, if anyone who's on the meeting does need a copy, they can email the clerk of the board, Janine Townsend, and we'll also distribute it to them.
And I think going forward, since I think we'll be using this format, at least in the near future, it would be really helpful for those who have suggested language change to get that to the clerk before the board meeting so that it could be shared with the board members. It helps facilitate our understanding as well as our discussion. And so it's just helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Dodek. It's an important process reminder. We do read extensively the comments that are submitted to us. Getting to them timely is helpful for us to review them and be able to be prepared for a discussion here with you all. So thank you. Mr. Loffer, and thank you, Ms. Sanchez. And Mr. Loffer, if you'd like to move to the next commenter.
Yes, the next speaker will be Elizabeth Lovestead, followed by Sophia Marcus. At this point in time,
can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Lovestead. I'm not sure if you wanted to share your camera, but it looks like it'll be coming up momentarily.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and get started. I'm Elizabeth Lovestead, the Water Resource Manager at San Diego County Water Authority. I would just want to thank you for this opportunity to comment in this Zoom meeting and this the efforts that you made to continue to allow us to voice our comments. I'd like to just start. I'm going to be real brief because Chelsea and Fiona covered a lot of what I was going to say, but I just really want to start by expressing my appreciation for staff in the process that went on for several months, where we worked back and forth on trying to improve the emergency reporting and cut down on what is reporting. A lot of what is in this proposed regulation reflects a lot of the comments that we provided to staff through that process. And so I really want to appreciate the efforts to meet with us and to take our thoughts into consideration. I also just want to echo what's been said about the using residential gallons per capita per day as a measure that's it can be impacted by several factors. So I'm real happy to hear that they're going to be continued education and continued information on that, letting people know that there are items that impact that and factors that don't make it always the best measure of water use efficiency. And so I look forward to, over the next several years, developing and implementing those long-term water use efficiency targets that can show a better picture of how agencies are doing with their efficiency standards. We support the revisions that Aqua put forth on the resolution, and we also support the idea of adding supply augmentation to the reporting during a drought shortage. Supply augmentation is a very important part of supply resiliency in our region, and we really make an effort. We've had a long-term effort to encourage conservation and put a lot of effort into water use efficiency. And so in a drought condition, we want to be able to meet our customers' demands and our member agencies' demand with the supply augmentation, with the storage and the supplies that we put invested in. And so I just hope that we can work together to get language in there that puts it in the right place and adds that into the reporting requirements, either voluntarily or when there is a drought regulation, so that we have a clear picture of what's going on across the state during a drought emergency. I just want to thank you again for the consideration of our comments, and just look forward to continue to work with the board and the staff moving forward on conservation regulations.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lundstedt, and I really appreciate, again, the leadership that your agency has shown and others have, and working with us these last months to help streamline the information. Take your comments to heart, and I appreciate it. And so, thanks.
Thank you.
So our next speaker will be Sophia Marcus. we're starting up her camera at this point in time, giving her the chance to share it with all of us. And then she will be followed by Jonathan Young and Paul Helliker.
All right. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, you
Okay,
sound
great. All right. Well, my name is Sophia Marcus. I'm with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Los Angeles is California's largest city. We serve 4 million people, which is approximately 10% of the population of the state of California. And we've also been, we also have our own local goals that have been set by our mayor to try to increase water conservation in LA. And with that, we are, of course, very supportive of the state's efforts to make conservation a way of life. So thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Thanks to the Water Board staff for consideration of our previous comments that we've submitted on this. LADWP has continuously submitted a monthly report to the Water Board over the last 6 years, since June of 2014 up to the present day. And as such, LADWP is supportive of the state's efforts to provide open and transparent data. We appreciate the extension of the reporting deadline from the 15th to the 28th of the month. LADWP serves approximately 400 million gallons of water to our customers every day, and we collect information from 70 flow meters and measuring devices throughout our system, and from 35 connections with our wholesale water supplier. In more recent years, we have seen transfers between us and other wholesale and retail suppliers become more frequent due to water resilience projects and emergency situations such as wildfire and other disruptions to service. Accounting for these water flows is important to not over or underestimate water production for the month and to not provide a false picture of perceived water conservation efforts. However, these emergency connections and uses are often unmetered and take time to coordinate with partner agencies to properly estimate. For that reason, we are grateful for the extended deadline to fully account for all water supplied and transferred for the month. Even so, LADWP asks that the Water Board consider including a provision for an exemption from fines for not reporting during a major emergency occurrence, such as a high magnitude earthquake that can potentially cause enormous disruptions to water and electric service. During such an emergency, there's a possibility that we may not have any access to any information that we could reasonably submit by the 28th of the month. And lastly, I appreciate the acknowledgement from Water Board staff about the preliminary nature of the data. And I would encourage the Water Board staff to continue to include statements on the online reporting tool and during reports to the board that the information submitted is preliminary and subject to change. The most challenging piece of information for us to estimate is the % residential usage, since most of our customers are billed on a bi-monthly basis with varying meter reading dates. This means it takes us a minimum of 2 months after the reporting month occurred to fully account for all residential usage. So we would appreciate working with Water Board staff moving forward to streamline the reporting tool to more easily allow for resubmittal and corrected and final information. We would also ask that any data presented to the board include the corrected and final information for all current and previous months. We have found that the residential usage estimate can be as much as 25% off from the finalized value. So for that reason, we would caution the board against drawing any conclusions based on the preliminary information for this reason. And then lastly, I just want to again thank the Water Board staff with their patience and understanding with us over the years, as it has been very challenging for us to meet that 15th of the month deadline. Again, we really appreciate it being moved to the 28th of the month, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Water Board staff on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus, and thanks for the leadership at LADWP, who I know in the last drought were strong partners in ensuring that Californians got the message and conserved. And I appreciate the complexity as well of actually operationalizing these sort of numbers and getting them from what are complex systems, not just at LADWP, I know, but so many of the systems in the state. But and yet the commitment to the information, to its usefulness and its importance, even with the understanding that like much of the data we collect in these spaces, it can be sometimes either estimates or still a useful yet tool, if not completely reflective of what exactly is happening on the ground in reality. So much appreciated for that.
Thank you.
So our next speaker will be Jonathan Young, followed by Paul Helliker, and then Ian Pritchard. Mr. Young, you should be able to unmute your microphone now, and we've asked you to share your video.
Sorry, can you hear me okay? I actually don't think I have a video.
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, I didn't actually have a video request. I just had a few comments to make. So, and I do not have a camera hooked up to my computer. So my name is Jonathan Young with the California Municipal Utilities Association, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. We did submit some comments earlier in this proceeding to request a few clarifications that I was hoping just to get from staff today. If it's all right with the board, I'd like to kind of ask a couple of those clarifying questions, and then I'll take my responses afterwards. So the first clarification we put in our comment letter was that reporting period, although you indicate it will be, it's intimated to be monthly in section 991, it's not actually defined in the definition section in 990. So we had members request that it be defined there. Our second clarification request is that many agencies use their annual population data to be plugged into the formula, and they were wondering if that practice would be acceptable once these regulations were adopted. The third clarification question is many suppliers, especially those who do bi-monthly billing, use annual % residential water use for monthly reporting, and we're curious if that practice is still acceptable. And then lastly, the proposed regulations define water shortage response action level to mean one of 6 standard water shortage levels corresponding to progressive ranges of 10 to 15% and greater than 50%, which is in line with the current water code section 10632A3A. We did request that the final regulations also include language from the same section, subdivision B, which allows for urban water suppliers with existing water shortage contingency plans that use different water shortage levels, that they may comply with subparagraph A by developing and including a cross-reference relating to its existing water shortage levels. And so one of our members was curious if that practice is acceptable, is acceptable too.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
And those are my comments.
Thank you, much appreciated. Do staff want to respond to anything in the moment here to Mr. Young's questions?
Sure, I can respond to most of those. This is Max Gomberg from the board staff. So essentially, the questions have to do with the reporting protocols for the % residential calculation. And just to put a fine point on this, what we're asking for in these monthly reports is both the production data, which is easier for suppliers to generate on a monthly basis. It's from their production meters. And then the RGBCD does require this % residential, and that's what can take some more time, as you've been hearing from various commenters, Chair Esquivel. So we are changing the protocols associated with this tool so that the suppliers can update the data more easily, that will prompt them to do it. And what Mr. Young is asking for will be allowable. That is that they'll be able to use whatever is the best available data on hand, update it as better data becomes available for that RGPCD metric. And I think everyone understands that that is something that is going to be more accurate for many suppliers further down the road, but that production data is going to be good sort of from first submittal. So that's just an important distinction, I think, as we listen to these comments and think about how to implement this.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Gomberg. And thank you, Mr. Young, again. I hope that was clarifying.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. We appreciate the flexibility.
Mr. Gomberg, could you also speak to the comment about the monthly reporting definition that Jonathan Young mentioned at first, and whether that should be included in the regulation definitions?
I'm going to let David Rose respond to that one.
Yes, I can do that. So we took a serious look at whether that clarification was needed, and the staff conclusion was that in section 9.1 subdivision A2, which requires in the report the urban water supplier's volume of total potable water production, including water provided by a wholesaler in the preceding calendar month, that is clear enough that that is the reporting period, as reporting period is used in the other subdivision 3 and subdivision 4 of 991A. So we were not proposing to go in and add a new or different definition into section 991. But if the board feels that it is unclear, we can either clarify that in implementation or however you think is appropriate. But we took a serious look at that and concluded that reporting period does refer to preceding calendar month.
Okay, thank you for pointing out where that is in the text. Appreciate that.
Thank you, board member.
So our next speaker will be Paul Helliker, followed by Ian Pritchard and Tracy Quinn.
Okay, thank you very much. Paul Helliker here with San Juan Water District. And first, let me also reiterate my appreciation for all the work that the staff has done with us, the group of us that worked with Darren Palamas and Betsy Leafty and Max Gomberg and Eric Oppenheimer and all the rest. And I'm not sure if it was because of us that Kathy Freebert retired early, but I hope not. So welcome, Charlotte and Paula. You're new to this group, but we look forward to working with you too. And also thank you for the changes that you've made. When we started this discussion 2 years ago about the electronic annual report and the monthly reporting, there were a lot of items that we identified in the monthly reporting that hadn't really changed since 2016. And so we thought it would be appropriate to recommend that those be deleted. And the staff agreed with us. I think the conversation we're having today about section 991B does relate back to those conversations we had. I think the concern at the time was that if we are in a shortage situation, if there's a drought declared or any individual water user identifies a shortage, the water board would like to know how the water shortage contingency plan actions are unfolding. So that's the genesis of that language in section B, 991B. I think that Fiona does identify a good concern with the language there in section 1. The point of our agreement with the staff was that you'd like us to report on the statistics associated with the actions that we're taking. And those include a whole variety of things, not just demand reduction measures, but also supply augmentation and other types. So I think probably a more accurate way to request this information or define what's being proposed would be leave the first clause of the sentence in there, and then the second clause of the sentence, instead of talking about just reduction in water consumption, talk about actions to balance water supply and demand, which is really the point of what our water shortage contingency plan is designed to do. So I will follow up on the suggestion from board member Dodek and provide a suggestion for how to modify that particular item there. A couple other comments just to follow up on what others have said. There was some concern in 2014 and 2015 about our water shortage contingency analyses. So I think the legislation that was adopted in 2018, AB 1668 FT 606, is intended to address that with the new water shortage contingency plans, and especially with the water shortage analysis and report that we do every year, we will be doing every year starting next year. So I think that report will really help the water board, the staff, and DWR especially understand how our water supply situations are occurring in any particular year and the actions that we take to address those. So those are what the language there in 991B was built on. We still do have a concern about the data quality because the data that we have supplied, and with this new regulation going into effect, water agencies will supply on a monthly basis, is provisional. It's not something that we have the ability to do a lot of quality assurance on because of the reporting time frame. We do that for the electronic annual report data, though. We do spend months, sometimes, weeks, sometimes months, developing that data and making sure it's accurate. So that's one of the reasons why we and others recommended that for whatever use you want to make of water use and water production data, please use the electronic annual report data because it's much more accurate. Despite the graphs that you saw here, I think that was just the RGPC data. All of the other data on the different types of water use that we report by customer class in electronic annual report is the accurate data. So that's why we recommend using it. And then lastly, on the RGPCD item, again, that does not actually measure water use efficiency. So we do look forward to moving beyond that when we get into the 2022 and 2023 programs of the Water Board adopting standards. And we then taking those and turning those into water use objectives, because those will be based on all of the different factors that go into determining water use efficiency. And it'll take us well beyond RGPC in terms of being accurate and a good measurement. So thanks again for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you as well, Mr. Helliker. Mr. Law.
So our next speaker is Ian Pritchard. And then Ian will be followed by Tracy Quinn and Nicholas Whippus.
Hi, everyone. Ian Pritchard, I'm the Assistant General Manager at Camarosa Water District down in Ventura County. Chair Esquivel, other board members, thanks very much for the time to comment. I was part of that group that worked on this with your staff over the last year and a half, and I really appreciated that opportunity. I want to be clear that my comments aren't representative of that work group, as Chelsea already made the aqua comments. I was reading Governor Newsom's roadmap to modify the stay-at-home order last week, and the sixth indicator in that really struck out to me. And the sixth indicator is the ability to determine when to institute certain measures. And the first question associated with that indicator is, are we tracking the right data? And for me, that's what this whole question boils down to. The board wants to collect these data to continue trending that started during the drought and trending that's fallen off since the reporting's become voluntary. And according to the statement of reasons and the resolution, monthly data is valuable, right? There's not a lot of elaboration as to what it's valuable for, just a statement that it's valuable per se. I'll try not to belabor points that other people have made, but I do want to reiterate that point that while RGPCD may be a good conservation measure, it doesn't make for much of an efficiency metric. And as we've detailed in previous comments, that distinction between conservation and efficiency is important. You've also heard that monthly data is preliminary data, as Sophia just detailed, and you saw in Ms. Gonzalez's graph. Some suppliers, need 2 or 3 months to get an accurate picture of supply and demand in any given 30-day period. And in the meantime, these initial estimates, and they are estimates, can be off by as much as 25%, right? You multiply that across a few large suppliers, and you're talking about a significant chunk of the entire state's supply portfolio. And in that regard, like, this isn't about water suppliers not wanting to report on a monthly data basis. This is about all of us, like suppliers and the board, working together to present good data to the public about California's hydrology. You won't be able to get an accurate picture of supply status using this data collected in this way on this frequency. Finally, there's a question of the data's pertinence. As Paul Helliker has detailed, there's no description of any regulatory or management actions these data would help inform. Any authority the board might have under existing statute to impact water production wouldn't be actionable until 2022 at the earliest, by which time we should be operating under the new 2018 conservation legislation, which is intended to absolve the state from making decisions about local water supply for local water suppliers. A significant part of my job is generating, analyzing, and reporting data. And an equally large part of my job, and perhaps a more important part, is ensuring the data we're gathering and reporting is worth analyzing. as a middle manager, I try not to lead my GM or my board down any rabbit holes that aren't going to help them do their job. And sometimes that means diverting them from data that are superficially appealing, right? Data that look like they're telling a story, which is half of what the resolution and the statement of reason are doing, right? They're telling a story about how data saved us during the drought. And I get it. If this data saved us during the drought, the reasoning goes, it's a small task to continue reporting it, right? The longer the x-axis, the better. But the question I guess I'm asking you all to consider is, how has this data helped you do your job over the last few years? How has it impacted your decision-making? And what problem do you expect it to help you solve? Water suppliers want to be part of the solution. We're working with your staff. We have worked with your staff. We're working with DWR to come up with reporting mechanisms that will satisfy existing statutory requirements and that will give you the picture of California water supply that you want, an accurate picture that the public and the governor's office can trust. And this isn't that. Like, good real-time data for this stuff just doesn't exist. And I think everyone will fill out this report every month if you pass this regulation today. But I think you have to weigh what's more important, like quick data that's not accurate or accurate data you've got to wait a little bit for. And that's what I'd leave you with. And again, I just appreciate the opportunity to comment. So thanks for the time.
Really appreciate your comments and opinions. Thank you, Mr. Richard. Mr. Lawford?
Chair Esquivel, may I say something in response to Ian's comment?
If you feel compelled.
I just wanted to, share, I guess, a Picasso quote I was reminded of recently, and I'm going to upcycle it a little bit. We all know that data is not the truth, but, data is a lie that helps us to understand the truth. And, of all the data sets we have, none are perfect. But I wanted to quickly kind of share some comparisons between the, the EAR data and the monthly data. For 80% of the reported total production values, there was either no or negligible difference between the monthly data and the EAR data. Similarly, for the reported population data, for 85% of the reported population data, there was either no or negligible difference between the monthly reported data and the EAR data. So no data set is perfect, but when we are comparing the monthly data to the EAR data, we're seeing that there are enough similarities that we think it is a valuable and reliable data source, particularly for near-term decision making. Just wanted to share those stats with you all, and thank you, DM, for your comments. I do appreciate them.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Thank you, Ms. Eli. And I don't mean to be curt. It's simply that this conversation, particularly whether there is a usefulness around this data, the caveats that are obvious, I think that we embrace, and I think we've taken great care to speak through about and ensure, particularly the duplicativeness, ensuring that there's integrity between the data we collect on a monthly time frame and the yearly data that we may collect. But still, I hear this resistance. I understand. I continue to commit to work through it, both through our program and my colleagues in the program, and my own understanding of the challenges and the frustrations perhaps around the gathering of this data, the perceived unusefulness of it. I'm not going to sit and name all the uses, but would just say that I know in the academic community alone, and we heard from one commenter so far that spoke to the benefit that this data has in other ways and helps our understanding generally of what is happening in a more real-time basis. And we're far from being real-time. It's not just in the Division of Drinking Water that we have this discussion and this challenge around data. I think of mine comes to the Division of Water Rights, something incredibly consequential when we talk about how we extract water and when in our environment, and how we meet what are a very complex set of goals that I think we have set ourselves out for as an administration and as a state around conservation, around the wise usage of water, and how it all does fit together. And we're fortunate for a fantastic relationship with the Department of Water Resources in this entire space, where we as a state are trying to best synthesize how we drive the science around this, the confidence in the information, and even the usefulness, I guess, of the activities. And points well taken, and appreciate the time.
And I appreciate the response. Thanks.
So our next speaker is Tracy Quinn, and then she will be followed by Nicholas Whips and Amy Talbot.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Looks like great. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. It's really great to see all your faces again. My name is Tracy Quinn. I am the Director of California Urban Water Policy for the Natural Resources Defense Council. I want to start by thanking the staff for their hard work on this and the board for moving this item forward. I also want to thank all of the water agencies that continue to report monthly water use since the reporting became voluntary. Monthly reporting of water use data by our urban water suppliers helps us understand and track use in real time. It can be used for a variety of things, including to estimate the impact of conservation and efficiency programs and identify additional opportunities to improve water efficiency. I would like to recommend a few changes to the proposed regulation that would improve the usability of the data without hopefully too much additional burden on the water suppliers and reduce some potential confusion with the data that's being reported. First, the proposed regulation asks water suppliers to report residential water use as a percentage of total water use. Unfortunately, urban water suppliers do not all use the same definition of residential water use. Some only consider single-family residence as residential and classify multifamily as commercial. So I guess a question to the staff is residential water use defined to specify exactly what is included? And if not, as I read the proposed regulation, we would have no way of knowing whether the data that's reported is by each agency is single family or includes all residential households. So a clarification there maybe at the end. I would recommend that instead of reporting residential water use as a percentage of total use, understanding the caveats with some of the accuracy of the data, that the regulation require water suppliers to report single family residential, multifamily residential, and CII water use separately and volumetrically. The addition of the CII data is also important, as I think Pacific Institute spoke to earlier. Recent studies have shown that there may be incredible opportunities to reduce outdoor water use in the CII sector, and the reporting of this data would be helpful in identifying those opportunities and tracking their success and impact. Finally, I would like to propose that the monthly reporting also include the number of water shutoffs each month, reported as household days. We don't fully understand the impact of water shutoffs on total water use. A study by Pacific Institute showed that while most utilities had a 4% disconnection rate or less, more than a third had disconnection rates from 7% to as high as 30%. The reporting of this data monthly could help researchers understand anomalies in the monthly water use data, and it could also help to inform statewide policy that could help water suppliers improve rate recovery while maintaining water service for California families. I know that water shutoff data is included in the annual reporting, but that data is often incomplete. And because when we don't know exactly when it happened, it's difficult to understand the impact of those water shutoffs on water use. I realize that the governor's executive order has banned future shutoffs during the emergency and reconnections dating back to March 4th. But unfortunately, we have no way of knowing exactly how many occupied households were disconnected before March 4th and are not covered under the executive order. So this data will still be helpful despite the first good step taken by the governor earlier this month. These small changes could greatly impact the usefulness of this data. NRDC supports the adoption of this regulation with these changes, and we hope you consider our requests for how to improve the regulation. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment on this issue today, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. No questions for me at this point, but would I took notes, and so I think we'll try to get through some additional commenters and summarize. So thank you.
Thanks.
So our next commenter is Nicholas Whips. And Mr. Whips, you should be able to comment at this point in time. And then he will be followed by Amy Talbot and Annalise Moe.
Okay, great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Nicholas Whips. I'm a deputy city attorney for the city county of San Francisco. I'd first like to recognize a revised draft of the urban water reporting regulation. Before you today is a significant improvement upon the draft that was circulated for public comment in December of last year. That said, the city of San Francisco still has some outstanding concerns regarding the regulation. I'll start with a couple of simple suggested revisions, then move on to more in-depth comments regarding the enforcement section. First, I would request that all remaining references to waste and unreasonable use in the draft regulation be removed. In our January comments, San Francisco raised concerns regarding the reliance in the draft regulations on the waste and unreasonable use provisions of the California Constitution and Water Code. The 2018 Water Conservation and Efficiency legislation only authorizes the board to update or revise water use efficiency standards as explicitly provided by the legislation, and that contains no references to waste and unreasonable use. Again, I appreciate the work done by staff to address concerns regarding reliance in this regulation on waste and unreasonable use. However, there are residual references to Article 10, Section 2, remaining in the references line at the end of sections 990 and 991, respectively. As we have consistently stated, San Francisco opposes any reliance in this regulation to the waste and unreasonable use doctrine, and would respectfully request that all remaining references to waste and unreasonable use be removed. Similarly, I would request that the reference line at the end of each section of the draft regulation remove references to Water Code sections 1846 and 1846.5, which relate to enforcement of water rights. Again, the 2018 Water Conservation and Efficiency legislation states nothing in this chapter shall be construed to determine or alter water rights. Accordingly, I believe it's appropriate to remove references to sections 1846 and 1846.5 in the new regulation. Moving on to enforcement, I do have concerns regarding the lack of detail in the enforcement section, which if you have the regulation before you is section 991 subdivision E. First, at least on its face, section 991E provides insufficient guarantees of due process. Read plainly, this section would permit the director to unilaterally issue fines up to $1,000 a day for ongoing violations, but it doesn't contain a requirement that the director consider opposing testimony or evidence, or otherwise that would require administrative hearing by a neutral decision maker. In addition, section 991E provides for open-ended enforcement, stating it does not supersede or limit any other remedies, civil or criminal, and allowing the director to consider any penalty other than a monetary fine for a simple failure to report water usage. It adds unnecessary uncertainty. I would request that the remedy for violation of section 991 be limited to only monetary fines. And then one last point on enforcement, entities such as the city of San Francisco that may be subject to a future order issued by the director aren't guaranteed a right to administratively appeal an adverse decision. This is in reference to section 991 subdivision F in the regulation. It states that parties may petition for reconsideration of a director issued order. Pursuant to section 1122 of the Water Code, that section allows for the board at its sole discretion to consider a decision or order adopted by the board. It has no reference to orders of the director. Thus, section 991F doesn't guarantee, again on its face, further administrative review, and I'm unclear as to whether section 1122 applies to orders issued by the director. I would appreciate hearing board and the staff thoughts on the enforcement section, and separately, I would urge the board consider revisions to section 991 to ensure it contains sufficient procedural safeguards and contains greater certainty regarding penalties for violations. I have just just following this conversation, I have tracked some changes onto the most recent draft of the regulation. Not all of the ones related to enforcement, but if anybody would want to see those suggested track changes, I'd be happy to forward them to Ms. Townsend if that would be helpful. And with that, I'll say thank you, and I'll stay on for any questions you may have.
I would like to see the track changes because I thought that the reference to waste and unreasonable use had been removed. So I'm curious to see the areas that you're referencing. So could you please provide that to Ms. Townsend?
Yes, I just sent an email, and hopefully Ms. Townsend will be able to forward that immediately.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's our understanding that the references were removed, but if staff have any comment. And otherwise, thank you for your comments then, and we'll wait for the email and for further clarification as we go through comments. Thank you, Mr. Witt.
Okay, I'll stay on if you have any questions. Thanks.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
So our next commenter will be Ms. Talbot. And then she'll be followed by Annalise Moe and Caitlin Kalua.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, great. I don't have a video, I just have audio, so hopefully that'll be okay. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments today. I'm Amy Talbot, the Water Efficiency Program Manager for the Regional Water Authority. We represent 21 water suppliers in the Sacramento region, collectively serving around 2 million residents. In the spirit of shared transparency, I appreciate staff's presentation this afternoon that outlines some examples of how the state has used and plans to use the data required in this regulation. I think it would be helpful to have an ongoing list or a log of those uses that would be publicly available on a continuous basis on the State Water Board website at some point. This would allow some of the current uncertainty and speculation around how this data will be used to subside as it will be replaced with tangible information. Furthermore, the regulation calls for water suppliers to submit percent residential and population to presumably continue to calculate RGPCD. Staff has stated that they will make the RGPCD explanatory text that was first posted on the State Water Board website during the drought available in a more prominent location. I think we need to go a step further and put a disclaimer directly on all publicly released data files to explain the limitations of solely using RGPCD to evaluate efficient water use among suppliers. There are so many factors that need to be accounted for before relatively accurate comparisons can be made. In short, RGPCD is not a complete metric for evaluating efficient water use, and that should be broadly acknowledged. Monthly data captured at a monthly time step is open to uncertain errors due to billing frequencies, meter readings, and among a lot of other reasons. There should be a disclaimer on all publicly released data that states that the monthly data is estimated or preliminary, not absolute, to reflect the reality of capturing monthly data in this fashion. I know a number of folks have already commented on this particular point. Finally, state staff should continue to look for ways to consolidate reporting requirements for water suppliers. We do appreciate the proposed reporting deadline extension until the 28th of each month, but look forward to consolidating these reporting requirements collectively in the future. Thank you again for the opportunity, and have a happy early Earth Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talbot. And certainly we continue to hear the need to make sure we're communicating appropriately how this number is achieved, what it does or doesn't tell you, but I think generally continues to be seen by a number of individuals as an important data point, even with the caveats. And I think that we can all be sophisticated and need to continue to speak to that sophistication around how we generate data, numbers. Our previous item was on 303D listings and how lines of evidence are developed and determinations are made on water body impairments. And so just appreciate the continued engagement from the water agencies in this space and others. So thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And our next speaker will be Annalise Moe, followed by Caitlin Kalua and Felicia Federico.
Hi, everybody. My name is Annalise Moe. I'm a water quality scientist with Heal the Bay. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for making it possible and relatively easy to participate remotely today. And I'll keep my comments very brief as they mainly just reiterate some of the comments that have already been spoken. So simply put, Heal the Bay does support this regulation. I'd like to thank staff for their work and thank the board for moving forward on this really important regulatory issue during these unprecedented times that we find ourselves in. Heal the Bay as an organization advocates for smarter water use in Los Angeles and across California. And the more information that we have from monthly reporting on how we use water, the better prepared we are to make that use efficient and also to help us in our advocacy work to educate the public on how we use our water. Opportunities to improve the regulation include some of the suggested requirements to require reporting for water use in all cases, and also suggest adding clarification regarding the residential data that is being reported, including water shutoff data, as outlined by Tracy Quinn with NRDC just a few minutes ago. So with that, I will save you a little bit of time, but thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Moe. Thank you for your comments. It's appreciated. Mr. Lawford?
Yes, and our next speaker will be Caitlin Kalua. And you should be able to share your video at this point in time, Caitlin, as well as unmute your microphone.
All right. Great. Caitlin Kalua, Policy Analyst for the California Coastkeeper Alliance. First, as was said just before, is that we thank you and your staff for moving forward with this very important regulation. We view this as a really important regulation for this year. Monthly urban water use reports are a key tool in understanding and managing California's water consumption. This data is used by public, state, and local agencies, and we do need data, real-time data to better understand our community's patterns of use and how we can improve our water efficiency now and well into the future. For this reason, we're wary of any process that allows for less frequent reporting. And we urge your board to maintain the monthly reporting requirement and ensure this information is available in real time to allow both your board and the public understand the full scale of California's water use. We also encourage commercial water use be included as a requirement of the monthly water use reporting. During the recent multi-year drought, water suppliers were required to report monthly water use for commercial, institutional, and industrial customers, which provided critical data regarding water use and to ultimately prevent water waste. Unfortunately, the proposed regulations have removed this reporting requirement, and losing access to this information will only inhibit the policy goals of AB 1668 and Senate Bill 606, which include water use objectives and long-term efficiency standards for commercial water uses. Ultimately, we need data, real-time data, to better understand our community's patterns of use and how we can overall improve water efficiency, as well as pursue water supply solutions such as water recycling and other augmentation solutions to meet our water needs. And we sincerely thank you and your staff for moving this important regulation forward.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Kalua.
So our next speaker will be Felicia Federico, followed by Azita Yazdani and Brandon Dawson. Felicia, you should be live at this point in time.
Great. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes.
Thanks. My name is Felicia Federico. I'm the Executive Director for the California Center for Sustainable Communities at UCLA. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments today on this proposed regulation. I strongly support it and thank the board for working to finalize it. And I can attest to the critical need for reporting water use on a monthly basis in order to track water use trends and identify opportunities for improved water efficiency. I was the lead author on the UCLA 2019 Water Report Card, which is one of a series of report cards issued by the university with a goal of measuring progress and assessing trends on a wide variety of sustainability topics. Using available data. So we rely on data collected by state and local agencies in order to report on these metrics. And unfortunately, the usefulness of these data have been limited by a number of challenges, such as lack of completeness or being insufficiently granular. So specific to the issue today, for the water report card, we use the monthly water data reported by suppliers to develop a metric related to water consumption. But unfortunately, we were limited in our ability to provide good information on this metric because the monthly reporting by suppliers is no longer mandatory, and not all suppliers are reporting or reporting consistently every month. So monthly reporting needs to be mandatory, otherwise we'll not be able to understand or track progress on water use. Furthermore, monthly water data provides an understanding of how water use relates to weather, and that's highly valuable. So not only do we use this information for the water report card, but this data is used by a variety of other researchers at UCLA, and it's fundamental to our understanding of water use in the region and in the state. I also believe there's an opportunity to improve the regulation in the following ways: that the reporting, as many other commenters have already mentioned, should be as granular and disaggregated as possible. So it should be disaggregated by sector. It should include residential as well as the CII. And I would advocate even to go further than what other people have mentioned, which is to disaggregate the CII by those three constituent sectors: commercial, industrial, and institutional, rather than aggregating that as a single number. And furthermore, the residential data, as has been mentioned before, should be broken down into single family and multifamily. Disaggregated data gives the best information to support the understanding of trends and the opportunities for improvement, and for making those, for understanding those connections between the monthly use and the monthly weather information, okay? So to the extent that some measures are highly affected by outdoor landscaping, or some sectors are, and other sectors are not, okay? So this really improves our understanding. It gives a much richer sense of what's happening across the state, and it's really essential for doing the kind of planning and the implementation of programs that are targeted and that are smart and that are going to get us to the kind of water management that we need. I also agree, finally, my recommendation is that residential water use should be reported as a volume and not a percentage. And I'd also make a small side note before I finish here, that my recommendation also to the state board is that the data on your website be searchable by county. So that could be something that was changed over the last year or so, but when we compiled the information for the 2019 report card, we had to actually go to a separate source that fortunately we had within another department at UCLA to get a list of the suppliers for LA County. And then we had to go pull that data one at a time for each of those suppliers. And I believe that the state board website should be better designed to facilitate the use of this data in a way that supports local governments. So you should be able to search by county and just have that automatically come up. So just to recap, it's essential that there be mandatory monthly reporting by suppliers, that the data be as disaggregated as possible. And since water is the most precious resource in our state, and these data are fundamental to making water management decisions, I can't imagine any justification for not requiring that detailed data be provided every month. And thank you again. Thank you for facilitating this input through the Zoom call, and thank you for your work in promoting this regulatory change.
Thank you so much for your comments as well, Ms. Federico, and your ongoing commitment and help in this space. I will say that when it comes to the granularity of data, the disaggregate numbers that I think, to your point, help really managers on the local level understand what's going on in their communities and what policies and programs they should be emphasizing or work is really important. What we, and I think you certainly may have sensed some of the tension here in today's adoption, need to balance is what is that appropriate level of granularity that we that we require, and how is that different than still yet what is the spirit and passion of what is possible. And I know there is a lot of leadership from a number of our water agencies out there that don't see the board's regulations as simply the ceiling to what they could be reporting or how they could be engaging with the academic community or even the regulators in the space, but as a floor. And I think I need to sometimes tame my own passion in what I would also say is really critical data, this disaggregate data, to really better inform decision making. But it is also a wanting to facilitate that space and know that I'm not that decision maker, and that there is an appropriate balance for the board to have when it comes to what we mandatorily request, knowing that some agencies may not be able to do that. All that being said, we'll continue to consider changes.
Sure.
And so I appreciate incredibly the recommendations in that space, but wanted to just share some thoughts. And
Sure, I understand. It would be wrong of me, though, to not tell you my feeling and,
of course.
How this information, to push as much as possible and explain why it's important. And I understand that things need to be balanced. So thank you very much.
I incredibly appreciate that. And everyone else has been honest as to what they think about today's thing. So that is what facilitates this best synthesis of the leadership in our state is everyone's honest thoughts and opinions to us. So I appreciate that incredibly. So thank you.
Thank you.
So our next commenter is Azita Yazdani, followed by Brandon Dawson, and then Martha Davis.
I have a question real fast, maybe before the speakers, just to follow up with staff on something that a number of speakers have brought up. Just can staff clarify the challenge around consistent definition of residential and CII, and yeah, just how we're handling that currently?
Ms. Eli?
Sure. Yep. Am I on? Okay, I'm on. We do need a data dictionary, I think, for the monthly conservation data as well as for the EAR, and to align definitions for both of those data sets. And so that's something that we'll be working on now and moving forward. I think we presumed that suppliers were reporting residential use in the same way that they were reporting it in the EAR, but in nowhere did we explicitly state as much. So that is something that we do need to do and will be doing when we update the form and the guidelines.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And so, Ms. Yazdani, you are live now, and you can speak if you'd like.
Yes. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone, Mr. Chairman and the members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present some thoughts on these rulemaking. I'm Azita Yazdani, founder and president of a company called SWRCB. We offer technologies for recovery and recycling of resources, particularly water, for industrial, institutional, and the commercial sector. And we're also working on solutions for residential sector. Of course, this data, as you can imagine, and a lot of what I was going to say has already been put in front of you by previous speakers, especially Dr. Federico's comments about disaggregation of the data. For companies who provide technology solutions and want to bring really valuable resources to consumers and customers throughout the states to reduce water consumption, it's really important for us to have accurate data and know the distribution of this data throughout the state. And previously, a couple of decades ago, a lot of this information was much more available than it is today, unfortunately. I've been involved in the California Urban Water Conservation Council, and since then, a lot of this data has sort of slowly but surely disappeared. And I think that it's very unfortunate in this time and age when we are so critically depending on water and realizing the opportunities that we have in terms of reducing water use and reserving our resource of water that we have in the state, that we don't have ability really to access more detailed information throughout the state in terms of use and waste. I reiterate what has been said prior to my conversation right now, and I would like to encourage the state to, push forward in not only adopting this, but also considering requiring more detailed information from the water suppliers. I think we're just at the very early stages of looking at the opportunities and not being able to get information that would direct and focus resources and technologies towards efficiencies really hampers that effort. And so I hope that the board would consider, if not at this stage, but maybe hopefully in next stages, looking at more detailed data to be provided by suppliers so we can provide solutions to the market.
Thank you, Ms. Yazdani, and thank you for your long engagement on these issues that are really a source of pride, I feel, for the state around efficiency. And again, coming through and from the last drought, to have such continued engagement by all Californians and awareness of their water use and their role in creating resiliency and being efficient in their daily use is incredible. And I think it's only provided opportunities for additional work in the space. And so we appreciate your work there. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then our next speaker is Brandon Dawson, followed by Martha Davis, and then Patty Avila Garcia, and then Bert Handy.
Hello, board members. This is Brandon Dawson, policy advocate with Sierra Club, California. Thanks for the input today and everything that the staff work that has been done on this measure. For the sake of brevity, I just want to recognize that you've all had a long day, and we attribute a lot of our comments to that of NRDC. So while we're supportive of the regulation and understand that monthly reporting of the water use is an important and valuable resource that our NGO and other NGOs use to identify and develop programs and opportunities for improved water efficiency, our only ask is that the board require reporting of monthly water use for commercial, institutional, and industrial customers. Including this would have a useful data point and better understand the ways in which those entities and other entities can be more efficient in their water use practices, and also provides more incentive to get for the state to develop more water conservation measures that can be environmentally beneficial in the end. And so with that, we're supportive, like I said, and thanks again for the hard work on this. So have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson.
And then next up is Miss Martha Davis. You have an opportunity, Martha, at this point to share your video if you'd like, and you should be unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Have to start my video. Okay, whatever. I just want to say thank you for this hearing and moving this conservation regulation forward. I am speaking on myself, although I have over 30 years of experience within the California water issues, including 15 years as an assistant general manager and an executive manager of policy at Inland Empire Utilities Agency. So many great comments have been made. I'm just going to try to bullet point a couple of key issues. Number one, responding to Charlotte Eli, yes, we do need a definition that makes sure that there is consistency between EAMS and the conservation reporting. And quite frankly, as we look more broadly, as Chairman Escobar, you described earlier, at all the different places where we're working on water data, and then specifically conservation, making sure that there is a consistency on those definitions does strengthen the quality of the database that we're building and that's available. I also think that the notion of making the EAMS data more accessible, so it's easier to compare with this real-time data and the castback data, will actually also help people understand and have confidence in the data that we're developing. Having said that, I do think it is very important to get at more granular data. And if it's not possible in this round of the conservation reporting, really paying attention through the staff as to how quickly can we get there? How quickly can we get to reasonable breakouts of the CII, because of the way in which this real-time data really does help the state of California and its public understand the opportunities for improved water management. Going to the issue of some of the changes that were recommended by Chelsea Haynes, I just point out that best available data may include an estimate, and there's a procedure within the regulation to enable water agencies to true up their estimates, but estimates are not best available data. And so the goal here, I think we all share it, I think a number of water agencies have commented on this, is to get the best quality data possible. So everything in the regulation should be squarely aimed at that goal, because the heartbreaker would be to have water agencies come back and say, well, you didn't do enough to make this accurate. So I think part of a regulation is really trying to aim squarely at this issue of the best available. I also want to just touch on Ian Pritchard's point about who's using this data. And I ended up talking with a number of different groups about, just because I was curious prior to the hearing, was there anybody who really paying attention to this? And so I did submit a letter that was shared with me yesterday by Rescape California, because I felt so strongly about it. This is an organization that's been working for the last 15 years with landscape professionals, with cities and counties. This is all about the implementation of the model landscape ordinance that's been on the books for so long. This is where we get our initial standards for new development and what kinds of landscapes should be put into place that are water efficient. And the executive director, Milena Fiore, wrote me to say, and it's in a letter to you as well, the monthly water conservation and production report is one that we use to assure that our curriculum is current and accurate. Additionally, we refer to it for use by our professionals in their work. It is a valuable resource, one for which we are grateful to be able to use well and often. It is essential in making water use and resiliency decisions. So this is not academic. There are real people out there who are depending and using this information as part of their business decisions on how they make improve efficiency in California. With that, I just want to thank the staff for their terrific work on this. It's clearly they've bent over backwards to talk with everybody about how to make this regulation as strong as possible. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for your continued leadership as well in this entire space. And again, feel fortunate that we have throughout this state, whether it's our water agencies or advocates, those in the academic community, a number of incredible minds that have contributed for many years to these discussions. And I think we're fortunate to have opportunities to continue to say how more do we improve? What is that next, those next chapters as we celebrate 50 years of Earth Day that we're going to infuse in our management of these resources that we know are precious and rare and growing rare. So thank you.
Thank you.
And then our next speaker is Patty Avila Garcia, and she will be followed by Bert Handy, who is the last speaker we have for this item. And at the same time, I just want to alert Ms. Haynes as a heads up, we have received the language that you had emailed in response to the board members' queries. And so after Mr. Handy, we'll be prepared to put that up on the screen and invite you back up into the Zoom meeting.
Good afternoon. My name is Patty Avila Garcia. I'm a policy advocate for Community Water Center, and I'm joining through audio only. I just want to start by expressing our support for the proposed regulation, and I also want to extend a thank you to all staff for the hard work that has gone into finalizing this. As others have mentioned, monthly reporting of water use is important for the real-time tracking of water use patterns and for identifying opportunities for improved water efficiency. We do believe there are opportunities to improve the regulation as others have mentioned. First, we support the previous suggestion of requiring the reporting of CII water use, the reporting that has previously been done voluntarily by water agencies has provided critical insight into the opportunities that there are to improve water efficiency throughout the entire water system. And second, as others have commented, there needs to be additional clarification regarding the residential data being reported. Residential water use should be reported as a volume and not as a percentage. And in addition, the regulation should provide some clarity about the residential data being reported. As previously mentioned, some water suppliers include multifamily connections as residential, while others might classify them as commercial. And lastly, as this pandemic has highlighted, there's need for real-time information on water shutoffs. This information is also helpful because water shutoffs can provide insight into another factor that may be influencing residential water use. And we recommend that the board include the number of water shutoffs due to non-payment, make that a requirement in the regulation. Again, thanks for the opportunity to comment on this issue today.
Thank you as well, Ms. Avila Garcia.
And then our last public commenter is Mr. Handy. Mr. Handy, we're asking you if you want to share your video at this point in time and unmuting your microphone.
Thank you. And no, I have no video at this time. My name is Bert Handy. I'm a citizen. And item number 5 is what I'm addressing. And I'm speaking by voice only. There's no video. The question that I have on this, I've been reviewing this information for quite a while. I'm a retired person and I've basically been following the water for about 5 years now. And the area that I live in, which is down in Ventura, it's a very complex area where you've got a lot of groundwater, a lot of surface water, a lot of lake water, and you also have the potential for ocean water, which is desal. And I think it would be important to address the issue of where the water comes from because of the GSAs that are currently out. We are going into a time where we have to report the water and the groundwater usage. And in the facts that you have right there, you're not addressing what the source of the water is that's combining to make the potable water. And I believe it would be very advantageous to have something that shows the groundwater and the surface water, or if there's also desal coming out, so the source of water could be seen in this, because that's a very relevant information to me in regards to looking at what's going on the overall picture of where the water is coming from. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your interest and your comments, Mr. Handy. I would actually flag that I believe the Division of Drinking Water does track source waters for various public water agencies. It's part of their role and oversight, I believe, is in the Division of Drinking Water. But would just kind of flag that. I don't want to speak too far outside of that because I'm an inch deep, mile wide on most of these issues. But there may be a way to find those data otherwise, and really appreciate the comment. And I agree that we have opportunities to have a better understanding of that water usage throughout the watershed. Here, we're speaking of one component, certainly at the consumer level and understanding what the urban water usage looks like, but it's part of a more holistic life cycle. And I think that the boards has work in pockets that we can point to around some of that perhaps. And if it's not publicly available as to what various water sources are out there, there may be some way it's disaggregated and provided still yet in some way. So just to say those couple of things, and thank you for your comments.
And so at this point in time, we have concluded the public speakers that had requested to speak on this item, and I'm going to invite back Ms. Haynes and offer to have her share her video again and unmute her. And we're going to be putting up on the screen the language that she had provided to the board after the exchange between her staff and the board members earlier. And this is language on the proposed regulation 991 subdivision B.
And I apologize, it's clunky, but trying to incorporate, I think, the concerns that I heard David Rose mention about clarity. And also maybe if Fiona Sanchez is able to have microphone access, she might be able to help answer questions as well.
And to clarify, has Mr. Rose and others agreed with this language? Have they taken a look, or is this just offering up to us in this moment?
I sent this to Janine and Eric, so I'm not sure.
Okay, we don't have an opinion yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Helpful. Okay. I didn't know if there was any back and forth is all.
Chair Escobar, if I may, we are looking at it. We did get it a while back. So we're all looking at it, those of us on the conservation team. In terms of response, I think.
Well, you can continue to look at it. I don't mean to force you to have an opinion. Continue to look, and perhaps Ms. Haynes and or Ms. Sanchez, you might want to provide further explanation while staff reads through it.
Yeah, so this gets to the issue that we were discussing of consistency with the water shortage contingency plan and the different strategies that a water agency might deploy in a level of, or at a time of shortage. Strategies include both the demand management and also water supply augmentation. And the concern was that if folks have multiple strategies, but they're only reporting on one, it's going to be an impartial view as to the different tools that are being used to address the concerns. So we were hoping to be able to provide some language. I know we had talked about draft resolution or within the regulation that would be able to provide flexibility to a water supplier to be able to report on measures that aren't just the demand management where appropriate.
Appreciate that, and appreciate the creative work and the language. And Mr. Gomberg or Mr. Rose, do you have any initial feelings on this, and or any board members? We can go ahead and start to work through some issues here. We can start with this one.
Yes, I can start on this. I think the concept is fine. Right, we know that there are suppliers like Irvine Ranch out there that have extraordinary or emergency supplies that they call upon in times of shortage or extreme drought. The one thing about this language I think we would probably want to change is not the planned supply augmentation, but to capture what is actually going to be augmented or what is available for supply augmentation. I think that's an important distinction because in a time of shortage, what we really want to capture is what additional water for that particular supplier is immediately available.
That's how I read it, though. It's the second part of the clause says on the availability and level of augmentation achieved. I know we're all doing this on the spot, so, but is that, Kelsey, is that the intent to provide the actual supply available and the level of augmentation? The actual level of augmentation. Yeah. And this is
level.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just, Fiona, does she have access also right now to the microphone? But yeah, that's how it
we're enabling Fiona right now.
Great, thank you.
That's what Fiona said when she was speaking earlier. That's consistent. Well, perhaps you've got planned in there because these water shortage contingency plans are planning documents.
Yeah, I think it's just if to the extent that there are planned augmentations in the water shortage contingency plan, then you provide the amount that is available and actually augment it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, this is Fiona. So the first part of it, that's correct, is that
it's sort of planned or pre-designated supply augmentation that's within your water shortage contingency plan. So it's definitely planned upon. And then the second part is intended to clearly state what the availability of those planned supplies are, those emergency supplies, and the level of augmentation that you're utilizing and achieving in implementing your plan.
And that's in addition to, rather than instead of, number one. So I personally, I don't see a concern with that. I think it just adds value.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
This is David Rose. I don't know if now is the right time, but my recommendation is, since this would be, at least as currently drafted, a new requirement applied to everybody, that the board consider making it optional. As I described before, this is already available under the current proposal for language, in that the supplier can use the notes field or the reporting form that we have to identify some of this same information. But the concern on staff side, and I don't want to sound like I'm pushing back on everything that's being proposed. I appreciate the language. I think that this seems to be what's being asked for, but I'm not sure how well it fits into every situation that all the suppliers have. I can see how it fit into some of the supplier situations like Irvine Ranch, but augmentation has some lack of clarity inherent in it, and whether augmentation is a new supply that wasn't counted on. The way it's being described here is a existing, essentially reliable supply that's planned for during a drought, and that's not how I would automatically understand augmentation. So I'm just concerned that of the 400 and some odd water suppliers, especially if this is made an automatically applicable required field, that there's going to be some unclarity in how this is understood. And we've already heard different questions about unclarity about what residential is and things like that. So that would be my concern just from the staff side at this point. And my recommendation, if the board wants to not just allow this information to come in under the current staff proposal, which is in the notes field or the description that the suppliers can use, which I think is already allowed under paragraph 1, then we very clearly make this optional. And several options are saying may, or making it clearly optional, putting it in the resolution, or just highlighting through what Paula described up front in the presentation as the implementation plan. We're going to have a workshop where we're going to talk to everybody about implementation. And this can very much be touched upon then as to how somebody could go about submitting that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Rose. I think the flag that, this is a new addition, it's a new requirement. Many agencies may not know how best to implement, and to have it mandatory and part of, I think, to your point, it makes sense to make it voluntary. And I don't know if Ms. Haynes or Ms. Sanchez have any feeling one way or the other. I think it will still allow us to collect the data. I think it's important to keep it though, because although in the notes, that really doesn't, insofar as a database is concerned, or sort of how we are able to make data actionable, there's a lot of other things that may be in the notes and wouldn't necessarily kind of contribute to our understanding. But to your other point, there's maybe a lack of understanding and definition around some of the terms that are being used now, and we are trying to do this live. So maybe it's a point we can place, make voluntary, and speak to further discussion in the guidelines implementation as to how best to apply it, and ensure that it actually does equate another data point that is useful. And again, I think aggregating in the notes where there may be other notes doesn't provide maybe for that sort of level of awareness on the information that I think maybe some of the water agencies are wanting to ensure we see. But appropriately voluntary in this moment, because there's a lot of considerations, and I don't think we'll be able to get through most of, we won't be able to perfect the language otherwise today.
I like that approach, and I would just add to it that where possible that we actually encourage utilization of this as opposed to just making it voluntary. So through workshops and ongoing communications with the water suppliers.
I might actually, Chair Esquivel, I've now really focused and reread this, offer an edit that might sort of really address all of this. Because I'm looking at paragraph 1 now, and it uses the same term, descriptive statistics. So if we simply, in paragraph 1, after that first clause, descriptive statistics on the urban water supplier's achievement of its water contingency plan response actions, comma, and then we add including supply augmentation, comma, and then the rest of the text there. I think that really captures, that would capture what's being asked for, and it's still within the realm of reporting that is really dependent on what the supplier has in its plan.
That seems rather artful to my read. Ms. Haynes, Ms. Sanchez, any objection, or any board members, and what that would do as opposed to what's being requested here?
I think I'm comfortable, and I'm also comfortable too with the proposal that it be optional, since this is a relatively new requirement and not everybody has this approach necessarily in their plan. But I was wondering if Mr. Gomberg could just reread that so I can hear it again.
Certainly. So in what is currently 1, it would read, descriptive statistics on the urban water supplier's achievement of its water contingency plan response actions, comma, including supply augmentation, comma, and progress towards achieving a reduction in water consumption associated with the urban water supplier's existing water shortage response action level.
Okay, thank you.
So Max, how does that address Mr. Rose's concern or suggestion that this be voluntary?
Well, if the supplier has, right, the language in 2 is already conditional with if. So what 1 does is it just flags that if a supplier has supply augmentation in that contingency plan, then it's noting that should be included. You could read that into what is already in paragraph 1. It's just a way of making it explicit without adding a whole nother paragraph that could be confusing, as others have mentioned.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that what you're proposing is to include that phrase in 1 so that the new 2 is not necessary, which, I like. Less words is better. But just by including the phrase that you suggested, the way I read it is that it's not voluntary.
Can we just add a if any after supply augmentation? So supply augmentation
would make it more voluntary.
Right.
Such as?
That works.
So this is David. I can weigh in on that, since Board Member Dodick, you were raising in part an issue I had raised about it being not voluntary. And I think that the Max's proposal, which is striking the proposed number 2 and putting into number 1, including, and then the if any supply augmentation, as Max noted, I think that the staff perspective is that was already available in number 1, the B1, which is any response actions that the supplier's taken. So if a supplier is not taking any response actions, or if there's response actions under their plan, and again, like the supplier's own plan that's already existing, then it wouldn't come up. So I think that would not be a new obligation supplier that exists in the paragraph 1 already.
All right, thank you.
So just so folks along in the Zoom meeting can appreciate what's going on the screen now, we have shown in highlighted text an additional concept that I think draws on what Mr. Gomberg put forward along with what Board Member McGuire put forward, that if that was added, largely would address the concerns raised by Aqua and Irvine Ranch, and then it would obviate the need for the now highlighted addition of 2 that was in the language that Ms. Haynes said around to the board members a little while ago. So is there consensus about trying to proceed that way amongst the board, just so that we can leave it on the screen momentarily for people to absorb it, and then we would remove those changes there and then renumber as appropriate?
I'm fine with that.
Yes. Yeah, certainly comfortable.
Works for me.
Well, thank you. Ms. Haynes, Ms. Sanchez, were there any other issues? And so I appreciate the work on that. I know there were other requests in the whereas clauses. I, at this point, am not recommending those other changes. I think this was a helpful clarification and does deepen our understanding and goal of making sure this data is usable. I think, though, that like with much of our work, where estimation and statistical numbers and the generation of them based off of testing and real-world data is what we do. We do that extensively in our programs, throwing the word estimated into the whereas clauses. I think it seems to indicate that that's what we're aiming toward. We're aiming toward just the estimated data, and that we're not somehow trying to perpetually improve the quality of that data, knowing that the sooner you get it, the less likely it has gone through data quality management, QA/QC activities, and maybe need to be caveated. And I think that we need to continue to own, again, the complexity of that work, but don't see a need at this point for further clarification there, but leave it to further discussion with other board members. The other couple of places that I would just ask for clarification would be, again, clarifying that we don't still have references to waste and unreasonable use. And then when it comes to CII data, and generally, again, even single family versus multifamily, I think that is important to get to. I am not sure in this moment if we will be able to fully adopt with certainty a mandatory requirement for that data, knowing that it's still hard. At least my understanding is that it's still not very well standardized information readily available across water agencies. And I think there are ways that we need to improve that data, those data, and look forward to continue to refine this space, knowing that we have implementation work on the efficiency legislation still yet ahead of us. And this is a living document. This isn't a locked-in moment here. And so don't know if staff have much thought there, but again, I continue to feel that it is really critical information, but unsure if there is much that we could do in a mandatory site now in this adoption, but maybe some resolution language that could speak to the not just the integration of this work with the larger efficiency legislation, but then these opportunities to explore how we can better collect CII data or other better, more granular data, but then also do so in a way that does streamline reporting and get to maybe some of the requests or desire from some of the agencies to, again, commit ourselves to that space as we pursue not just this regulation, but other ways that we're implementing efficiency. And those would, I think, sum up my two main things that I would want to bring up or have resolved before I'm prepared to vote, and would leave either clarification from staff again that we have removed references to waste and unreasonable use, and then otherwise open up to my fellow board members to provide some thoughts.
Chair Esquivel, I can address your question on waste and unreasonable use references. So I assume that the concern is about an existing reference in the references section below sections 990 and 991 to Article 10, Section 2 of the California Constitution. And I can walk you briefly through what staff did from the initial proposed version of the reg text to now and why that's still there. And then leave it up to you whether you think that that absolutely should be removed from the proposed references under the reg text. However, I don't feel that that is necessary. So walking through how we started was this reg text initially was being worked on before the 2018 conservation legislation and before 10609.28 was adopted. And so the board was using existing, it had was a number of different types of authority to propose this regulation. At the same time, staff was also proposing some code cleanup that was going to move several other existing sections of text into, as Paola said, a new chapter. And then staff has abandoned that at this time. And what we did when we abandoned that and were decided to use solely the 10609.28 authority was staff deleted the other authority that was proposed, which was to section 275 of the water code as authority, left in the reference to Article 10, Section 2, and I can tell you what the intent of that was Section 275 of the water code is much more expressly about waste unreasonable use, as I noted, the staff determined was not necessary to rely upon or to reference. But Article 10, Section 2 of the California Constitution was left in as a reference, not as authority, because Article 10, Section 2 is much broader. And one of the things it talks about, in addition to mentioning waste and unreasonable use and that that's to be prevented, is that the conservation of such waters is to be exercised with a view to the reasonable and beneficial use thereof in interest of the people and for the public welfare. So it's in the references section, so the regulation text, it's not in the authority section. And when the staff went through and eliminated as unnecessary the coding up and any of the reliance upon authority about Article 10, Section 2 or Section 275 of the water code, we left in the reference to Article 10, Section 2 for that purpose and not because it has anything to do specifically with waste and unreasonable use. So if the board members feel strong referencing that section of the California Constitution section is problematic, then that could be stricken, but it was not left in as reference waste and unreasonable use of the prohibition on waste and unreasonable use. I hope that's helpful and sort of going backwards through the process about how this came up and the water conservation legislation of 2018, the executive order from 2016, and all the interim actions that led to staff drafting this and how it's been changed over time. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
No, I appreciate that very much, Mr. Rose. I think it clarifies certainly the intent. I know there is a great amount of sensitivity whenever waste and unreasonable use is brought up in any context of the board's work. I don't see here a desire to particularly reference waste and unreasonable use, but our public trust obligations or otherwise, it is again part of the Constitution, and I think here is innocuous enough and certainly just makes clear I think the importance of the information and not tied to a desire to use waste in a reasonable use. And to your point, there was an evolving discussion around that. And the board, as I recall, as I was a member of part of that discussion, went a different path insofar as identifying what authorities we need to use in this space, and appreciate again the constant vigilance of the water community on these issues, and appreciate that we do always need to exercise our authorities cautiously and appropriately. And I at least feel that has been done in this case, and appreciate the context and the explanation. hopefully that was helpful for folks. But also know that there may be a difference of opinion amongst the 5 of us. And so don't say that to cap off any opinions otherwise from my fellow board members. And so would leave it to them so that we can maybe close off this item at least.
Well, I'd probably be one that would normally disagree on something like this. So I'll just give my thoughts. And really what I'm looking to do is close this out, move forward, and start to collect the reports, or, you know, have it be a requirement, and do so in such a way where we're working with water suppliers as much as possible. So on this one, I just want to make sure, Mr. Rose, you're saying that, and I looked at the language provided by the city of San Francisco, and I'm having challenges seeing red lines, so I don't know if I missed something, but you're saying that there is a section that refers to authority, and this Article 10, Section 2 is not included within the authority section. It's included as reference materials.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
That's what I have on the current version that we have proposed, and I'm not seeing it in the authority section. I don't believe we missed that. So it is intended, and I believe reflected, that Article 2 is listed. It's listed first because that's the order that references are listed in Constitution and Water Code, but it's not in the authority section.
Okay. All right, then I'm comfortable with just moving forward. But I did, Chair Esquivel, have, I was taking notes when Ms. Hines was speaking earlier, and there were a couple of areas that I would like to take a look at. I think we addressed the supply augmentation issue with the language, but there were a couple of other areas that I'd like to hear from staff on. I thought that they were okay with that whereas clause, the first item that she brought up, let me see if I can pull it up here on my iPad, regarding water budget rate structures. And so just want to hear from staff on that. That's something that you know, I don't see any problem with. I like to include that as a reference.
For
If
staff's benefit, just so they can follow along, Board Member Diadamo, this would have been in addition to whereas 20 that would have added the clause at the end of it, which may include the use of water budget-based rate structures.
Yes.
And I'm fine with that as well. This is Laurel.
Me too. I was going to bring up the same questions.
Okay. And then looking at, let's see here. I think that there seems to be enough of a recognition about streamlining, incorporating reduced reporting. That's an area that I'm really interested in just continuing to be on top of. And so I think that's our intent as a board. And so I don't feel a need to push further on that. But one area that continues to just sort of trouble me, that maybe I think we could use some additional clarification, and that's on, let's see here, the estimated data. It was suggestion number 4. And Chelsea, I don't have I'm just looking at your email that you sent me that has this information. So I guess I need to pull up the language, but that the data are reasonably accurate when reported. And this goes to the concern that many water suppliers have that the initial report may not be accurate. And so with it saying here that we direct staff to work with water suppliers to ensure that the data is accurate, I think many of them are going to be submitting data that they know initially isn't going to be accurate, but just do the best they can and then clean it up later with this reference here as updated.
I wanted to just,
sorry.
I was just going to add to that. I think that's number 5 in the therefore it be resolved, I think. And I think some of the whereas above was also trying the suggestions that were made around adding the word estimated in the whereas above. I am not comfortable with because I think that changes the meaning. But I think the proposal on the therefore it be resolved that number 5, where it's just, and I think it would be are instead of is, but are reasonably accurate when reported and updated as needed. I don't really have concerns about that unless, so I also would be fine with that if that change, if, yeah, I would be fine.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone, for pointing that out. I was going to point out to Board Member Diadamo which sections I thought we were talking about specifically in the resolution. But you're right, resolved, therefore be it resolved, paragraph 5 with Lord Chair Esquivel's change to are from is. Staff don't have any concerns with that. And I had previously highlighted a staff concern with addition of the word estimated into whereas paragraphs 2 and 3, and you just weighed in on that as well. So if that's helpful, Board Member Diadamo pointing to the specific locations.
Yes, just 5. I finally found trying to juggle here different documents. Yes, whereas 5. Or therefore be it resolved 5. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Really appreciate that. Board Member Firestone, did you want to continue on with any thoughts? Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. But...
I don't think I have any other changes that I wanted to propose. And so I don't know if there's other changes. I have some final comments, but I don't know if other board members had any other changes they wanted to discuss.
Yeah, thank you. Board Member Doda, Board Member McGuire.
A clarifying question. I might have just missed it, but where did we leave things with respect to ensuring a consistent definition for residential water use reporting?
So I think where we left off with that was Charlotte's comment about we're going to need to update our guidance. We have guidance on the website. It's just informal written guidance, but agreement that we need to true it up with how it's defined in the EIR. And that's just something I think that would be handled at the staff level unless you want to put specific direction in this resolution for us to do that. But our plan is to come up with a more a clearer definition of residential use. Right now, I think the way our guidance reads is it pertains to water provided to the residential sector. So I just think we need to specify what that means.
I'm fine with that. And while I certainly agree with and support the recommendations that several speakers made with respect to breaking out the residential water use reporting and including CII, as well as the recommendation on water shutoffs, I don't think that's something that we can figure out today. So I would concur with what I believe the chair suggested, is flagging this somehow as, certainly it is our intent and our wish going forward to integrate and further improve in these areas without necessarily trying to make those adjustments today, which I think is much more complicated than we have the bandwidth for at this time, though I certainly support us moving towards that. And I think it will certainly help in terms of our understanding moving forward. So I'm not sure if staff might have some resolution language or if it's something that can be voiced as part of a motion so that we acknowledge our support for these concepts.
I certainly think that that is something that the board could incorporate as part of a motion and would not need resolution language for it.
Can I ask related to that? I was looking at number 6 in the therefore clauses, and it says that we're directing staff to continue to assess the water data reporting needs and processes, and then it's both to balance the, to develop recommendations to both balance the streamlining reporting needs as well as making data more accessible and useful, and that they would develop recommendations by April next year. So that's sort of the continuous improvement and recognizing that this is the first step and we need to continue to improve. Am I interpreting that correctly? Is that what that means? And would this fall into that category of we should be able to improve some of these things by just defining residential better, but we also should be looking at how we are improving the usefulness by potentially breaking out particular things, or was there something else that was meant by that? And that's not to say that we don't also call those things out in particular around the motion, but I just want to make sure I understand the meaning of the resolution, number 6.
I think that's correct. A correct interpretation, Board Member Firestone, and really the goal is that this is an opportunity for collaboration between the board and the water suppliers and other stakeholders to figure out how do we give guidance, how do we have more consistent definitions, how do we work not only internally to the board, but also with the Department of Water Resources on streamlining data collection. So there's a whole data ecosystem set of issues that we are committing to work through.
Right.
And so I think you made a very important point on it, though, Board Member Firestone, which is the fact that in a motion you can help animate some of that language in that resolved clause.
Okay. Well, sorry, I had some comments around the request around shutoffs, but I want to wait till see if it's not involving, I'm not proposing a change to what's being proposed. So I'll wait till other board members discuss any other changes.
I think this is Sean McGuire. I think in as much as you worked and raised all of the issues that I was going to bring up here. So that's good. Thank you for doing that. I concur with the other board members in terms of adding some motion language and really working through these data clarity challenges. That was certainly a big question for me. I think, the usefulness of the data, and I am thinking about what Mr. Prichard said earlier. What is it that we're going to be using the data for? When we're thinking about the granularity and perhaps, either streamlining and or in some cases asking for more information, whether it's deeper breakdowns in terms of CII, single family versus multifamily. I'm not opposed to the concepts at all. I just want to understand how it is we're going to be using that information and to what extent it makes sense to have every urban water user go through a monthly exercise to pull that information out and supply it to us versus an annual reporting. So it's that trade-off and that balancing that I think we do need to work through. And clearly we can't do that today with the time that we have. But these are important factors. I'm mindful that we're, it seems embarking on dry conditions again. And so the importance of the monthly reporting is all that much more critical to me at this time. So I certainly want to move forward, even if it is an imperfect solution right at this moment. But I think, those issues, working through the definitions and those other elements, I definitely appreciate the changes to the resolution, the clarifications there, and also the regulation. So thank you for working through those today. It was worth the time.
Thank you, board member.
Maybe, sorry, before we do a motion, can I just speak to the shutoff issues that were brought up? Because I certainly, and I know staff and other board members share concerns around making sure that we are getting information about shutoffs. I know we are now getting that through the annual reports, but given the executive order, I think we should be looking at how we get more regular data on that to support implementation of that. I don't think at this time that you know, we're trying to put that into here, or that there's a need to have that be mandatory at this point. But I will say that I really think we're going to need to recognize that this economic impact is not going away quickly, that this will continue to be a struggle, and that we do really need to get a handle on it, both for customers, but also for water systems that are struggling to balance their operations costs. And so to me, this is something that I really hope we can develop with stakeholders and partners, a process where we can get fairly accurate or at least you know, as good quality data as we can between voluntary reporting and maybe some proactive outreach by both, you know, our staff as well as associations and technical assistance providers and others, so that we can really start to get a handle on what how we are implementing this executive order and where there are needs, again, both on the shutoff for families, but also on the water system side. So I guess I would just put a plug in that I think this issue, while I don't think that's something that we should be adding to this right now, I think it is something that we need to be working on as part of implementation of the executive order with all of the stakeholders and partners to make sure that we can track implementation and need and really understand and synthesize how to best support that executive order implementation effectively. Yeah, I think just a plug for continued work in that space, and I appreciate stakeholders bringing that up and the partners that have been reporting that annually, and that hopefully can help us get better information as a state as we're now in this new reality.
Thank you, board member. Any other closing thoughts? I just want to thank everyone for their great work and engagement on this. These are complex issues and challenges that we face ultimately, and information, data are the core to our ability to make better decisions. And so just appreciate everyone's continued engagement in all of this. And we'll entertain a motion.
Chair Esquivel?
Yes.
Sorry,
interject.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that a motion would be absolutely clear as to what was being proposed for adoption. So I didn't mean to interject.
Not at all.
There, if it was needless, but I wanted to make sure we were all talking about the same things. So I think what the staff proposal at this point would be what was initially proposed with proposed changes to paragraph 17 and the whereas section of the resolution, and therefore be it resolved section 5 of the resolution. And so staff is proposing a resolution with those changes, and the regulation text with the,
I think it was paragraph 20 of the.
Yeah, David, and your line is cutting out a little bit. So let me go ahead, and I can certainly have you or staff correct me if I'm misreading it, but I'm going to go through serially through the resolution, and then through the resolve, or through the whereas clauses, through the resolved clauses, and then into the regulations. I think all told, based on what I heard from consensus from the board, there were 4 specific changes that were going to be incorporated into a motion. And the first was in the resolution, whereas clause 20, to add in the last clause, which may include the use of water budget-based rate structures. Were there any other changes in the whereas clauses that other board members were expecting or that staff were expecting? And then moving into—
Michael, there was There was discussion of paragraph 17, but that's not being pursued. Sorry if my records are different.
This is Sean. I have no issue with paragraph 17. I'm okay with those changes if other board members are.
And just to be clear, Board Member McGuire, you had a concern about 17, so not accepting any of the changes proposed by Aqua in 17, so that it would be just the whereas clause 20 that would be updated. Is that correct understanding, Board Member McGuire? Sean, either we somehow...
Sorry, I was technologically challenged there with my microphone unmuting skills. I don't have any concerns with paragraph 17. I'm okay with the changes that were proposed by Aqua.
Okay, and so what was the consensus of the other board members? Do they want the changes in paragraph 17?
I'm fine with the changes.
If my understanding is correct in that the additional language merely expands upon the conditions that would be pursuant to the expired emergency regulation anyway, and it's not adding additional requirements, then I'm fine with it.
That's correct, it's not.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Then what we have, by my count, is actually 5 discrete changes. The first is in whereas clause 17 to add in the trailing sentence proposed by Aqua, as was the case with emergency regulations, comma, any cautions, caveats, and data limitations shall be clearly identified and noted. Then moving to whereas 20, it's the addition of the final trailing clause proposed by Aqua, which was displayed on the screen. That clause adds the concept, comma, which may include the use of water budget-based rate structures. That should be the total of the changes to the whereas clauses. Moving into the resolved clauses, the resolved and ordering resolved provision 5 was to include the one change put in the record by or requested by Aqua and supported by other water agencies, and that is that the State Water Board directs staff to work with water suppliers to ensure data, and then the insertion are reasonably, and then pick up accurate, and then a new insertion when reported, and then conclude with the language that was already there and updated as needed. Any other changes in the resolved provisions? Then there are 2 changes that were tracked in the regulations, neither of which impose any new requirements, and one is specifically for clarification. That first change is in Regulation 990, Subdivision D, and that was the one read into the record by David Rose to update the citations to 10,608.12 to be subdivisions E, I, and let me make sure I've got them all correct, or update them to E, I, and J. Originally they read subdivisions D, H, and I. And then the second addition in the regulations is to add the language that was discussed at length, and that is in 991 subdivision B. And that is to, in subdivision B1, which previously read descriptive statistics on the urban water supplier's achievement of its water contingency plan response, water contingency plan response actions, and then add, comma, including supply augmentation, comma, if any, comma, and then resume with the rest of the subdivision and progress toward achieving a reduction in water consumption associated with the urban water supplier's existing water shortage response action level. And I believe those 5 in total are the changes that were discussed and assented to by the board.
Thank you, Michael. That's what I had.
Thank you both.
Are you prepared for a motion then? I move to adopt the resolution with the changes read into the record by Mr. Loeffler, both to the resolution and to the regulation.
Might I suggest also adding to the motion some language stating our desire, intent to integrate as we go along the concepts of
CII.
Including CII, shut-offs, that sort of thing.
Yes, as amended by Board Member Dodick.
Then I will second the motion.
Having a second, Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Dodick.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries and the item is adopted. Really appreciate everyone's great work these last months, years, truly, and look forward to implementation and continuing to have this very robust discussion with everyone. Let's give ourselves just a 10-minute break. We'll come back here at 3:50 and then begin item, our final item, item number 6, which I will remind folks that are on the webcast and are wanting to, though, provide public comment. Please, you do need to either go to the website and get a password for the Zoom platform, or send an email to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov and put public comment in the subject line. Mr. Loffer, anything I'm missing before we break for a few minutes here and transition?
Nothing you're missing. However, I do want to bring to the board's attention that we have multiple commenters on item 6 who are council members for the city of Redondo Beach. And my understanding is that they will be needing to get into their own closed session at 4:30. And so when we come back from the break, my suggestion would be that you open the workshop with your opening statement. And before we even hear the staff presentation, we go ahead and receive comments from those council members so that they can go on with their civic duties.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. And we'll be prepared to do so. We'll come back here in 10 minutes then, and hopefully everyone gets a little jog in, some jumping jacks perhaps, and we will see you at 3:50. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Do we have everyone settled in? Then I will go ahead and read my opening statement. One moment while I pull this up. The State Water Resources Control Board will now hear item 6. In accordance with the April 16th, 2020 revised public notice, the State Water Board is holding a public board workshop on the proposed amendment to the water quality policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as the once-through cooling or OTC policy. The State Water Board is accepting written comments on the proposed amendment. The public comment period will close at noon on May 11th. The State Water Board will not be taking action today on this item. A public hearing and meeting for the State Water Board to consider the adoption of the proposed amendment to the OTC policy is scheduled for July 21st, 2020. This workshop is being recorded. There will not be sworn testimony. We will have a staff presentation followed by public comments. If you intend to speak on this item, please follow the instructions on our website to obtain a password and log into the meeting. Fill out a virtual blue speaker card and mark it with the words item 6 OTC policy. Time limits may be imposed on oral comments to allow all participants the opportunity to be heard. We will now proceed to the staff presentation. Apologies, we will not proceed to the staff presentation and would like instead to call upon our elected officials so that we can get their comments in prior to shifting over to the staff presentation and then generally accepting comments. I will say for the elected officials, you have, there'll be a general 5 minutes, but if you need to take longer, then by all means. But those after, depending on how many comments we have, I may limit to 3 minutes with the ability to have more people need, but recognizing that the hour does grow late and want to be able to make sure everyone is heard at an appropriate time this evening. That being said, Mr. Loffer, if you would like to begin calling up our elected officials.
Sure. So the first two requests we have were from the city of Redondo Beach because of their.
Oh, Mr. Loffer, I believe you're on mute.
I am.
I apologize.
Thank you for that. So our first speaker will be the mayor of Redondo Beach, Mr. Bill Brand. Mr. Brand, let me get you unmuted and we'll get you in, and then we'll follow you up by Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you. I'd rather speak after the staff report, if you don't mind. I'm going to go ahead and stick around afterwards and have Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein run our closed session. That way I'll be available for any questions from the board. So I'm happy to speak after staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And then, yes, we will reserve your time.
I just thought it was important to have somebody around to answer any questions.
I really appreciate that commitment and apologize that we have gone rather long today. So thank you.
Supervisor Janice Hahn would also like to speak, but she probably now won't be available till around 5.
Okay. Well, and we will accommodate as the day and evening goes on here. So the moment an elected official is prepared and can, we will call upon them. And so we'll reserve your comments for after the staff presentation. So thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Loffer, was there anyone else?
Well, I just wanted to get a clarification, and I know you indicated that Councilmember Lowenstein was going to run the closed session. Would we like to go ahead and have him speak now, or is he going to come back after the closed session?
No, I'll speak now if that's okay.
All right. So you have a live microphone and a live camera, Councilmember Lowenstein. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, members of the board. We appreciate you giving us the chance to speak before the staff report. My name is Todd Lowenstein, and I serve as a Redondo Beach City Council member representing District 2, which is the council district where the AES power plant is actually located. My district also is where the majority of our city's waterfront is located and is the home of 1 elementary school, 1 middle school, and 1 high school known as Redondo Union. I'm also the former president of the Redondo Beach Unified School District Board of Education. There are approximately 4,700 students attending schools in my area, as well as 14,000 residents, some of whom reside in boats in the harbor. Redondo is the second most densely populated coastal city in California. When people visit our city from around the world, they stay in District 2's hotels, they eat at our restaurants, and visit our famous Redondo Pier. As the representative of the area, I know that nearly every resident wants this plant shut down on December 31st of this year as promised for the last decade. Residents are frequently startled or woken up in the middle of the night by jet engine decibel level noise from the plant's pressure relief system, which clearly exceeds all local noise ordinances. And that's actually in my comments. You can see a video of it up on YouTube that I sent you earlier. Our residents are directly impacted by the plant's emissions, suffering the effects of the deadly gases and particulate emitted from the plant stacks. The smokestacks tower 150 feet in height, which is the level at which Burrell Elementary sits at the top of a hill, bringing deadly particulate matter into the lungs of otherwise healthy kindergartners through 5th graders, many of whom play outside on the school's playground and ball field. The middle school and the high school have physical education classes outdoors all day long, and there are a number of asthmatic students that are affected by the poor air quality. The plant's emissions wreak havoc on their already compromised lungs during outdoor sports practice at our schools. And you can see from my comments, I sent you pictures of actually smoke plumes arising from the power plant within the vicinity of the schools that I mentioned. We also have 2 assisted living care facilities with primarily elderly care suffering memory loss, Alzheimer's, and additional comorbidities such as diabetes, heart disease, and COPD, which these days is very important, as we know, with COVID. We have several other independent senior living facilities, such as the Salvation Army Meals on Wheels facility within a short walk of the power plant. Our city's waterfront has been blighted for over 100 years from the power plant, and this affects not only the surrounding property values, but also the desirability of Redondo Beach as a tourist destination. The Edison Southern California Sun right-of-way, which leads down to the power plant, is a visual eyesore. And with the closing of the power plant, we can set about with the removal of the power lines and the towers to create a greenbelt where people can walk or bike down to the waterfront. And the area adjacent to the plant has been identified by environmental groups as being the habitat of protected species, such as the burrowing owl, And the city is in negotiations to acquire this land currently used for power lines for the plant to convert it to open space and parkland. The city has made significant progress in securing state funding for the acquisition of the open space, up to $4.8 million and maybe more soon, resulting from the plant's retirement to serve our park poor city. We are a park poor city. State voters passed Prop 68 in 2018, not to extend the life of the once through cooling plant, power plant, but to convert it to parkland. And finally, inland residents from the LA basin who suffer some of the worst air quality in the country visit Redondo Beach with their families to spend the day at the beach or our most visited park, which is the Seaside Lagoon. They come to Redondo Beach to enjoy fresh air along the coast, unaware that the emissions from the power plant just across the street could be filling their lungs with poisonous gas and 2.5 micron particulate matter, which has been scientifically proven to cause heart disease, stroke, and other cardiopulmonary illness. As the elected representative from our district, I ask that you do not extend the AES power plant in Redondo Beach, the closing date past December 31st, 2020. Please consider an alternative where Redondo Beach is not extended. Thank you for the time to speak today.
Thank you so much for your comments, Councilmember Lowenstein. Really appreciate you taking the time and the flexibility between you and the mayor to be able to continue your own civic duties here. And again, appreciate the flexibility and comments. Thank you.
And then our next, as I understand it, our next council member who will be speaking, but I'll let him clarify for that, is Councilmember Christian Harbath. You should have a live mic now, council member.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you all allowing us the leeway to do this on the early side here. Good afternoon. My name is Christian Horvath. I am the Redondo Beach Council member representing District 3. I also serve as the chair of the South Bay City Council of Governments and as a director for the largest community choice aggregator in the state, Clean Power Alliance. Today, I am speaking on behalf of both my residents who live within 1 mile of the plant, as well as the greater sub-regional area. I want to voice my opposition to any extension of the OTC compliance deadline for the AES Redondo Beach. If there has been one aspect about the future of this power plant that I could tell my residents over the past 5 years with certainty, it was that thanks to the foresight of this body in 2010, the plant would cease to operate as of January 1, 2021. It's incredibly frustrating, especially in a time when environmental regulations are being rolled back consistently at the federal level, to consider anything but closure. I just want to touch on a few points and I'll let the mayor cover some others. Number one, AES is not needed to ensure grid reliability. If you choose to extend the other 3 plants, there will be more than enough excess capacity in the first year for grid reliability. On top of that, CalISO and the CPUC are not taking into consideration the procurement of storage and a new green generation that Clean Power Alliance is currently working to create. On April 2nd, I made a motion to approve the building of a 100 megawatt Luna battery energy storage project. This is the largest ESA deal for a CCA in California, and it's one of the largest in the entire state. And this is just the first that CPA is working towards in the coming months. This project went from bid to contract execution in less than 6 months and demonstrates the nimbleness of meeting fast-changing regulatory requirements and electrical grid dynamics. The Water Board should not allow additional year of environmental damage just to use AES Redondo Beach as a safety net. Number 2, staff's projected frequency of power plant operation supports not extending the compliance deadline for AES Redondo Beach. Your staff report says that since 2016, all four plants have been primarily used as peakers and operated on an average over the last 3 years at 4.8 capacity. Any extension would see operations expected to run at or below their current operating capacity. With that expectation, removing the comparatively small AES Redondo Beach should not have an adverse effect on grid reliability. The closure of AES Redondo Beach can easily be covered by the unused 95+% capacity of the larger plants, Alamitos and Ormond. Number 3, AES Redondo Beach is the least efficient and the most environmentally damaging of the plants being considered. AES Redondo Beach was built in 1954. It's one of the oldest gas-fired plants in California. According to the chart cited by staff, AES Redondo Beach is one of, if not the least efficient plants in all of California, producing more cooling water discharge per unit energy generated than Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach combined. This results in potential impacts to marine life. There are a handful of other comments that the city has provided you ahead of time through our city attorney, and I'm sure Mayor Brand will discuss those as well. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak on the early side. I appreciate your time today.
And I appreciate your advocacy, Mr. Horvath, and thank you again as well for that flexibility and your comments. Thank you.
So at this point in time, Chair Esquivel, I think you're fine going ahead with the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll hand it over to staff to now engage in the presentation. And thanks again for the comments and the flexibility from everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the comments that we have already heard, and we'll get right to it. So good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Julie Johnson, and I am an engineering geologist in the Ocean Standards Unit in the Division of Water Quality. Online with me from the State Water Board are Kat Walsh, Rebecca Fitzgerald, Phil Crater, Karen Mogus, and Marley Wood. Also online with us today are Neil Miller, Executive Director of Infrastructure Development for the California Independent System Operator, and Edward Randolph, Deputy Executive Director of Energy and Climate Policy at the California Public Utilities Commission. Today, I am presenting on the proposed amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as the once-through cooling or OTC policy. Next slide, please. Thank you. So today we are holding this board workshop to provide an opportunity for open discussion between the State Water Board members, staff, and members of the public on this proposed amendment. As a reminder to our audience and commenters, the board members will not be making any decisions on the materials discussed today. My presentation will cover a brief history of the OTC policy, a summary of the proposed amendments, and a look at our project timeline. Following the presentation, there will be an opportunity for questions and comments. Next slide. The OTC policy establishes uniform technology-based standards to implement Federal Clean Water Act Section 316B with the goal of reducing harmful effects associated with cooling water intake structures on marine and estuarine life. The OTC policy was adopted in May of 2010 and went into effect later that year on October 1st. Since adoption, the policy has been amended 4 times, most recently in 2017. The policy applies to 19 coastal and estuarine power plants, 17 fossil-fueled plants, and 2 nuclear-fueled plants, and establishes a schedule of compliance for the facilities, accounting for local and system-wide electrical grid reliability and permitting constraints. Overall, the OTC policy has been a success. To date, 10 OTC power plants have ceased operation, most of them complying before their scheduled compliance dates. 9 facilities are still in operation today and are continuing to comply with the OTC policy. Next slide, please. And now we'll dive into the proposed amendment, which has 5 components. The first component and primary reason for this amendment is the proposed compliance date extensions to address grid reliability concerns that are projected to start in the summer of 2021. Next slide, please. During the last year, the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, also known as SACWIS, convened 3 times, and several technical documents regarding grid reliability have become available from multiple agencies. The draft staff report supporting this proposed amendment includes details on each of these meetings and reports. However, for the purposes of this workshop, we will be focusing on the most recent SACWIS meeting that took place in January of this year and formed the recommendations for the grid reliability component of this proposed amendment. Next slide, please. Leading up to the January SACWIS meeting, committee members considered several different factors, including the causes of the projected statewide electricity shortfall identified in June 2019 by the California Public Utility Commission, also known as CPUC, the CPUC's November 2019 decision with recommendations to address the shortfall, new information received after the November decision, and community concerns shared with the member agencies of the SACWIS. The causes of the projected shortfall include shifts in peak demand to later in the day and later in the year, changes in the method for calculating how much energy is available from wind and solar resources, increasing uncertainty surrounding the amount of energy California can import during summer months, and unanticipated shutdowns of non-OTC generating units. In its November decision, the CPUC directed 3,300 megawatts of new procurement to come online over the next 3 years to address the projected electrical shortfall. However, since it takes time to develop energy resources and get permits approved for construction, the CPUC recommended extending the compliance dates of Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Ormond Beach, and Redondo Beach generating stations, all scheduled to comply with the OTC policy by the end of December 2020, to provide available capacity over the next 3 years as the new resources come online. Next slide, please. At the January SACWIS meeting, committee members reviewed 4 alternatives to address grid reliability concerns and determined a preferred recommendation for the State Water Board to consider. The SACWIS's preferred recommendation is Alternative 4, which was developed based on additional information received after the CPUC's November decision and community concerns. In Alternative 4, the SACWIS recommends the State Water Board consider extending the compliance dates of Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach for 3 years, and Redondo Beach for 1 year to address grid reliability concerns as new sources of electricity come online through 2023. The committee recognized that Alternative 3, which is based solely on the CPUC's November decision and suggested different extensions for Ormond Beach and Redondo Beach, would also be sufficient to address grid reliability concerns. Next slide, please. In the draft staff report, we analyzed several factors that could be impacted as a result of extending the OTC policy compliance dates for the 4 facilities and accounting for new information that was received after the January SACWIS meeting. I'll be briefly discussing each of these impacts in the following slides. Next slide, please. Over the last 3 years, the 4 facilities have operated less frequently and were primarily used as peaker plants, operating on average at 4.8% of operating capacity during this time. Peaker plants are used when the demand for power is high and reliability of imports is low, such as on hot summer days. During high demand times, newer, more efficient resources with shorter startup times would likely be selected to provide power before the OTC facilities. If the compliance dates for Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Ormond Beach, and Redondo Beach are extended, the facilities would continue to primarily be used as peaker plants and would be expected to operate at or below their current operating capacity. Next slide, please. The baseline impacts to marine life caused by once-through cooling were established in the 2010 final substitute environmental document for the OTC policy. The greatest impacts to marine and estuarine life are caused by impingement and entrainment by the once-through cooling systems. This graph shows historic and projected water use for all OTC facilities as a daily average in millions of gallons per day. Water use is on the y-axis and time in years is on the x-axis. As you can see, daily average water use decreases over time as power plants come into compliance with the OTC policy. The blue line represents design flow rates based on the compliance schedule in the OTC policy, and the red line represents actual flow data reported by the facilities. The dashed yellow line projects flow rates through 2024 based on 2019 data and modeled on the compliance date extensions recommended in SACWIS's Alternative 4. As shown in the figure, the projected fleet water use is still below design flow rates from the policy's compliance schedule. If the compliance dates for the 4 facilities are extended, we would still be on track to meet the original flow reduction intended in the OTC policy. Next slide, please. The OTC policy requires owners and operators to implement interim mitigation measures starting in October 2015 and continuing until the facilities are in final compliance with the policy. The owners and operators of the 4 facilities elected to comply with these requirements by providing funding to the Ocean Protection Council and State Coastal Conservancy for appropriate projects. The interim mitigation payments are determined annually based on the volume of water used. The payment is a sum of 3 portions: entrainment, impingement, and management and monitoring fees. The entrainment portion, calculated using the volume of water pumped in a given year, is multiplied by a 3% escalator to account for inflation. If the compliance dates are extended, the facilities will be required to continue annual interim mitigation payments to the Ocean Protection Council and State Coastal Conservancy until final compliance with the OTC policy. Next slide, please. The State Water Board recognizes that there are potential land use impacts if these compliance dates are extended. Power generation is expected to be ongoing at both the Alamitos and Huntington Beach sites. On the other hand, power generation is expected to cease at the Ormond Beach and Redondo Beach sites after the facilities retire. Both SACWIS and the State Water Board have heard community comments regarding these latter 2 properties. I'll be speaking to Ormond Beach first and then Redondo Beach on the following slide. The Ormond Beach Generating Station is located within a disadvantaged community within the city of Oxnard. The area has had a long history of heavy industry and contaminated sites that require remediation. Just before the January SACWIS meeting, the Oxnard City Council approved a negotiated agreement between the city and GenOn, owner and operator of Ormond Beach. The agreement establishes a timeline and financial plan for the demolition and remediation of the Ormond Beach facility, funded by GenOn up to $25 million if the State Water Board approves a compliance date extension through 2023. A shorter extension would result in a comparably lower financial contribution by GenOn. Representatives from both the City of Oxnard and GenOn have provided comment to the SACWIS in support of a 3-year extension for Ormond Beach. Next slide, please. In comments received by the SACWIS and the State Water Board, the City of Redondo Beach has stated its opposition to an extension of the Redondo Beach Generating Station, citing air quality, noise, and aesthetic concerns, as well as the potential loss of a grant awarded to the city for purchasing a portion of the property. Since the release of the proposed amendment, the State Water Board received confirmation from the California Natural Resources Agency, the distributor of the grant, that in the event of a compliance date extension for the Redondo Beach facility, the City of Redondo Beach will retain the awarded grant money. SACWIS Alternative 4 recommends a 1-year extension for the Redondo Beach facility to minimize community impacts while supporting grid reliability. Last month, AES, owner and operator of the Redondo Beach facility, finalized the sale of the property to a private developer. The transaction documents allow the option for the power plant to operate to support electric reliability needs through December 31st, 2023, at which point the plant would permanently retire. Additionally, the documents include provisions for AES to contribute up to $14 million to accelerate redevelopment of the land if the compliance date is extended to 2023. In comments received by the SACWIS members, AES supports a 3-year extension of Redondo Beach Generating Station opposed to the 1-year extension recommended in SACWIS's Alternative 4. Next slide, please. Extending the operation of the 4 power plants will extend the existing air, noise, and aesthetic impacts. However, the impacts are expected to remain less than the baseline established in the 2010 final substitute environmental document for the OTC policy and at or below current levels. Amendment of the compliance date extensions will necessitate changes to associated regional water board permits and, if applicable, local air quality management district permits. Changes to required permits are all underway. Overall, our analysis shows that if the compliance dates for these facilities are extended, impacts are expected to be at or below recent levels. This proposed amendment balances the need for grid reliability with marine life, land use, and air quality concerns. Next slide, please. All right, that concludes the primary component of this proposed amendment based on recommendations of the SACWIS. Switching gears, we'll focus now on the second component, which consists of amending the compliance dates of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant Units 1 and 2 to match their respective Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC, license expiration dates. Next slide, please. In January, the State Water Board received a letter from the Pacific Gas and Electric Company, owner and operator of the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant, requesting that the OTC policy compliance date for Diablo Canyon Units 1 and 2 conform with the unit's NRC license expiration dates. The compliance date for both units is currently December 31st, 2024, and the NRC license expiration dates for the units are November 2nd, 2024, and August 26th, 2025 for units 1 and 2, respectively. At the time the OTC policy was adopted in 2010, it was acknowledged that there was a discrepancy between the compliance date listed in the policy for both units and the NRC license expiration dates, and that the compliance dates could be updated to match the NRC licenses in a future amendment. In January of 2018, the CPUC approved PG&E's plan to retire units 1 and 2 at the end of their respective NRC licenses. Later in 2018, PG&E formally withdrew its application to renew the NRC licenses in accordance with the CPUC's approval of Diablo Canyon's retirement plan. If the compliance dates are amended, PG&E will be required to continue fulfilling interim mitigation requirements until final compliance with the OTC policy. Overall, amending the compliance dates of Diablo Canyon Units 1 and 2 to match the NRC license expiration dates would be in support of the CPUC's approved retirement plan for Diablo Canyon and would provide approximately 1,100 megawatts of zero carbon power for an additional 9 months. Next slide, please. And onto the final stretch. These last 3 components of the proposed amendment are all administrative updates. Next slide, please. The first administrative update consists of amending the OTC policy to reflect the change in the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's, or LADWP's, annual due date for submitting its grid reliability reports to the State Water Board. The change in due date was originally approved in 2014. The second update is to amend language in Section 3 of the OTC policy to clarify the process on how amendments based on SWRCB's recommendations are brought to the State Water Board for its consideration. The third update includes non-substantive changes in the OTC policy to improve readability and updates to formatting to comply with document accessibility requirements. Next slide, please. As a quick recap, here again are the 5 components of the proposed amendment: addressing grid reliability concerns, revising the compliance dates for Diablo Canyon Units 1 and 2, updating the due date for LADWP's annual grid reliability reports, clarifying the extension process, and including non-substantive edits for accessibility. Next slide, please. So as I come to the end of this presentation, here is a quick look at our project timeline. Here we are today, marked with the green arrow at this board workshop. The public comment period is still open, so please submit written comments by noon on May 11th to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. We are planning to re-release documents and a response to comments in early July and have scheduled the public hearing and consideration of adoption meeting for this proposed amendment on July 21st. Next slide, please. And with that, thank you for your time and attention. The draft documents are available on our program website, along with other information about the OTC policy, SWRCB, and interim mitigation requirements. If you have any questions, please reach out to Kat Walsh or myself at the emails listed on the screen. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Johnson. Any questions or comments from fellow board members? Otherwise, we can move into the speaker cards and public comment. Okay, hearing none. Mr. Lawfer?
Yes, we're going to continue with elected officials. First up will be the mayor of Hermosa Beach, Mary Campbell. Ms. Campbell, we're about to ask you to share any video feed you might have, as well as we will be unmuting your microphone.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Mayor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'll jump right in with my statement. We submitted a letter, as you probably know. But on behalf of the entire city of Hermosa Beach, I respectfully wish to express our very strong opposition to any proposed extension of the operations at the AES Redondo Beach plant, as was proposed on November 7th, 2019. We support alternative 1 in your staff report dated March 18th, 2020, with no extensions at all. And secondarily, we support an amended alternative 5 that would eliminate any extensions for any length of time for any of the units at the AES Redondo Beach facility. These units and this plant should be retired as scheduled by the State Water Resources Control Board in 2010, which had an extension of a deadline of December 31st, 2020. The cities of Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach, if you've been here, have been working together for many years. It might as well be one community. We're that close, and we operate as one community very, very much so. We've been working for many years to ensure that this facility cease its operations and it transitions this site to a much more beneficial use. Redondo Beach has spearheaded these efforts, but the city of Hermosa Beach has worked closely with Redondo towards the same goals over all of that time. And the site is located directly across the street, as I said, could not be closer at our southern border. There really is no more wrong location for this site, especially today. And the plant and its acres of radiating power transmission lines have been highly visible sources of noise, visual and air pollutions, and not only for our cities, but the entire region as a whole, as you probably are aware. The continued efforts of the city of Redondo Beach have been vital in finally bringing the imminent closure of this total blight at this point, at this location. And currently the facility is scheduled to close at the end of 2020, which is only a few short months away now. In addition, a private party, as was stated in your report, has purchased the property with the aim of redevelopment. You know how long these things take, of all people. And the city of Redondo has additionally been awarded the state grant, and I understood from the report that could be retained potentially to support portions of the land being used for open space and established to enhance infrastructure of financial district to benefit the site's future development. And I heard all of the comments right before the report of my colleagues on the Redondo Council as well, and agree with everything that was stated there. So we request that you oppose this extension of the operation at the AES Redondo Beach site as detailed above, and allow these 50 acres to finally become a source of pride and revitalization to this region's health and quality of life. And I thank you very much for your time and for listening and your attention to this issue.
And thank you, Mayor, for your ongoing leadership. I know there is a lot going on currently, and as mayors having to implement and deal with a lot. So I appreciate your time today in providing comment and addressing the board on what is another critical public health matter for many. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair Escobar, and at this point, we're going to bring Mayor Brand back into the queue, and he should have an opportunity to speak. He asked to go after the staff presentation.
Welcome back, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. I had a presentation. I'm not sure if that's going to be allowed to be shown. Is that available? I had a few slides.
It's coming up right now.
Great, thank you. I'm going to need about 6 or 7 minutes, if you don't mind. I'll wait for the slides to come up before I get started.
Thank you, I appreciate the flag. I believe the slide may be up. Is it titled Support for On-Time Retirement?
Okay, I don't see it, so maybe you can just help me as I go through it.
Okay.
So.
Yes, it's up on the screen.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, board members. I'm Bill Brand, Mayor of Redondo Beach since 2017. I was also the council member for 8 years in this district where the AES plant is located. I used to be a chemical engineer with a specialty in air quality control equipment and have participated in various hearings at the Water Board going back to 2008 regarding implementation of these once-through cooling regulations. I've also met with the California Energy Commission staff, commented at their board meetings, and participated in workshops conducted by the California Independent System Operator. Been doing this for a long time, since 2008, so my roots run deep on this issue of phasing out the 19 once-through cooling power plants on the California coast. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. For some reason, your legal staff has banned all ex parte communications on this matter. So this is our one and only opportunity to speak with you about this before your final hearing in July. So I hope you'll give us ample time to comment. And as Mayor Redondo Beach, I'm here to answer any questions relating to this particular power plant, especially as it relates to the absurd offer by AES and the new owner to get us all to stand down on opposing any extension of this power plant, which you're not going to see. Anyway, that first support slide, as you can see, we have tremendous amount of support for not extending the AES power plant for even 1 year. Every agency and elected official in this area is opposed to any extension, including our state representatives, Senator Ben Allen and State Assembly Member Almert Succi, who's authored a bill, AB 2071, to prohibit extension of these plants where there's active wetlands, which there certainly is here, as well as LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn, who wants to speak later. She's been waiting for a long time and is coming back and hoping to be able to speak briefly. Our school districts, NGOs like Heal the Bay and Surfrider Foundation all oppose any extension of this power plant. Going on to the next slide, why? Hopefully that's up. Let's look at some of the photos of what happens a handful of times a year. I don't know, is that photo up with the smoke? Yeah. This particular photo is of Unit 6. It's built in 1957. One of the units under consideration for extension. This was taken last summer by one of our council members, who also happens to be an LA County lifeguard, Nils Nierenheim. He would be on this call today, but he's been called to manage a project room key facility in San Pedro for the homeless during the COVID-19 crisis. When these events occur, the residents, they call the fire department, they call the AQMD, they call the mayor, they call the city, they call each other trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Was there an explosion? Is there a fire? You know, they're scared, and the noise put out when one of these pressure relief valves goes off, it sounds like a rocket blasting off, and it can last for a full minute, and often happens in the middle of the night, like at 3 a.m. So we live this, and these photos are only what occurs during daylight. We don't see the upset conditions if they occur at night. We only hear and smell them. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is a very densely populated area. 21,000 residents live within 1 mile of this facility, more than all the other 3 power plants combined. Hermosa Beach, which is downwind from the prevailing southwest winds, is the most densely populated area on the entire California coast at 14,000 residents per square mile. Redondo Beach is not far behind, 11,000. Just as comparison, Long Beach is only 9,000 residents per square mile. So Hermosa Beach is like 50% more dense than Long Beach. So this plant is not in the middle of nowhere by any stretch of the imagination. Next slide. Here's another photo of an upset condition taken from Hermosa Beach. This is a different day and a different unit. This is Unit 5. Unit 5 was built in 1954, 66 years old. This plant is this the plant you want to extend? I thought California was moving toward renewable energy and away from fossil fuel power plants built 66 years ago. Do we really need to extend this filthy facility to maintain grid reliability for even 1 year? Look at my comment letter. I included a photo of a slide that was presented to your SACWIS group last January, presented by the PUC. If you calculate the needed power for the first year, you will see they have excess capacity the first year, even without extending AES Redondo Beach. This slide was presented by the Deputy Director of the PUC, and it shows 183 megawatts of excess capacity above your needs in the first year. This is in my letter. It's not a slide. I should have made it a slide. And you have increasing surplus capacity every year thereafter, again, with no extension for AES Redondo Beach. And don't forget, there's a member of the Air Resources Board on your SACWIS committee, which means all the impacts of continuing to operate these power plants beyond their retirement dates should be considered. So what's in this black smoke? Besides soot that falls everywhere and we ingest into our lungs, the usual bad stuff, nitrous oxides, sulfur oxides, carbon monoxides, volatile organic compounds, and of course, the odorless, colorless, tasteless, invisible silent killer, fine particulate emissions. This site emits almost 2 tons per year on average over the last 4 years, operating at low capacities. 2 tons, 4,000 pounds. How is it a killer? Because these fine particulate matters work their way into your circulatory system, causing cancer, heart attacks, asthma attacks, and it kills more than exposure to fine particulate emissions. According to the EPA and the American Cancer Society, kills more than double the amount of people every year in California than breast cancer. And a very recent study released by 2 Harvard researchers demonstrates an alarming correlation between long-term exposure to fine particulate emissions and death rates from COVID-19. They're already studying the correlation of death rates from exposure to fine particulate emissions with COVID-19. Their study concluded that just 1 microgram per cubic meter, 1 microgram per cubic meter of fine particulate emissions increases COVID-19 fatalities by 15%. 1 microgram per meter. That's 1/1,000,000th of a gram. And this plant puts out almost 4,000 pounds per year. Next slide, please. That's a 1908 photo from the Library of Congress. Shows how big the naturally occurring wetlands were on this site, about 30 acres. This site is a state landmark number 373, Old Redondo Salt Lake. California Coastal Commission determined 5 years ago that there are 5.94 acres of active wetlands remaining on this site. Next slide is just a quote from your staff report. Highlights a section in your staff report that points out these units are the least efficient of all the others under consideration. I'm guessing, as Councilmember Horvath said, they're the least efficient on the entire California coast, maybe in all of California. Last slide, I'll wrap this up. Lastly, as a longtime elected official, I probably don't need to remind you guys this, but this is your decision. You know, this isn't the PUC's decision. This is not the CAISO's decision, not the California Energy Commission. You know, it's not your staff's decision. You don't need anybody's permission. And it certainly is not the decision of the power plant operators or trade unions or the new property owners, all of whom have financial conflicts of interest. So I hope you take into account the tremendous health impacts to these communities, be they marine impacts, air pollution, noise, or visual blight, and set the standard that extending 66-year-old fossil fuel power plants on our coast, when your own agency, the PUC, has made it clear we have the power needs to maintain grid reliability. We should not be extending 66-year-old plants. Anyway, thanks for your time. I'm going to stick around to answer any questions. You're going to hear a lot of conflicting statements. And again, this is our only opportunity to have a conversation with you. So with that in mind, I'm going to stick around and forego our closed session, and however long it takes, I'll be here. And remind you, Supervisor Janice Hahn will be coming on again, and she'd like to speak. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate the extended opportunity.
Likewise, appreciate your contributions, Mayor. And I know and appreciate that you'll be sticking around and part of the continued discussion here. And appreciate, again, the leadership and flexibility here. So thank you. Mr. Locker?
Yes, so we're going to hear from a couple of the power agencies now. First up is Miss Lisa Kruger, and then just so others can prepare, we'll then hear from Eric Watts and Mark Kraus. So Miss Kruger, your microphone should be going live in just a second. So Ms. Kruger, you should have the ability to unmute yourself at this point in time. There we go. However,
and do you have the presentation, please?
Yes, Ms. Townsend's working on it right now.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, board members and members of the Water Board team. My name is Lisa Kruger. I am the president of the U.S. Strategic Business Unit for the AES Corporation. In this role, I'm responsible for all of AES's energy assets in California, including the power plants that were and are under your OTC rule jurisdiction. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to update you on our OTC generating units, and as you continue to consider amendments to our OTC compliance deadlines. As you've heard, AES owns 3 generating units under the OTC rule: Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Redondo Beach. Since we've owned these plants, they consist of 14 generating units, and since we've owned them, we've retired 7 of those units early before their OTC mandated compliance deadline. The 7 units which remain are all located within the LA Basin local reliability area, more specifically in the heavily congested western sub-area of the LA Basin. Having these units available means that they can be called upon to support unexpected conditions, both locally and from a regional reliability standpoint. Could you go to the next slide, please? In the last few years, as you've heard, these units have run on average less than 5% of their capacity. Really what this means is these units are only needed in an emergency condition. Again, when there's a high electric demand or when there's other challenges on the system, such as transmission lines being out of service or generating lines being out of service. What these units do is serve as a very important insurance policy to make sure that the lights stay on during these emergency conditions. Next slide, please. In response to the state's resource adequacy needs, we can keep these units available through 2023 to use on an as-needed basis, which is one of the options under consideration, option 2. As California companies like AES continue to build new energy resources like solar and battery storage, over the next few years, these remaining OTC units will serve as a value transition resources and will ensure that energy will be available for consumers through load-serving entities such as Edison, the CCAs, and multiple municipal utilities. This slide provides some background detail about our clean energy investments in California. At AES, we're proud to be a leader in the clean energy future here in California, as well as in other parts of the US and in the 13 countries in which we operate. Renewable energy investments like these are the future of California, and we all work towards a sustainable energy future. Today, we're just talking about the importance of having these OTC generating units available over the next 3 years to help bridge the transition to the sustainable energy future and provide assurances that the lights will stay on in California in the short term. Next slide, please. Alternatives 2, 3, and 4 from the January 20th SACWIS report all include the recommendation to extend the OTC compliance dates for our Alamitos 3, 4, and 5 and Huntington Beach 2 units for 3 years until December 31st, 2023. These alternatives differ in how they treat the Redondo Beach units. There's been a bit of conversation and important constructive activities at the regarding the Redondo Beach site from all stakeholders. I'd like to take a moment to update that for you. We've been in escrow to sell the property at Redondo Beach since I think the end of 2018. I'm happy to report we closed on that sale in March. Although there was interest by the city of Redondo to buy some or all the property, they weren't able to raise the funds to do so, and AES needed to move forward with our transition plans for the property given the impending OTC compliance dates. However, in the last few months, as we got ready to close, we listened very closely to the community, and we worked with the new owner to preserve a city purchase option for up to 15 acres, giving them time to raise the funds, and created the opportunity to set aside 25 acres in total, which is roughly half of the property, for new public coastal access and open space. This is in the event that the Redondo Beach facility receives a 3-year extension. We also specifically identified in this agreement that the wetlands area, which was talked about earlier by Mayor Brand, could be part of that of the area that was available for purchase by the city of Redondo Beach. In addition, if the OTC compliance date is extended for 3 years, AES is committed to set aside funds to support the early accelerated cleanup of the property, including supporting the transmission line removal. As I will discuss more later, we already have indications that load-serving entities such as electric utilities and CCAs are interested in purchasing the OTC resource adequacy capacity. So we were willing to include these provisions in the sale documents. And we're confident that we're going to, if the 3-year extension is given, that the full $13 million will be available and dedicated to immediate site cleanup if the extension through 2023 is granted. again, immediate work on the site can start happening even while the plant continues to operate. That's why this approach is an accelerated redevelopment of the property. We also know that the community wants a date certain for Redondo Beach to retire, and last month in those closing sale documents, we committed to a permanent shutdown of December 31st, 2023. Next slide, please. Finally, on the last slide, finally, all the provisions we included in these sale documents were based on feedback from the community and were designed to accelerate redevelopment and provide some certainty and option for public open space, as we know is so important to the communities. We did this through a restricted land use covenant recorded on the title in perpetuity with the city of Redondo Beach as a beneficiary. Again, this is new information as of the end of March. As we heard earlier, I simply want to underscore that with a 3-year extension, there's minimal environmental impacts from the OTC units. They rarely run. They're there as an insurance policy to make sure the capacity is available in the event that it's needed by the system. Again, operating at very low capacity factors. And as Julie said, it's expected to run even less as new renewable units come online, as more efficient units come online. It's really there for an insurance policy to make sure, again, during this bridge period of 3 years, that we can transition to the future, but they're needed as an option currently. You know, as we know, as the plants continue to have the OTC extension, they would have to continue to meet all of their air permits and air quality requirements. I'd also just like to mention, in terms of environmental justice, the Redondo Beach units have a Cal Environmental Screen score of 48. A score of 75 is considered to be a disadvantaged community. Next slide, please. I know we've all had the way we work changed because of COVID-19, and the way we live has changed because of COVID-19. It's impacted virtually every component of society, energy included, and it's uncertain what the new normal will look like and even when that will be. We're currently in a very dynamic situation with permitting, supply chain, construction, and financing of all construction projects, but including new clean energy projects. In fairness to everyone who's participated in the previous SACWIS proceedings, COVID-19 has created a new set of facts that are extremely relevant to reliability as well as the energy markets. This uncertain energy future is compounded by California's public safety power shutoff program to mitigate wildfire risk, as well as unpredictable capacity from hydro facilities given climate change. These next few years are critical to maintain energy reliability as we continue the state's transition to a cleaner energy future. Next slide, please. Even before COVID-19, we were seeing strong demand from California energy market participants, such as utilities, large aggregators, independent CCAs, and even renewable energy operators and developers for OTC contingent resource adequacy capacity, or RA, for all of our remaining OTC power plants, including Redondo Beach. In fact, we've sold OTC contingent resource adequacy capacity for Redondo Beach and all of the AES units through 2023. This is unusual because for us, most of the time when people come to buy RA, resource adequacy capacity, they're really thinking of the current year contracting now or later in the year for the following year. So what we're really seeing is players come to the market early for OTC contingent capacity. That seems to indicate that they have concerns as a load serving entity on how they're going to meet the reliability needs. The CAISO analysis indicated that system RA was needed, but what we've seen in the market is that those early players have really been looking for LA Basin OTC contingent products. And again, we've seen them come to the market early for those products. We've also been seeing, now we're seeing system buyers, including smaller CCAs and northern CCAs, start coming to the market now to start look for this OTC RA contingent product. Again, what they need to serve their reliability needs. What I think we can say is if there's less OTC, if there's less RA capacity available, we can expect that the market price will be impacted by that. As we all know, these OTC plants are aging, and we don't know if some of them will experience either economic or operational conditions, which could force them to retire early, even if they're granted an OTC extension. And once a unit is retired, we're unable to restart them, even in the event of emergencies. So those are important things for us to consider as we think about supporting grid reliability and our transition to a clean energy future. Next slide, please. For the reasons I just presented, the community benefits associated with the sale of the Redondo Beach property, the potential COVID-19 impacts for the construction of new resources in California, as well as the market response and demand for OTC resource adequacy capacity for load-serving entities to meet their obligations. I urge you for the board to adopt option 2, which would provide a 3-year extension for all OTC generating units, again, to serve as the bridge to the transition to a cleaner energy future. Thank you for allowing me to present today. If you have questions, I will continue to be available during this workshop and anytime thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. And Mr. Lawfer, we'll move on to the next public commenter. I will say now that we are getting deeper into the queue here outside of public officials, elected public officials, here the plant owner, we'll start to institute a time limit. Well, actually, let me quickly ask Ms. Townsend, how many public commenters do we have remaining? Or Mr. Lawfer?
We have about 22.
Then we'll try to. I will put a timer up for about 3 minutes. We'll flag for folks, but again, if you're needing additional time, do take it. I won't be strictly enforcing, but trying to move things along. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Watts, I believe it is.
Correct. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll be very brief. Good afternoon, and thank you. I'm Eric Watts. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at GenOn. We own and operate the Ormond Beach Station in Oxnard, for which the State Water Board proposed a 3-year extension of the OTC compliance deadline. We agree with the recommended extensions as being the best tool to protect grid reliability in the coming years, and we certainly commit to operating Ormond as needed to meet that demand. But at the same time, we recognized early and continue to recognize the need to ensure that the local communities aren't unfairly impacted by those extensions. And that's why we have been working with successfully the city of Oxnard to reach an agreement for the future of the Ormond Beach Station after the proposed OTC extensions. Most recently, after our agreement, we've been working with them, all the officials at Oxnard, to develop a plan for the site after the demolition and remediation. That plan will include and address, among other things, the future ownership of the site, zoning, access, use, etc. We believe that the commitments will provide considerable benefits to Oxnard area residents while also allowing Ormond Beach Station to remain available until it's no longer needed for reliability. Working with the city, we're very proud of the agreement and the ongoing work with them for the future use of the site. And we're fully committed to our obligation to them and to the reliability of the grid operating the plant. That's it for me, but I'm available for information if you have any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for yours, Mr. Watts.
Okay, our next speaker will be Mark Kraus with PG&E, followed by Vish Chatterjee and Tom Bacali. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that name correctly. We'll get to them after Mr. Kraus, though. Mr. Kraus, your camera should be going live in just a moment.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Mark Kraus on behalf of Pacific Gas and Electric Company, speaking this evening in support of the amendment of the board's once-through cooling policy to align it with Diablo Canyon's NRC licenses. When we raised this issue with board staff in 2010, we were told it would be picked up later, and that may have been because the possibility of license renewal at Diablo Canyon loomed larger at that time. We subsequently agreed in 2016 to retire the plant at the end of its current licenses, and in a joint proposal with the Friends of the Earth, NRDC, IBEW, and other parties. This extension that you're discussing today or workshopping was contemplated in that agreement and was further acknowledged by the Public Utilities Commission in a 2018 proceeding that is set forth in your staff's report. The 8-month extension for Unit 2 will allow the state to realize the benefits of Diablo Canyon's GHG-free generation, extend the employment of approximately 1,000 employees, and provide more time to procure and schedule other GHG-free resources, as PG&E is committed to do. I would note that during the period of the extension, PG&E will pay an estimated $1.5 million in mitigation fees required under the policy to fund local restoration projects. With those comments, I'd just like to thank your staff for their hard work on this and also for helping us understand your process here. And on behalf of PG&E, I urge the board's support when these amendments come before you in July. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Kraus.
So next up is Mr., or I should say, Vice Chatterjee. We're offering you the opportunity to share video, and you should be unmuted at this point.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Can you hear me and see me? Okay, great, thank you. Dear members of the board and also Chairman of the board, Esquivel, I appreciate giving me this opportunity to speak and giving us all the opportunity to speak from the South Bay community. My name is Vish Chatterjee. I'm a board member, an elected board member of the Beach Cities Health District. And obviously, as you can imagine, we're very concerned about health in our community. So the Beach Cities Health District serves the jurisdictions of Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, and Manhattan Beach. So we oversee health and wellness programs in 3 of our communities, and we also advocate policy positions around health. And as you can imagine, I'm very concerned about the situation here with the AES plant. It is, as Bill Brand mentioned, Mayor Bill Brand from Redondo Beach mentioned, it's a plant that's over 60 years old and is not the most efficient, both in terms of its emissions, in terms of its power generation, resource use, and in terms of its water ingestion for cooling. And I guess, as I understand the plant, it is a peaker plant, so it runs 5% of the year. And a peaker plant typically operates when the weather is very hot because of the increased AC demand, AC load in communities. On those same hot days, our residents, usually outside of COVID times, are outside. So during a peak load day, it is also a peak outdoor recreation day for our community. And the concern around nitrous oxides, ammonia, particulate matter, carbon monoxide, all being spewed in the air on hot days when many of our residents are enjoying our local beaches, our local parks, is very, very concerning. We are in an extremely densely populated area. We have about 25,000 residents that live within a mile of that power plant within Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach. The population density in our area is 4,000% higher than the typical population density of California, and 12,000% higher than the national average. So as you can imagine, this power plant is an extremely densely populated area with many lives that would be affected, that are being affected, and have been affected for many years. Obviously, when the plant was first built, it was not a densely populated area, and that has changed over time. Hence the desire of the community to retire this plant as soon as possible. We also, as just a very simple Google search, if I go into Google and type in outdoor park and recreation areas, I come up with 20 hits just within the 2-mile vicinity. So we've got parks, recreation areas, about 2 miles of beach, easily a mile up and a mile down. We have a seaside lagoon that sees 80,000 visitors annually from all over the country, and international visitors as well. We have a marina, hotels, shops, all sorts of recreation activities. And most of those people are drawn to the outdoor weather in the hot season. If I then look at the schools and educational facilities in the area, there's over almost 20 schools just in that 2-mile radius. within 2 miles, we're starting to get into Manhattan Beach Schools territory as well, easily covering. So as that emission from that plant comes out, it's hitting 3 school districts practically within my jurisdiction, as well as the Torrance School District, which is outside of the Beach Cities Health District. But clearly, those residents are affected as well. And then if I look at senior facilities, seniors are obviously a very sensitive part of our population in terms of their needs for clean air and good air quality. We have 8 senior living facilities within a 1 or 2 mile radius, and there's a senior living facility, a Salvation Army facility, just next door. Literally 100 residents living just south of the power plant. So my concern is obviously very serious around the health risks to our population and how dense our population is, and especially the idea that the days that most people are outdoors, this is the days that this plant runs. So I, strongly urge you to consider not extending the operation of this plant to cease operations on December 2020 as originally planned. And I'm sure my other colleagues will corroborate on my concerns. We're also writing a letter from our entire board. We also have our executive staff of Beach Cities Health District, I think, on this call. In our next board meeting, we're going to vote to ratify that letter. Thank you for the time. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the comments today. Thank you.
And so our next speaker will be Tom Bacali with the same organization, and then Christy Foy, and then Sarah Wiltfong. So Tom, you should be live at this point.
Good afternoon. My name's Tom Backley. I'm the CEO of the Beach Cities Health District. I'll keep it brief since you just heard from Vish. We are requesting that the State Water Resources Control Board does not extend the AES Redondo Beach generating system beyond the retirement date of December 31st, 2020. We do have concerns about the health impacts as they relate to water pollution and emissions. The plant is a large contributor to fine particulate matter in the area. You've heard about the densely populated area. Beach Cities Health District did support Redondo Beach's grant request to the California National Resources Agency through Prop 68 for wetlands restoration and creation of open space and green spaces. These parks and open spaces contribute to better physical and social emotional health outcomes. We think that's something that's going to be extremely important here in the upcoming months and years in light of what we're going through now. As was stated by Vish, our board will be considering a formal letter at its May 6th meeting, and we plan to submit that to you. So I'll keep it brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Backley, for your comments and for the work that the district does in communities in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is Christy Foy, who will be followed by Sarah Wiltfong and Ron Miller.
Hello, good afternoon, I guess now good evening. My name is Christy Foy, and I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Oxnard in support of extending the compliance dates for the Ormond Beach units for 3 years until December 31st, 2023. This issue is very important to the community of Oxnard. I want to thank the staff for listening to our concerns and for recommending the 3-year extension. The city had been very concerned with what will happen to the Ormond Beach power plant once operations cease. But now that the City of Oxnard and GenOn Energy have reached a historic contractual agreement that will provide a guarantee for Oxnard's community that funding will be available to dismantle the plant and to remediate the land. This agreement, which addresses demolition and cleanup of the site, is key. And with that in place, the city strongly supports the extension of the Ormond Beach operation. So I want to keep it brief because I know we've already had a discussion of this, but thank you very much for your time and wanted to speak to support the extension on behalf of the City of Oxnard. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Foy, and support. Thank you.
And then our next speaker will be Sarah Wiltfong, followed by Ron Miller, and then John Marisal.
Great, thank you. My name is Sarah Wiltfong, and I'm with the Los Angeles County Business Federation, also known as BizFed. We're an alliance of 190 business associations who represent 400,000 employers with 3.5 million employees in Los Angeles County. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the power plants in the Los Angeles region. We'd like to comment on the AES power plants and our working relationship with them over the years. They have served our coastal communities and will continue to keep the lights on in our region with their new investments in solar and battery storage energy resources. Today, I'd like to address the Redondo Beach Power Plant and the framework developed by the new owner, SLH Fund and AES. We strongly support the framework established by AES and the SLH Fund for a balanced use of the 50-acre site at Redondo Beach. The plan includes new public open space for half of the site, wetlands restoration, and an early site cleanup and activities to support transmission line removals. We are encouraged that AES, along with the new owners, are pursuing a balanced energy approach by providing the option to keep the power plant open for a few years to supply any needed backup power for the region. And they are setting aside funds for early site cleanup. This is a win-win for the region. I urge the Water Board to consider extensions that are different than what the SACC WIS committee recommended, which I believe was only 1 year for Redondo Beach, and ask that you approve an extension for 3 years. With COVID-19 and perhaps delays in new energy resources coming online, it is important to maintain an insurance policy for our members who are large energy users. The AES plants represent this insurance policy for our region. Having additional resources available will also keep prices lower since more supply will be available. They are approved to be available. They will run only when needed, but once you shut down the power plants, they cannot be restarted. We think on balance, it's safer and more responsible to allow for a short 3-year extension. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your comments.
Then our next speaker will be Ron Miller, followed by John Marisau and Tommy Fave.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Ron Miller, Executive Secretary of the LA Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. I represent 140,000 skilled men and women across 14 trades and 48 local unions in LA and Orange County. These men and women work to build and maintain the very infrastructure that helps to keep the lights on for all of us and our families. As someone who's been in the industry for quite a long time, over 40 years, I'm here to tell you that shutting down the AES power plant in Redondo would be absolutely irresponsible, especially given the uncertain times that we're facing. We're already seeing impacts of COVID-19 to the supply chain. This is causing delays in projects that were expected to come online to support our energy needs. And I know these delays and issues will only increase for some time. Talking to the local utility companies, they're telling me that they're already seeing increases in residential electrical use, which makes perfect sense because everybody here is at home talking out to a camera, and we're not even in the hot months. So most importantly for the local community, it's now clear after speaking with community leaders that the 3-year extension and the community benefits package offered by the new owner will help facilitate and speed up transition and cleanup of the property. You know, I had a conversation with the mayor quite a few years ago about this power plant, and he didn't want the power plant, he didn't want the power lines, but he was quite happy and told me that they ought to build the power plant in the desert. Well, there's disadvantaged communities in the desert that absolutely need to flip that switch on the wall and turn their lights on, just like the folks in Redondo Beach. I have many members that live in Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, and Manhattan Beach. And we're the ones that maintain these power plants, and we want to have power when we need it. We don't want to go back to the days of the brownouts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
And our next speaker is John Marisau.
Hello, how are you? Let's see. There I am. Hello, how are you, board? Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I was born and raised in Redondo Beach, and my father was a city councilman in the 1960s. And a few years back when they moved, I came across a campaign flyer when my dad ran for office. And one of his major goals outlined in the flyer was to get rid of the power plant. That was 60 years ago. That's how long residents have been trying to get rid our city of the power plant. And it may have been longer than that. Throughout the city, it's not just the discussion of getting rid of the power plant, but what will eventually go on this amazing piece of California property. And I know a lot of people are talking about the electricity, but this is what a lot of the residents are concerned about, and it's been going on for quite a while. In my experience, both life and in real estate development, very little happens without compromise. And each side must give up a little bit of what they want. There's been a lot of movement on this side over the last 20 years. And unfortunately, over those past 2 decades, there's been very little compromise regarding this property. In 2000, the Urban Land Institute developed a plan that was approved by the city council that would have rid the city of the power plant and replace it with homes. I think everybody agrees it was too dense, and the residents got together and squashed that plan. And then in 2012, a resident initiative was placed on the ballot to replace the power plant with a park. But those who drafted the initiative refused to compromise. They dug their feet in the ground, and even that was voted down by residents. And in 2014, AES proposed a plan that would have ended the power generation on the plant and replaced it with mixed-use hotel, retail, and home residences. But again, there was no compromise, and the people of Redondo voted that plan down as well. So right now, the residents have received an unprecedented offer from the new owner of the power plant property. If the city agrees to a 3-year extension of electricity production from the power plant owner will then turn around and donate half the property to the city and get rid of the power plant. And as we learned earlier, that during that 3 years, they can actually start to tear down the power plant. And also during that 3 years, you can certainly foresee the property owners submitting plans to the city, them getting approved. It's got to go to the vote of the people. And by the end of the 3 years, the power plant can be being shut down, and we can start building something there for the community that we've all wanted my entire life. So thank you very much. I know it's everybody's talking about electricity, which is certainly important, but on the ground, boots on the ground, this is what a lot of the residents are discussing. So I thank you for your time. It's a big decision, and I hope you support extending the power plant for 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your engagement and time, Mr. Marisol, and your patience. I know today has gone long for us, and so appreciate you being in there and providing your critical comments as someone from the community. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker will actually be Caitlin Kalua from California Coastkeeper, followed by Clarence Moore, and then Annalisa Moe.
All right, can you see me? Because I can't see myself on the video. All right, great, thank you. Caitlin Kalua, Policy Analyst for the California Coastkeeper Alliance. We've been involved with the development, adoption, and implementation of the OTC policy for nearly 2 decades, and we remain committed to its timely implementation. We understand the potential need for these coastal power plants to serve as peakers, especially as renewable energy resources come online. But we do have 2 recommendations for your board to consider, given your board does have the final authority over changes to the OTC policy. First, we appreciate your staff's inclusion of language that the power plants be retired before, even if these extensions were granted, that these power plants be retired before these compliance deadlines if the CPUC finds that these plants are not actually necessary, or in the future are not found necessary. We ask that if extensions are granted, that this language be explicit not only in the staff report, but be explicit in the amendment itself to ensure that these units are retired earlier than the extension deadlines. Again, if these are not deemed necessary in future years by the CPUC. Second, we request your board consider increasing mitigation fees for the extended operation of these plants in the instance that extensions are granted. When mitigation costs per gallon were determined in 2015, the State Water Board was clear that the mitigation was not intended to fully mitigate ongoing OTC impacts, but rather to encourage power plants to meet the compliance deadlines. This clearly hasn't worked, and these new extensions is just another example of the mitigation failing to deter OTC extensions. We urge your board and staff to impose a fee that is commensurate with the true impacts caused by these extensions, And we urge you to essentially increase and double the mitigation fee by imposing a punitive fee on top of the already calculated mitigation fee to mitigate for the comprehensive impacts of these extensions. The OTC policy was adopted to bring these harmful power plants offline, and we urge your board to keep in mind these impacts of these extensions to marine life, air quality, and overall California's greenhouse gas reduction goals. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this afternoon.
Thank you.
So I was trying to avoid commenting about the cameo by the cat in the background, Caitlin. Next up is Clarence Moore.
Hello, Mr. Moore.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Reverend Clarence Moore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board members for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to urge you to support the 3-year extension for Redondo Beach. I was compelled to come and speak about this because many of the families, disadvantaged families I work with, would be impacted greatly. The concern here is grid reliability. I'd be concerned about brownouts, blackouts, and issues that would definitely affect them and the surrounding communities. Therefore, I urge you to support the 3-year extension. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much as well.
And then our next speaker will be Annalise Samo, who should be unmuted at this point in time, and she will be followed by Jan Smutney-Jones, Daniel McDevitt, and Robert Gaddis.
All right. Good evening, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Annalise Samo. I'm the water quality scientist with Heal the Bay, which is an environmental nonprofit organization based out of Santa Monica. Heal the Bay was actively engaged in the development of the once-through cooling policy and has continued to engage on the implementation of the policy and in local plans to transition away from once-through cooling power generation. Once-through cooling causes significant ongoing devastation to our valuable marine and coastal ecosystems and their inhabitants. The impacts of using an old energy technology on our nation's fisheries has been devastating. We appreciate the state board's efforts to minimize marine life mortality associated with coastal power plants through this important policy. The impacts of OTC are particularly true for areas impacted by inefficient facilities that must use more water during OTC operations and therefore pose greater threat of impingement and entrainment and of the discharge of OTC wastewater as well. The staff report recognizes that facilities that are being considered for extension today, including the one in Redondo Beach, as Mayor Brand mentioned, are inefficient and do pose these increased risks. Even a 1-year extension is 1 extra year of impacts, and that cannot be tolerated unless it is absolutely necessary, and particularly in the case of Redondo Beach, it is not. We therefore would like to see OTC facilities transition or close as originally required under the OTC policy, or at least as soon as possible. We request that the board consider increased mitigation fees for any facilities that operate beyond these original closure deadlines as proposed by the California Coastkeeper Alliance. We do support the closure of facilities prior to these deadlines if these facilities are found to be unnecessary, as has been proposed. This will reduce the amount of time that harmful OTC operation will impact our coastal ecosystems, and we request that this be written into the order. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. I am available to answer questions, but otherwise I will hand things off to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mo.
And the next speaker is Jan Smutney-Jones, followed by Daniel McDevitt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I will be on audio only, fortunately for you. I'm Jan Smutney-Jones. I'm with the Independent Energy Producers Association, and we represent utility scale renewables as well as natural gas plants, which provide backup power when renewable resources are not available. A number of our member companies were impacted by the OTC policy and have, I think as the staff has indicated, it's been largely implemented by now. However, we're not quite there yet. While the number of facilities have been repowered using air-cooled technologies and other advanced technologies, we still have over the next few years the need to have some additional local generation for purposes of reliability, which I think you've already heard from a little earlier. This PUC has authorized an additional procurement of over 3,300 megawatts of preferred resources to produce reliability here in California, much of it locally. There is a significant amount of building activity going on right now to basically meet these needs, much of it met by my members. And hopefully these projects stay on track, basically to meet deadlines over the next couple of years. However, given the unfortunate circumstances with COVID and supply chains and those types of issues, it would be prudent to continue to have some insurance. So we would support the 3-year extension for the Redondo Beach facility as being basically low-cost insurance to meet the needs of local reliability, which, as I think a number of people have already indicated, these plants are operating at very low capacity factors, under 5%, primarily as peakers. So there are summer peaking needs, which mean air conditioning and the types of things that make living in a hot climate livable. But in addition to that, we have winter peaks where the ISO has to come up with something in the neighborhood of 14,000 megawatts in a 3-hour period of time in order to keep the lights on. And right now, a portion of that is provided, but a significant portion of that is provided by natural gas plants here in California. So we do need to keep in mind to keep the system reliable. If the Redondo Beach plant is needed, it will run, and I think at a significantly reduced capacity factor with minimal impacts. If it's not needed, it won't run, and there won't be any impacts. So with that, we think that the plant should be given a temporary 3-year provision extension to provide for reliability should be needed in that period of time. And I think you've already heard that the land, it will be converted over to other local interests at the end of that 3-year period of time. So we urge you to support the extension of the plan for another 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you as well for your comments.
So Mr. McDevitt indicated that he did not have any further comments. So our next commenter will be Mr. Gaddis, Robert Gaddis, followed by Jim Light, and then Don Zerlip.
Good evening.
Hi, I have a presentation. There we go. All right, great. Hi, thank you very much for your consideration of this very important topic for our city. I'm Rob Gaddis. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach. I live in the neighborhood of the power plant, and I want to point out some effects on the immediate neighborhood around the power plant. I do want to say, too, that it's funny to hear AES say that it's so concerned with grid reliability. As John Mirasu pointed out, 5 years ago, AES spent over $1 million to influence the voters to rezone that property so they could build condos there. Had they succeeded, there would be no AES Redondo plant there now. So I think it's clear to all of us that this is all about money. Next slide, please. So as you know, and has been discussed, this is 1950s technology, fossil fuel generation with 21,000 people living within a mile radius. It pumps into our air hundreds of tons of deadly gas and toxic particulates every year. What hasn't been discussed yet is that we have frequent coastal marine layer inversions that direct the plant's exhaust into our homes, schools, businesses, institutions, etc. Next slide, please. This is a Google Earth photograph of the area, and this a different view on it than you've seen up till now. I do assume that my presentation has been put in your information packets, but you can see AES Redondo to the left center, and Hermosa Beach bordering it to the north. The Salvation Mindeman Senior Center bordering it to the south. You can see a half a mile to the east, the Barrel Heights Elementary School, Redondo Union High School, Paris Middle School, and there's yet another school next to Paris. A total of 4,700 students, 2 elderly care facilities, nursery schools, 3 daycare facilities, all within a half a mile of the project. Next slide, please. Yeah, we've gone over this. Next slide, please. So I've detailed, and I assume again that this is in your information packet, so we'll skip through the next few slides, but we've got, I've detailed the toxins and particulates that are being pumped out by the hundreds of tons every year into our neighborhood. If we could skip next slide, and next slide. Okay, so I've included 3 years, the most recent 3 years of air quality management district reports of the amount of gases exhausted every year by the AES Redondo Power Plant at its current running rate, which is very, very low, as I say, as a peak provider. Can you skip forward 3 slides? There we go. Now, the Barrel Heights Elementary School is a half a mile away, and it's at 150 feet above sea level. AES Redondo smokestacks are 120 feet high. So, and the surrounding schools are all within a couple of blocks of these. So essentially we have 4,763 kids poisoned in their schools, and the marine layer inversions also push these toxins down even lower into our neighborhoods, homes, and businesses. Next slide, please. In terms of the health effects, again, they're enumerated here, but as you're aware, it's a long list of proven health effects on children breathing these poisons and particulates. So again, to AES and others, this is not about health, it's about money. Also, as you know, this Harvard Medical School study has tied this to comorbidities with COVID-19 infections. I do want you to know that a nursing home about 2 miles away has a couple of dozen of coronavirus cases. And so far, as of the last news, they've had 5 deaths. So thank you very much for your time today.
And thank you for yours as well, Mr. Gaddis, and for your comments today. Much appreciated.
So bear with me 1 second. It appears Mr. Light has not been identified in the queue. So next speaker would be Don Surslip, and I'm going to ask you to start sharing your video at this point in time, and you've been unmuted. Next up after Mr. Surslip will be Deirdre Brand, and then Michael Uday and Steve Aspel.
That's Surlip, by the way. The S is silent. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Beach City Councilman, the immediate past president of the North Redondo Beach Business Association, and I currently serve as the vice chair of the Metro South Bay Service Council. I wanted to comment today about when you will recommend the shutdown for Redondo Beach Power Plant. As a matter of fact, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And the when has a great bearing at this point because of the milestone that has recently been met when a purchase agreement for this site was put into effect. And it had a great bearing on how much public open space there will be on this site going forward. With the final sale, the agreement directly addresses future open space for the site. The final deal for the property sale outlines a community package to address the creation of parkland on the site. The deal yields a greater amount of available land for a park, plus funding for remediation based upon the term of any extension of the plant operation beyond the end of this calendar year. Currently generating power to only 3% of its capacity. The limited amount of environmental damage caused by extending the plant's operation through 2023 must be weighed against the opportunity to maximize possible parkland in the future. Should the plant shut down at the end of 2020, there will likely be no open space beyond the Coastal Commission's required wetlands throughout this 50 acres. That opportunity expands to 25 acres of open space with the extension of the plant's operation through 2023, plus approximately $14 million for environmental cleanup, with proportional amounts outlined if the plant operation extends for only 1 or 2 years. Please also consider that the new property owner has stated that unless there is operating extension and he receives money from AES for remediation, he will not proceed with any site cleanup until he has the entitlements for a proposed development, whatever that might be. Considering his proposal would likely require a zoning change, that would trigger the requirement in the Redondo Beach Charter for a public vote. Regardless of the outcome, it can easily be projected that the vote is unlikely to occur within the proposed 3-year extension, since the new owner does not even have a proposed plan yet that has to still be vetted by city staff, the planning commission, the city council, and eventually put onto a vote or put onto a ballot for a vote. I suggest that the interests of the residents of Redondo Beach would be better served in the long term by allowing the plant to operate through 2023. That would yield an immediate start to property remediation, plus the maximum amount of open space. Otherwise, the city will likely see an abandoned plant sitting idle for numerous years with neither cleanup nor or even wetlands restoration occurring for a significant period of time. So obviously, I am hopeful that you will recommend the extension operation of this plant, at least for the 1 year proposed, if not for 3 years, so we can maximize our future benefits on this site to the entire community and the region. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you kindly for your comments. Much appreciated.
And so our next commenter will be Deirdre Brand, followed by Michael Uday, Steve Aspel, and Tommy Favey.
Hi, am I on? It looks like I'm on.
You're live.
Okay, hi. My name is Deirdre West. For full disclosure, I am the wife of the mayor, Mayor Brand, but I am not here in that capacity. I'm here talking as a board member for the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. Also, I am the recently retired environmental planning section manager for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. So I have a lot of technical experience in this area. This isn't what I was going to talk about initially, but so much has been said that I have to address it, like Mr. Zerlip, who spoke before me, who has clearly been reading AES's talking points that they have been circulating to the residents in the city and to legislatures up in Sacramento with the heavy PR and lobbying campaign they have going on since this money got put on the table for an extension. First of all, the COVID-19 comments. It appears as though we're using less energy during this COVID-19 epidemic because most of us are staying at home. I can see that will happen, and we'll be looking at that for at least 18 months into the near future. And they also said that the city of Redondo Beach didn't raise the money for the power plant, and that's why he pulled this deal, which is completely untrue and disingenuous. The city of Redondo Beach was never notified that they were going to pull the deal, and I keep talking about but the city of Redondo Beach was making significant progress towards earning the money to purchase that plant, including entering into an enhanced infrastructure financing district with the County of Los Angeles. The supervisors voted unanimously to enter into that for this property, which would bring tens of millions of dollars into the site. Also, there was discussions about how we are not a disadvantaged community. And so, yes, we are not a disadvantaged community, but the pollution from the plant goes to nearby Carson, Hawthorne, Gardena, other areas, which are disadvantaged communities. And also all of this stuff about how they're going to provide us with a park and you pay for remediation and they're going to give us all this land in this site. If you think the deal was that good that was offered to the city council, the city manager, the city attorney of Redondo Beach, that they would have universally, without exception, voted no against that offer from AES, it is not at all the offer that they are presenting here to you and in the talking points. So again, we need to get through the spin and the whitewashing and talk about what's really happening here. What's really happening is we have a wetland. We have a coastal wetland that, despite 100 years of industrial development, has persistently shown wetland characteristics. The Coastal Commission had it at 5.5 acres. Then the owner's own consultant went out and upped it and said 6.5 acres of Coastal Commission wetland and 7 acres of California Department of Fish and Wildlife Service wetlands on the site. They have not been pumping there for a number of years because they don't have the permit to do it, which is an important point I will get to later in this presentation. So we have all sorts of native birds and waterfowl and migratory birds using this site now as it was initially intended to be before industrial development took place. You can see by the numbers, if you read the reports, that the power really is not needed from Redondo. You can shut down Redondo and you'll still be able to make your peak demands. And so it goes to, why does a year matter? A year matters because we were on a great trajectory of getting a coalition of people together to move forward, to purchase this land and to prepare and to restore it to a historic opportunity to restore coastal wetlands in Southern California and open space for both humans and flora and fauna. And now that the money has been put on the table, all of a sudden the deal's down. There's a number of grants we can no longer apply for because we don't have a willing seller. There was legislative budget items going through and other props going through to provide money for this site, which are now on a hold. And now the SCE said they'd take down all the power lines at no cost to the city. Now that's on hold. And a number of other opportunities that we had moving forward are now put on hold. But the thing that's most important, and I think you need to know, is that as of today, they do not have the permits they need to operate this site. They need a coastal development permit to be able to pump the wetlands. They need to pump the wetlands to safely operate the plant. They are in litigation right now with the Coastal Commission because they are stating that there are no wetlands on site, even though their own buyer has confirmed that there's wetlands on site. So in order for them to operate this plant for another year, they need a coastal development permit. The city of Redondo won't give them a coastal development permit. The Coastal Commission won't give them a coastal development permit, and they will henceforth be in further litigation on it. And guess what? They can't start up the plant. They were pumping a few months ago once this deal came on the table, and the Coastal Commission notified them and said they had to cease and desist. So they were disingenuous when they told the PUC that there was no regulatory or physical implications that they would have to contend with to further operate this plant. And I'm sorry, but that's just patently untrue. And so we have a wonderful opportunity here. And it looks like there's a lot of special interests that want to get the money on the table instead of thinking about things like the wonderful benefits for incredible amount of extinctions that we're experiencing right now, as well as climate change. This will have will be a CO2 suck for us. It will, a heat island will disappear, and we have the momentum and the political will to do it now. And again, the plant cannot even operate without a permit. So I think it's important to ask AES these questions and to take the information they give you with a very large grain of salt. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, Ms. Brand.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Michael Uday, and then we'll have Steve Aspel, Tommy Fave, although he seems to be having some technical difficulties, then Jim Light, and then Dario Frommer. And I just want to make a comment. That will complete all the cards that we have. I know that Supervisor Hahn has been on and off because of other meetings. But if I did not call your name and you intend to speak on this item, We did not get a virtual comment card to the clerk of the board, so if you can send an email to comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov. It's the same information you received in the LIRIS notification about this meeting, and make sure you provide your name. If you're calling in, the last 3 digits of your phone number so we can tie your name to your phone number. And then one thing we're increasingly learning, and I'll point this out, if you can actually make sure that you properly enter your name into the Zoom application, because sometimes that's our biggest challenge, is trying to figure out what a username that somebody's used in another meeting means for this meeting. So please send off those comment letters that email to comment letters as soon as possible if you intend to speak.
Thank you for that, Bill Offer. Strude?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for having me. I support the 3-year extension for the operations of the AES power plant in Redondo Beach. I'm a lifelong resident here. I'm a business owner for over 15 years, also here in Redondo Beach. I took 4 years of electronics. I grew up with the power plant, always remembering them as a company that gives back to their community. They, who are these? I'm sorry. So anyway, they are a part of our history, and they made our community to who we are today. They sponsor many events and open up their site to the public all the time, showing us how their system works and how their cooling actually does not do the environmental impacts that people are saying that they do. I understand the importance of clean and reliable power. My business couldn't be opening its doors if I didn't have reliable power, or if we faced rolling blackouts or brownouts. During hot weather, I'm tired of having my home personal air conditioner being shut off and cycled off because we don't have enough power, and that's going on even this past summer. Imagine how the elderly would handle this. They could die if they overheat. We're not quite ready to have this power plant shut down yet. I'm worried about the possibility of an earthquake or natural disaster that might impact the availability of power. There's always possibilities of terrorist attacks, equipment malfunctions, power line breaks, or lightning or fire, or any other, things that go on without our, we're not ready for. Think of all these consequences, if this emergency backup power was not available and we told it to shut down. I'm a huge supporter of solar, wind, and all of that stuff, but they're not available 24/7. The sun's not up all the time. There's cloudy days. There's not wind. Remember, this is a backup-only plant. Most electric cars are now on the road, and we need more and more power to power these things, along with home automated systems, and everyone is needing more and more power. So we need it available for the health and safety of our community, especially during this coronavirus crisis. Imagine if the power were to fail and all of our food would spoil. I mean, all of these impacts, negative impacts that people aren't thinking about. It's much more of an impact that 3% of the time that this plant would be running with his personal opinion that don't even, it's just personal. It's not like what the experts are saying. If the backup power wasn't needed, they wouldn't stay open. So I close, imagine, what would, if emergency power would turn on for backup systems, like from diesel generators, instead of this power plant that uses clean natural gas to produce electricity. So again, please, I support, the extension, and I respect your decision. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Uday.
And our next speaker is Stephen Aspel, who will be followed by Jim Light and then Dario Frommer.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for hanging in there all day. Long meetings like this make me not miss politics too much. I'm Steve Aspel. I actually had the honor of serving as a planning commissioner for 4 years at Redondo Beach, a council member for 8 years, and the mayor of Redondo from 2013 to 17. I've been out of office for 3 years. Frankly, I lost my bid for re-election to Mayor Bill Brand, and he did a good job to kick my butt. I have been more than happy to step back from all things political because it's not my time anymore. But I decided to re-engage on this issue.
I'm here today to request that the board extend the operating agreement to the end of 2023. Mayor Brand and I both became involved in the power plant issues back in the early 2000s when I was on the planning commission and he was Sun Citizen. The power plant more or less defined both of our futures. We both wanted it gone. We still want it gone. We just had different ideas on how to obtain that goal. In fact, I agree with most of Mr. Brand or Mayor Brand's observations. We continue to agree that we want the plant removed, but I think we all need to look forward to the day when the plant comes down and the site is redeveloped, including open space. But we do disagree on how to get to that point, however. The deal, as I see it, is presented by the new owner of the site. It's going to guarantee 25 acres of permanent open space, and AES is going to guarantee $14 million to clean up the place. Many of us in the community, you see this as the best way to move forward. It's a positive thing, I think, and it won't move forward in an expeditious manner. A lot of people won't speak up. This is a very volatile issue of the city, and they're afraid on both sides to speak their mind. But your vote in support of the extension and the irrevocable agreement that comes with it, with the property owners, the fastest way to redevelop this site. There's no one in Redondo who wants to see that property as a vacant eyesore for 20 more years. Being a forward-thinking and making sure we put this deal in place, we can make sure that something positive happens at this site sooner rather than later. Another important consideration, especially now, is that coronavirus, and I hate that's a silly scapegoat, but it will affect our lives in the future. And I have no idea. I'm not an expert in energy, but I think we want to keep all the energy options open. In addition, this extension will guarantee the Redondo Beach, I think, will gain a substantial amount of revenue from this deal and will help make up for dollars that we're probably going to lose, or most definitely going to lose, in this health crisis and our lockdowns. This crisis is going to devastate our economy, and an extension may help alleviate some of the financial pain for the city. The bottom line, in my opinion, this should not be a political decision or one that's made with emotion. Surely we all want the plant shut down, me included. I am with Mayor Brand on this issue. I want that plant gone. I remember when Greg Hill was the mayor, he was up there with Bob Pinsler, and they were ceremonially cutting down part of the smokestacks. But if we operate just for 3 more years with an absolute certainty of December 31st, 2023, in return for cleanup funding and open space that's on the table, it makes a lot more sense for Redondo Beach. As an FYI, anyone that knows me knows that I have a checkered history with AES. I am not affiliated with AES. I'm affiliated with the city of Redondo Beach. I want to see what's happening. I want what's best for that. I personally believe that another 3 years after staring at that eyesore, after 100 years of being there, is not going to be the end of the world. So with that said, I hope you support the 3-year extension, and good luck getting to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Aspel.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Mr. Jim Light, followed by Mr. Dario Fromer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Light.
Yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Jim Light, and I'm a director at South Bay Parkland Conservancy. I'm a little disturbed by some of the fear-mongering I'm hearing here. If there's an earthquake or disaster here that interrupts power, the AES plant does not directly supply our portion of the grid. It goes way into the 405. And the plant sits in a liquefaction zone, as do the towers heading up the hill towards the 405. And I've lived here for quite a while, for over 30 years. And we have air conditioning here, and I've not had rolling blackouts or brownouts in years. So the fear-mongering is a little over the top here. SBPC, the South Bay Parkland Conservancy, opposes extension for numerous reasons. First, there's no opposition to the continued operation of the other 3 sites. Second, there's excess margin in the combined capacity of those 3 sites to meet all the contingency needs without any capacity supplied from any of the Redondo units. I was actually surprised that the March 18th staff report does not examine the very obvious alternative of extending the other 3 plants while retiring Redondo. And I think that deserves a specific analysis on its own. Redondo is the only plant with an active wetlands on the site and that impacts operation. There's marine species that include species of special concern. As Deidre had cited earlier, they're under a cease and desist order from the California Coastal Commission. And AES has responded and said that that cease and desist order puts the power plant machinery and its personnel at risk. So you can't extend this plant without the risk of drying out that wetlands that has been building up, well, has been there for millennia and has been restoring itself once they stop their dewatering pumps. So under AES's own actions and testimony, it can't operate safely without dewatering those wetlands. There's already $4.8 million in grant monies for restoring the wetlands. It's in jeopardy if this plant is extended. And this is the only plant that is bordered on all 4 sides by high-density residential uses, recreational uses, and visitor-serving hotel, retail, and restaurant uses. It's surrounded on all 4 sides by all of those uses. And just west of it is the largest marina and in the only harbor in 25 miles of coastline between Marina del Rey and the Port of Los Angeles. 21,000 people within a 1-mile radius, over 6,000 school children going to school in that radius. And there's medical and assisted living and senior facilities just downwind from the site. The topography downwind of the power plant slopes up rapidly to the same height as the power plant. And when we get marine layers, which is frequent from June until September, that temperature inversion then traps all those pollutants close to the ground. So you're exposing all those people directly to impingement from the exhaust. Finally, the page 14 of your staff report says that Redondo is the least efficient plant, requiring more OTC intake to produce each megawatt hour, which results in more impact to marine life than any of the other 3 plants. It also puts out more pollution per megawatt hour than in any of the plants. And so you combine that with the all the uses around it, and you're exposing people to a lot more pollution than any other alternative that you have before you. So the South Bay Parkland Conservancy requests, 1, that you require the analysis of an alternative without any extension of the Redondo unit compliance date, and that you reject any extension of the Redondo compliance date. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Light.
And we now move on to our final speaker, and that's Dario Fromer. At this point in time, we're asking to share his video, and we're unmuting his microphone.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diadamo. My name is Dario Fromer. I represent SLH Fund LLC, an affiliated entity. We are the new landlord of the AES Redondo Power Plant. My client strongly urges the board to adopt staff report option 2 and extend the time to operate to 2023 for this plant and all the plants. The city of Redondo Beach has been working for many years to shut this plant down and reimagine this site, and we commend them. The just decommissioning of the AES plant and others like it up and down the coast presents a unique opportunity for California to foster the creation of preservation of open space, parkland, coastal access, and new development. And as the new owners of this property, SLH is hoping to partner with the city of Redondo Beach to transform the site to a beautiful new development with public open space, restored wetlands, coastal access, offices, studio and production spaces, and hotel rooms. That's why in 2019, SLH agreed to aid the city in their application for a $30 million grant from the California Natural Resources Agency by signing a letter confirming my client's openness to selling up to 25 acres to the city, over half of the AES property for parkland and open space at a price of $2 million per acre, even though the land when cleaned up would cost almost twice that amount. And at that time, the city informed my client that while I had no intention of buying all 25 acres, they wanted the SLH letter to boost their chances of securing the grant, and we were happy to do that. Ultimately, the city was awarded only $4.8 million from the state, and as a result, my client began working with AES on an agreement to set aside up to 25 acres, again, over half of this property, for open space and public access to provide the city with an option to purchase up to 15 acres of the property for that purpose at a negotiated price of $2 million an acre if a 3-year extension of operations for the plan is granted. Now, the agreement also includes an obligation on my client to fully remediate the property, subject to the city exercising its option prior to the sale. And we have also agreed to fund portions of cleanup of the property and expedite those cleanup operations. The money for this comes from revenue that AES and their operations would give us if the extension is granted. And these agreements are memorialized in permanent covenants recorded at the time of transfer. These are not going away. This is an opportunity for the city to get what it wants, get the open space, an option to buy parkland at a time when it doesn't have the money to do so. As the entitlement process moves forward, we're committed to working with the city on other alternatives as well. We've been in contact with Tree People and other highly regarded environmental nonprofits about collaborating on design and development of the potential open space, and we will continue to do that. Now, my client was not a participant in the underlying CPUC and SOCWIS proceedings. However, we'd like to correct the record on representations made by some stakeholders at that time and in this workshop that the adoption of option 2 would somehow delay the redevelopment plans for this property. This simply is incorrect. Rather, we believe the adoption of option 2 and a 3-year extension for this power plant will hasten redevelopment of the property and secure open space, public access, and improvements the city of Redondo Beach would like to see. First, I want to correct a statement that Councilman Lowenstein made that the city is in negotiations and close to an agreement to purchase this property from my client. This is incorrect. While we understand that the city would like to own all 25 acres of the proposed space, it currently does not have the funds, and we are not in negotiations with the city on such a transaction. In fact, we have not started the entitlement process with the city, and we would not do so, obviously, until this process is finished. Nor does the city have funds to clean up the property, to pay for the expensive cleanup that may be required by the Department of Toxic Substance Control, and to pay for improvements like the wetlands restoration and potential removal of the power lines. The city mentioned, the mayor's wife mentioned the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. This has been created, but it has not met. And an election of property owners is required before such a district can issue bonds. Currently, the majority of the property owners in the district do not support issuance of the bonds. So that is not an option for the city at this time. The beauty of the sale agreement that we've executed with AES is if the operations are extended, the city will have ample time to find resources to purchase the 15 acres. They will have guaranteed that 25 acres will be set aside, and they'll get to buy the land at a reduced price. In the interim, the requirement requires my client to immediately start cleanup of potentially hazardous materials on the site. In anticipation of extension being granted, SLH is already engaged with the Department of Toxic and Substance Control to finalize a work plan for cleanup, which we hope will be approved by the year's end and begin cleanup in 2021 with the goal of having the site, half of the site cleared by 2023 on December 31st of that year. Under the agreement with AES, this work can be completed while the remaining generation units continue to operate if necessary. Without this extension, the wetland restoration, the high voltage line removal, and cleanup efforts will not begin until the site is entitled. And if we are to learn from history in this city and others, this could be 1 or 2 decades away. And that means that the site will likely sit as it is for many, many years. So again, we urge the board to carefully consider option 2, extend the time for this site to operate until 2023, understanding that there is an agreement on the table that benefits the city, that guarantees open space, that guarantees the transition of this property to something new and different than what the city has wanted for a very long time. And we look forward to working with the board and the city to see this process through to the end. I'm free to answer any questions if I can be helpful.
Thank you for your time and comments, Mr. Fomer. Appreciate it. Mr. Loffer, I believe.
Chair Esquivel, we're gonna unmute one individual who was paired up with a speaker who had technical difficulties, and now Mr. Barton has raised his hand. So we're gonna see, Mr. Barton, you have the opportunity to speak at this point in time. Did you want to address the board on this item?
Yes, I do.
So if you have a computer there with you, you want to go ahead and mute it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Oops. Okay, what I went ahead and did was I muted you briefly, Mr. Barton. I'm not sure if you have another computer in that room or a phone that's broadcasting out the Zoom meeting, but if you can turn the volume down on that, and then I'll unmute you again in just a second here.
I think I'm on right here.
Do you have another device there that you can?
This meeting was flowing flawlessly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Mr. Barton. And please identify yourself for the record.
Okay, yes. My name is Tommy Favre. I am speaking on behalf of Joel Barton, our business manager with IBEW Electrical Workers, Local 11. And I'm speaking on behalf of our brothers and sisters of the IBEW Local 11 affiliate with the building trades. And I've been in the energy industry for all of my career. And I'm here to tell you that shutting down the AES plant in Redondo Beach will leave many of the risks of blackouts and brownouts during the most crucial times. We asked the board, and we urged the board to approve the 3-year extension and do right by our brothers and sisters in the field and for the people who live in the surrounding communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well for your comments.
And then the one last item, so Mr. Favre was one of the individuals who'd been on our speaker card. We did have one last phone number come in, and if the individual whose phone number ends in 743 would like to speak on this item, go ahead and press *9 on your phone. And if not, we will just go ahead, and board members, that does conclude all of the speaker cards we had on this item.
Thank you so much, Mr. Laufer, and thank you everyone for your patience and your comments. This is a workshop, so this isn't a decision point. Again, the decision point will be in July, scheduled to be a July 21st board meeting. I think there is certainly a lot for us as a board to weigh in this decision. It doesn't come lightly. And I don't know if I have too much more. I think I've heard quite a bit today, a lot to process and take in. Certainly, each of the projects seems to be in a different place insofar as what stakeholders are requesting or asking for board attention and dispensation toward. Some of it counter, but I think what is important, obviously, is balancing that need for grid reliability and for the outcomes that I think everyone had identified a decade ago in needing to close down these plants, prevent their continued damage and their timely retirement and consideration. But circumstances can change. And so here we find ourselves with a request and a discussion and decision. And so I would open up just for a quick moment to see if there is anything that either staff at the PUC or the Energy Commission or others that are here joining us as sister agencies want to provide or say, and then otherwise would open it to fellow board members for their own thoughts here. But just appreciate everyone's time, attention, and patience today, and this being one of a number of critical items that this board has heard throughout the day and appreciated. So with that, I don't know if maybe Chief Deputy Jonathan Bishop has something to add while our sister agencies consider any comments that they would like to provide us as well.
No, I was just going to say I'm available to answer comments. I'm probably one of the few people, Michael and I, that were here for the development of original policy, and board member Godak, I think.
You think correctly, Mr. Bishop.
And I will point out for our colleagues at the CPUC, Air Board, and CalISO, they do have the ability to unmute their microphones and turn on their video if they do have any comments they would like to provide to the board.
Hello, Mr. Randolph. I think you're still muted. There you are.
I was actually just turning on my video. I have nothing to add. I think the staff report covers our position well.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And it's Neil Miller here with the California Independent System Operator. I think you can hear me, but not see yet. And I'm in the same position. We're here to help with any questions that may arise, but we don't have anything to add. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll entertain any thoughts or questions from fellow board members on what we've heard today or further consideration.
I have some questions, but really, I think I need some time to think about this and then talk with staff. But just in the interest of being transparent, thought that I would just flag those areas that I'm interested in maybe drilling down and better understanding. So as a former member of the Air Resources Board, I take the air quality issues very seriously. And I would just like to be able to better put into context future operations as peaker plants and what that might mean in particular at Redondo because of the lack of consensus there. And so just want to better understand any conditions that would be placed on the plant and what it might mean in terms of emissions and any analysis that the Air Board has on that. So that's one issue to flag. And then another is dewatering of wetlands. I'm really looking for a balanced package that addresses grid reliability and also looks at these other issues of marine life, air quality, and land use. And so it's always nice to see a package where a community can come together, and for whatever reason that didn't happen here. So we're left in sort of the unenviable position of determining, what's really a balanced solution. And so that's an area that I'd be concerned about and would like to better understand the wetland issue, ongoing challenges with operating the plant, any sort of unintended consequence that might have on wetlands, and then also the loss of the grant funds, the comment that was made on that. And I think that's pretty much it. Those are the areas I'll probably want to talk more with staff on.
So we will follow up with on the air quality and with the Coastal Commission on the wetlands dewatering. We've already followed up on the grant. There is no loss of grant funds for delay or not delay. So we already checked into that with the resources, and either way, they won't lose the grant funds.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other, excuse me, any other thoughts from fellow board members?
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate all the comments today from stakeholders, from the cities, citizens, from AES, from all the folks who are involved in this really difficult decision. And I want you to know that I'm taking this very seriously as well. Like the other board members, I'm certainly awaiting your comment letters in a few weeks for those to come in. And I will be considering this very carefully over the coming months up until the time where we have to make that final decision, because it is truly not an easy one to make here. And so, I heard a lot today about kind of a binary choice between a 3-year extension, as some parties are requesting, versus no extension at all in the once through cooling policy. And so I would like to hear a bit more from staff and maybe CalISO or others, either now or later would be okay as well, as to an alternative that would have no extension for the Redondo Beach facility, just so I can better understand what those trade-offs are in terms of grid reliability. So just because it's not one of the alternatives, and it's really what we spent a good portion of the day talking about. So thank you. That's really the only comment I have at this point.
Thank you, board member.
Hi, this is Kat Walsh with the State Water Board. I just wanted to touch on that and mention that perhaps staff can look into that question and provide follow-up to board members that are interested.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think a number of us would, so you can, we'll look forward to it in a future briefing.
I don't have anything else to add. I really appreciate the time on this. I share those concerns, and I think we, all want to make sure that we have a reliable grid, and also, protect public health and the environment. And the balance that we're trying to strike here is to do both of those. I'm definitely concerned about any extensions, and I look forward to also hearing if there's any change in demand, given how unfortunately this COVID crisis has gone, and how we see that continuing in terms of reduced demand that might reduce the need for continued extension into the future. But anyway, appreciate everyone's testimony, and look forward to hearing more at our hearing and the comment letters and from briefings.
Thank you.
Same goes for me. I ditto all of that. And again, thanks to all the people who stuck around till this late time in the evening in order to provide their comments.
Well, thank you. Anything further, Mr. Bishop or Ms. Walsh or Ms. Johnson? Anything? And
no, I don't believe so. We will look forward to the comment letters. Once we receive those, we will be analyzing all of them and coming back to you all.
Perfect. Thank you. And again, thanks to everyone for their engagement and discussion and providing today's comments. With that, I'll close out officially item number 6 and the public workshop on the draft amendment to the water quality control policy and the use of coastal waters and the once through cooling policy. So thank you. Now that leaves us with just a couple more items. I appreciate again everyone's work on item number 6. And item number 7 is board member reports. So I will entertain any reports from our fellow board members as we've continued our adventure in Safer at Home, and just appreciate again everyone's patience today as we continue to work through having fully functioning board meetings on these platforms, which we've been very fortunate again to be able to have done now for the second time, and I feel still, even with minor glitch here and there, has been incredibly meaningful, and appreciate everyone's time as we've all sat here this entire day in our respective homes. So
I don't have much to report. I was just gonna put a note in that we have our advisory group meeting for the SAFER program on April 30th. So I appreciate all the work trying to figure out how to do that effectively in this remote participation reality. And then, like I said, I really look forward to hearing, to working with stakeholders and, providing more guidance on implementation of the executive order around shutoffs, and seeing how we can better collect information about what's going on and what needs are, as we know that there is only going to be more hardships coming up. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention, I think this got sent to all board members, but the CDAG draft report, which is both recommendations and analysis around small and rural community drought and water supply contingency planning, or I don't know, my brain's pretty fried right now about the exact name, but essentially looking at preparing small and rural communities for drought and water supply challenges. So that report is out now for public comment finally. So, I'm glad that that's continuing to move forward. It's, as Sean has been continuing to help us really be cognizant of that, despite a relatively rainy March, we still are in drought and likely to see more of that. And so really want to make sure we're getting prepared, and especially for those communities that have been most vulnerable in those circumstances. So look forward to getting that done and moving forward in that area with DWR and stakeholders. That's it.
Thank you, board member, and thanks for your continued leadership in that entire space. It is the challenges that we knew were, again, before even the crisis, and those now even more critical, the work again of access, and on the sanitation side, the drinking water side, and particularly in times of drought and stress. And so thank you for continuing to be our champion in that space, and working with our sister agency along with the other board members on the work. So thank you. Anyone else? Reports?
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say that I've been enjoying using this time sort of webinar surfing. And so I find that since I'm in all these Zoom meetings and on the computer a lot more, that I'm jumping around and enjoying at least observing in part other regional board meetings other than just the one that I normally liaison to. In fact, Region 5 this week, board member Dodek, I really found a report. I happened to jump in right at the right time, an update on progress on oil field and food safety, the update from the expert panel. I learned a lot on that. And then I also sat in on a webinar for methods for determining at-risk systems, public water systems. And so I was able to sit in for part of that. Anyway, I feel like, there's silver lining during this crisis. So it's good to see you all again. And Chair, I think you did a really good job with managing all of the commenters today. I thought we'd be going later than this, so I won't say much more. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And it's good to see you. And to your point, it is time well spent. I have found myself as well deepening some of my reading, some of my time, and being able to attend a lot more, free ranging on the many important topics before the board, maybe to the complaint of staff. I'm sure they love this free ranging by all 5 of us. But actually, it's really great work and incredible work that on a daily basis I know our colleagues in the water boards do, and our interest is boundless. So thank you. Anything further from? I think that covers everyone, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, could I just say one thing?
Oh, by all means. Well, I was going to move over to your executive director report.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to follow up. During the course of this long meeting, we managed to finalize and put out the fact sheet on wastewater and COVID-19. So that should be up and out and available for board members to use, and we will push that out to the public. So thanks very much to George and our public affairs staff for getting that through the system. All those kind of communications, I'm sure you guys know,
They need to be coordinated through the Strategic Operations Center so that the state knows, even though we're the experts, we just want to make sure all our COVID-19 messaging is coordinated through them. It adds a little bit of process, but it benefits all of us for the coordination. And then just going back in time to 2 weeks, I just wanted to note that I think you're all aware, but I just wanted to give a shout out to the water quality staff that finished its work on the 401 certification of the Klamath Dam removal final decision. That was a huge lift over the last few years. And, they managed to meet the timeline that they had set out for themselves most recently, even though the last few weeks were while we were all trying to transition to teleworking. And so it does clear the path for them to start working on some other matters, but it's huge. And I just wanted to acknowledge, I think it's especially, they deserve special recognition because of the climate in which they had to finish it up. So I will leave it at that.
Really appreciate that, and Sobek. Well, and the executive director's report, there is a link for those of you who read through it. Hopefully it continues to be. I know for us it is a really good compendium of all the work that's going on, and appreciate the work that goes into it. So thank you, Eileen. And I think with that, if there isn't anything further, I open it to board members if there's any final closing thought, either remark to Eileen's comments or otherwise.
And I will agree. I will commend staff for the work on the climate hydropower licensing separation and the EIR that went behind that. I know that was a huge effort in water rights to complete that work. And so it's an incredibly significant project, so important to the Klamath River to restore dozens of miles of habitat that has been blocked for so long. So it's really exciting. I think one of the keystone environmental restoration projects of our time in the state, really. So looking forward to seeing that come to reality.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Definitely, I think it's an example of how, again, we wouldn't be here but for the infrastructure that provides so much of the water use in our state. But we need to rethink that infrastructure and ensure that there may be cases, and here being one of them, where there's actually water quality benefits, and these aren't drinking water reservoirs, and so there's a number of complex issues that certainly go into the work, and I think we're very happy to be part of what is a pretty monumental project, incredibly monumental, and to your point, board member, one of the larger projects that we'll likely see in our lifetime. And so appreciate everyone's great work on that.
I'm sorry, could I jump in since we're talking about 401 certs and hydropower projects? Again, congratulations to the staff for getting that one out. Now that they have some free time, there are other water certification projects for hydropower applications before us. And I did have a meeting, well, actually a Zoom meeting or a phone call meeting with Chris Schutz and some of our NGO friends who have been tracking the progress of these 401 certs. And I will be having a follow-up meeting with staff to discuss some of their recommendations for hopefully streamlining processes and making sure that some of these, so-called low-hanging projects that have been on the books for a long time get across the finish line, especially now that we've gotten this Klamath one out and hopefully can focus on some other projects. So just a heads up that I'll be meeting with staff and then following up on that particular issue.
Here, and appreciate that leadership, board member. I think it's an example of, as you said, a number of other projects that are out there that need the time, staff, and attention to get finished. And I know we need to continue. And so thank you for continuing to advocate and lead on that. Well, with that, happy 50th anniversary of Earth Day. Thank you everyone for a productive board meeting here. We'll be back in 2 weeks. May 5th is our next board meeting. I will flag that, as we've seen, things take a little more time. I think that there is actually a lot more back and forth. And so we're going to be starting at 9 o'clock next time, not 9:30. So everyone, just be aware of that shift over. Hopefully you don't have to worry about commuting in. And so the 30 minutes can maybe help us end a little more appropriately, because I think I know that agenda has a number of, again, significant items that we need to get through, and will garner, I'm sure, a good amount of discussion, rightfully so. So thank you.
Sounds good.
Have a great evening, everyone. This meeting
Thank
is
you.
adjourned, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Right.
Night. Thank you.
Bye.
Good night. It's good to see you.